So it looks like Sydney Uni won the toss and elected to bowl.
Yeah, that's what Birdie was saying, yeah. But once they
Butcher is shirt number 6. Okay.
Yeah.
Gee, I wish we could open our windows like this.
Yeah, we need it. Fresh air, eh?
And in your place, we like going there because it's either on the balcony where the bar is or just upstairs. It's just as good.
We just need to work out if the frog box is ever going to stay on.
Well, most of them, they probably won't rock on until about 5 minutes before.
Yeah, but it should be scheduled. Oh. Like it should come up as scheduled to start.
It should, yeah.
Really? Yeah, because all these games are scheduled.
And there should be something on there saying that it's... See, because the women's games are all showing us up. There it is there. New South Wales Premier Cricket First Grade Final. There you go.
Sorry.
Yeah.
What's it called?
New South Wales Premier Cricket First Grade Limited Overs Cup Final. And we're in the Sydney Uni. I think Bonnie's just down at Sydney. That's the view we've got set up.
I'm assuming it should be there.
Just refresh the screen and might have been popped up.
Anyway, gone from Palmer on it.
Have you checked that link on the Vision?
Yeah,
Can you just check it?
Yeah, I've got it here. It's up.
Is it up?
Yeah. Yeah, it just hasn't triggered to live yet. It's just showing live, but as a grey box, not as a red box.
Where are you going to? Just hang on here until we get going. Okay? There might be a bit of stuff we need to do.
That microphone's working because I'm hearing what we're saying here.
Yeah, if you pick the limit, it's fine. It's might be a bit further down because we uploaded it weeks ago.
This is like
6 days ago. You go further down.
What I'm concerned about is it the same link?
Yeah, no, it's
It is, eh? Okay.
If not, you guys want to.
I've got it on mine.
got it on the thing, there you go.
Yeah, we uploaded it a while ago.
We can hear the same thing because when he asked that, is it the correct link? It's just come through the audio.
It's good.
So
Is it?
we know it's working. Yeah.
Yeah, same one. We've got it up front.
That's why I like to take that should be in front of me. I can actually.
You're right to go?
Younger car. Yep. Stick that out.
Hello, Mr. Russell. You're just not plugged into the down yet. When I after I come on, I'll take me out and plug you in.
Yeah.
And you'll be able to talk now. Me. All right. We seem to be good. What effects? I haven't got the effects mic in.
How does noise transfer go with
Where's
you
that
guys?
noise coming from? Because yeah, I can pick up, and I'm not plugging in. You're nothing's up on that. Hello. Yeah. Oh, there must be. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, no, that's the noise you're hearing outside and you can, I was saying in the background like literally over the tree.
Alright, I think I fixed it now.
Also, Mr. Russell, is a present coming to you in Express Post. You'll get it on Wednesday.
Ooh, aren't you a lucky man?
Don't worry, Musing TV got theirs this morning. Yep, and so very nice First Nations design across the back of the photo too, so
that might help as well. There's too many buttons being pressed. Alright, I'm good. Alright, we can start whenever you like. Well, they're just practicing because they're coming to bat.
Still 5 minutes away.
Yeah. Hey, Tim.
Oh, how you going?
Good, how's things?
I'm seeing
Yeah, I know.
good. Congrats, man.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good. How you doing?
Been good so far. Had a good win against Blacktown and Sydney before.
Yes, hello and welcome to Cricket Central Oval on this wonderful Sunday afternoon. I am the wise man, Matt Mears. Looking forward to taking you through the next 8 hours or so, whether you're listening here on the Triple H sports stream, later on Triple H 100.1 FM, and also coming to you live through Frogbox, through the Cricket New South Wales YouTube page. Got an exciting game coming up here with the Northern Districts Rangers taking on the students from Sydney University in what's going to be a cracking one-day final here from a very picturesque Cricket Central Oval. And we've assembled a big team here, all excited to call this big game. First up, we can't have a grand final without this man, Kiwi Mick Reinisch. He's been excited all week for this one, mate. Welcome to the team.
Yes, good afternoon. Oh, sorry, good morning. First mistake of the day. It might be hopefully my only one.
We're not used to being up and about this
It's
early,
been
are
an early start, getting up at 7:30. Normally I sleep until about 9 on a Sunday, but what an occasion here. 10 a.m. start. This is like the good old-fashioned one-day cricket, isn't it? And it's going to be about 30 degrees later on. When you text me on Tuesday night, the excitement levels rose from that dull old Tuesday afternoon. I'm ready to go, and yes, it's going to be good.
It certainly is. Also joining us, as always, Shane Evans, the Hat Rack. Shane, great to have you back here for what's going to be a positively enthralling grand final here.
Yeah, good afternoon to yourself, Mizzy.
You've got another one. Are we brooding afternoons?
Well,
it's almost afternoon in New Zealand.
It's almost
10 minutes to afternoon.
We'll pay that.
It is afternoon.
Time.
It is afternoon in New Zealand, but yeah.
Hello to all of our New Zealand viewers and listeners.
Well, obviously they got a choice. They can watch the Kiwis being absolutely slaughtered by the Englishmen, or they can tune in and listen to.
There's a big open window here that Kiwi can throw you out.
Yeah, I know, and I probably bounced nicely down about 3 stories. But yeah, looking forward to this game. Obviously, both sides coming off different days yesterday in the 2-day Belvedere Cup game. Obviously, Sydney University fielding all day against Eastern Suburbs. Eastern Suburbs 274 all out at Uni 1, where our beloved Northern Districts Rangers up out of Bankstown Oval rock and rolled the host Bankstown for 93 and were 8 for 138 at stumps yesterday. So differing days yesterday, probably a good thing for districts, but how Uni go. But we've got a special guest, so let's get him on board.
Please let me introduce them, Shane. As from MacArthur Sports Radio, we honoured to have him back in the commentary booth with us again today. Mike Sheen. Mike, mate, great to have you part of the team. Thanks very much for coming and joining us today.
Morning all. Great to be here at Cricket Central. Probably the closest thing to a home game for me at Silverwater. So, the early start, that went down like a lead balloon at my place, I can assure you. No, great to be here. Probably one of the few neutrals here today at Cricket Central.
The only person with bias here is Shane, so that's fine.
But, we won't talk too loudly about the one-day quarter-final out at Raby a couple of weeks ago between the mighty Campbelltown Ghosts and Northern Districts. But, no, good luck to both teams. Should be a good game and, very nice facilities here at Cricket Central. Looking forward to hopefully 100 overs of enthralling cricket.
I think we're going to be on board for that. Players and umpires are making their way to the ground. Sydney University, they won the toss and elected to bowl here in what looks like good conditions. The openers, Scott Rodgie, Dave Larry, they're making their way to the centre for the Rangers. To take you through the team lists and the first half an hour or so, Kiwi Mick Reinisch, Shane Evans and Mike Sheen.
Thank you very much, Matt Mears. Let's have a look at these two sides. Sydney University, of course, winning the toss here and bowling. Tim Cummins will be their captain, Ryan McElduff, Jordan Gauchi, Max Hope, Hugo Akita, Seelan Maladay, Damien Mortimer, Devlin Malone, Kieran Tate, Nick Larkin and Don Butchart. The Northern Districts team, David Lowry's their captain, Daniel Anderson, Jackson Cotter, Mitchell Crane, Toby Cray, Corey Miller, Ross Pawson, Ben Randall, Scott Rodgie, Lockie Shaw and Louis Shaw. Umpires Roberto Howard and Daniel Moran. It will be Scott Rodgie and David Lowry to open the batting for Northern Districts out in the middle now, and Seelan Maladay to open up the bowling from our commentary end of the ground. 50 over side final coming up. Here we go, the first ball now. Maladay charges in the big right armour, and this one a little bit short and just blocked into the offside for no run. Facing the first ball there, Scott Rodgie.
Yeah, solid start from Scott Rodgie, getting in behind the opening ball from Sydney Uni. Maladay certainly putting it on a nice line early. Pitch looks like it'll be a good one. Pretty standard sort of field here for Sydney Uni. 2 slips go down as Maladay runs away from us.
Here we go now, Maladay again. This one again short, just holding up a little bit in the pitch there and just pushed into the onside this time for no run. So obviously just taking their time to have a feel for the conditions out here with this 10 a.m. start, Shane Evans, and beautiful conditions, isn't it?
They definitely are here. Once again, the pitch is absolutely prepared here by the guys from the ground staff here. We're only here a few weeks ago, obviously calling the women's T20 Premier Cricket Finals.
Oh, and this one's moved away off the seam. That's an absolute beauty here in the first over, that cut away, and he did well not to nick it in the end there, Scott Rodgie. So Maladay just pushing that one through a little bit quicker, Mike.
Yeah, that was a lovely delivery from Maladay. Just did a little bit outside off. Drew a bit of interest from Scott Rodgie, the experienced opener, and just had him fishing at that one. But a lovely start from Uni. They are up and about.
Here we go again now. It flicked off the pads beautifully. That'll roll towards the boundary. It might just be short. Let's see. As the fielder, no, in fact, it makes it. So beautiful shot off the pads for 4. The fielder there smashing into the picket fence in the end there as well. But that was beautifully played off the pads there for a boundary. First one of the day.
Yeah, nicely timed through mid-wicket. Just a whip off the pads from Scott Rodgie, and that always had 4 runs written over it. And the chase from Sydney Uni was in vain, but Northern District's off to a flying start. None for 4 in their first over.
Here we go again. Oh, and this one a little bit edgy. It'll go down to third man for a single. Maladay just trying to get this length, Shane Evans, and just get the batters pushing forward and edging.
Yeah, he definitely is there. But if you're looking at this ground, thanks to our friends to the Sydney Uni Frog Box, which can be picked up via the Cricket New South Wales YouTube site, we're playing on about deck 4. So if you're looking towards the main road, you're looking about a 55-60 metre hit square. But if you're hitting away from the road, it's a good 85 to 90 metre hit square.
Lowry to face his first ball, pushes it into the offside for no run. So 1 over gone here in the one-day final. And Northern Districts, no wicket for 5.
Solid start from Northern Districts. That 1 boundary on the board in the opening over. Maladay, couple of good ones there. That one in about the 3rd ball to just shape away slightly. Just still, as you said, finding his line and length. That one was a beauty from Maladay. Solid start. Opening over, nothing too dramatic out of it.
It should be interesting to see who they go from the other end, but I've got a feeling it's probably going to be
Might be
bit of pace
Kieran
as
Tate
well.
by the looks
yeah,
of things.
It looks like Kieran Tate. We had the pleasure of watching him in the Kingsgrove T20 conference final down at Sydney Uni about a month ago now in that cliffhanging wing over the Blacktown Mounties out there. He was one of their better bowlers there on that day, and unfortunately, and also didn't do too bad in the final, but wasn't as good as we normally expect him. But
So it's going to be Rodgie on strike here. Kieran Tate, of course, right arm, medium, quick. He steams in from just inside that 30-metre circle, running towards our commentary area. Oh, and that one's just missed the edge. Beautiful little shape outside the off stump there through to the keeper.
Mikey's got the best seat in the house, honestly, at the moment. He is literally looking straight down the pitch from behind the batter, over the batter's shoulder at the moment. We're just slightly to the right of him, but we could see that shape when it's hit the deck and it's pitched and it's probably moved maybe 3 or 4 degrees out towards the keeper. But, oh, mate, absolute heaven.
Beautiful start there from Tate.
Tate again now. And this one driven beautifully down the ground. A nice on drive, and that's going to roll all the way for 4. So nice stuff here by Northern District. Just not looking nice and comfortable there with the drive again. Scott Roger, who's been around for a long time. Some people say, Martin Crowe used to say that the on drive is the best shot to play, the late great Kiwi. Not a bad start there.
Mate, that was just absolutely punched crisply straight down the field. And like you normally say, it's a carpet. This rolls really well.
Yeah, lovely odd drive there as we see him in the next one defended to mid-on.
That's right, defended into mid-on this time. So, of course, Northern Districts with some strong batters in their team. Daniel Anderson, of course, getting 83 not out in their semi-final win against the Tigers a couple of weeks ago. So they'll be looking to get off to a strong start. Wonder what sort of a score they'll be looking to get. We'll see as they progress. Here goes Tate again now. And this time Rogie just leaves it outside the off stump through to the keeper. Almost like the test match leave there.
Yeah, almost like Labuschagne doing his nice little real weird leaving and all of that. But
well, Steve Smith, yeah.
Yeah, Steve Smith as well. But we can also tell you temperature-wise, it's currently 23 degrees here at Sydney Olympic Park with an expected maximum of 32 degrees. Chance of rain, 1%.
Yeah.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
But that's not what we want today.
Certainly not.
So, oh, and this one, nice little bit of bounce there, but Rogie right over the top of it. He's a tall batter, standing tall there and just pushing it pretty much down the pitch to the fielder in there on the offside. 1 ball left in the second here, 9 without loss. Northern Districts, of course, Sydney University winning the toss and bowling.
I must admit, I thought that might have been a weird thing when you think about it. Okay, yeah, it's going to be a lot hotter at the moment, and it will get towards the end of the innings into that low 30s. But they're both wearing dark blue uniforms, so it doesn't really matter.
Last ball of the second here, nice length push into the offside. 2 overs gone. Northern Districts no wicket for 9.
The one thing I implore every listener or viewer, if you're watching it on the Cricket New South Wales Frog Box, thanks to our friends at the please come down and just admire this lovely field that we've got here currently at the moment. Everyone talks about everyone talks about Junction Oval, City Power Oval, as they call it down in Victoria, or Allan Border Oval up in Brisbane, Karen Rolton Field over in South Australia. This is as good, if not better, than all of them. We've been given the grand tour by Cricket New South Wales, which we'll discuss more during the over.
So Maladay again for his second over. Nice length again, just pushing it into the offside was David Lowry. Well, Scott Rogers had most of the strike in the first couple of overs. As a Qantas plane flies over us right now.
Yes, as I was saying, we had the opportunity to be given the full tour by head of competitions in Royal Formica, umpires coordinator Darren Goodger and Sean Mental, the women's coordinator during the day, and it's been real nice.
Oh, and that's a beauty again outside the off stump. Little bit of movement away. David Lowry just tucks the bat under the arm. You can't do much about those ones. So definitely Sydney University bowling some good deliveries here, but they'll be looking to get a wicket as soon as they can just to get themselves into this game.
Maladay really looks up and about this morning. He's really bowling a bit of pace, as you mentioned, a little bit of bounce. Got 1 or 2 to do it just a little bit as he runs away now, really on song early.
Here he goes again. Oh, this is a cracking shot through the covers, and that rolls away towards the fence, and that'll be 4, making it comfortably. Shot of the day there by David Lowry. Both these batters into their work now. Just rolls along the carpet here at Cricket Central like a billiard table.
That was a beautiful cover drive from David Lowry. As soon as it left the bat, that was the old-fashioned take a photo cover drive. That had 4 runs written all over it.
As we were saying before, like we'll give them the grand tour in between overs. We'll give you a little bit more of some of the other things they can do here.
Oh, it is Chuffer LBW! No. Umpire says no. I reckon it was just over. What about you guys?
Mike had his fingers straight up.
Okay.
He was trigger happy, and it's like no, when he's here. Oh, our special guest has actually turned up.
Has finally made it into the building.
But we will introduce him in about 5 or 6 overs time. We'll let him just acclimatise himself to this lovely facility here and drink his morning coffee.
Yeah, need several of those today.
Again, Lowry on strike, just leaving this outside the off stump, through to the keeper again. So 13 without loss here. In the third over, of course, the one-day final, 1 ball left in the third.
Also, we'd like to thank all the staff at Cricket New South Wales for allowing us the opportunity to be able to call here on Triple H on the station live stream, but also through the Frog Box setup supplied by Sydney Uni for today.
Halliday now to Lowry. Oh, big swing and a miss outside the off stump, through to the keeper. So 3 overs gone here. Northern Districts 13 without loss.
As I was trying to say before, obviously as part of the tour here, this is a specialised cricket facility here for Cricket New South Wales. They'll be looking at hosting Sheffield Shield games here, possibly some of the women's Big Bash games early season, instead of taking them out to like Blacktown International Sports and all of that. Also on the other side of the field, like all the Cricket New South Wales staff are all based here, also for the Thunder and also for the Sydney Sixers. But the best thing was able to seeing the different types of pitches that they can prepare. But we'll talk more in a minute.
So Tate now to Rodgie, cracks it through the offside straight to the fielder there. Pretty much a wide mid-off position. Definitely timed it well, but good field placings. Of course, we will give you updates of the England-New Zealand Test match through the day, and the Kiwis are following on in that one officially, so England have sent them in again.
We do apologise also if you are watching on Frogbox and you had a quick link drop. It has been updated and is back up and running.
So Tate again. And this one, nice length there, just has to lean on it and push it into the offside there, Rodgie. So it's a good little battle here. Sydney University bowling some nice deliveries, but Northern Districts, importantly, haven't lost the wicket.
Yeah, so going back to some of the decks that we've seen out the back, obviously being able to access some of the different types of turf and underground materials. So if you want to make a deck out the back here, it looks like the Wacker, they can do the Wacker. They can do India, England, you name it, they can prepare it here.
Oh, and that one's just clipped off the pads. It'll be the easiest of singles there to the man at fine leg. So it's 14 without loss here in the fourth.
We can tell you in that England-New Zealand Test match that New Zealand were rolled for 209 in the first innings and have been sent back in, as Kiwi just said. They are none for 15 in their second innings, which is better than the first one when they were 1 for none after 2 balls.
Yep, that's right. It was James Anderson bowling very well with Jack Leach in that first innings. Here we go now. Just again, left outside the off stump by David Lowry through to the keeper. Let's have a look. So in the semi-final last week, Northern Districts got 6 for 211 and defended that. So that's if you sort of put it in perspective, maybe they'll be looking for 200 minimum, I would think. Shane, would you say so?
You would be looking for at least 200 to 250 minimum on this type of surface.
It could be even 250 with these sort of conditions, I would say. And this one driven into the offside again, straight to the fielder for no run.
The other thing that we will be doing during the day, obviously there's 3 Marsh Cup one-day games about to start, and obviously the New South Wales Queensland day-night game later on, so we'll endeavour to give you some updates from them, but also from the Women's Premier Cricket first grade round, which is in progress at the moment. Also to our colleague Georgia Lomas-Fury. Good luck in second grade today out at David Phillips South.
Last ball of the fourth over, and it's driven into the fielder at point. So 4 overs gone here in this one-day final. Northern Districts 14 without loss.
One other thing we have to mention from last night. Sat there at home last night after umpiring some local park cricket. Had the opportunity to see the concluding stages of the WNCL final between South Australia and the Tasmanian Tigers.
I heard about this game. I didn't watch it, but I heard about this finish. That is remarkable.
If anyone
I won't give it away, but my goodness
if
me.
anyone hasn't had
I heard about it in the car on the way as well.
If anyone hasn't had the opportunity on pay TV or KO to see the last couple of overs, please do so.
Oh, there'll be a mini match in that in its own.
Yeah.
Maybe wait for our lunch break on this
yeah,
game.
But for that particular score, we'll hold off on it for a while. Give these guys a chance to actually
catch up on it,
possibly, and then we can try and talk about it
just
before the change of innings.
I'll just say, as an aside from the MacArthur point of view, was a good result in the end. We did have a local connection to the result and the score, so I'll leave it at that for the moment. But a good result from a MacArthur perspective.
No, well, Sarah Coyte has been one of the better ladies players that unfortunately has had to move around states to finalise a contract, and has obviously found herself a spot in that Tasmanian setup down there. And to say she was critical is an understatement.
So here goes Melody. First ball of the over was a dot, and a dot again. Scott Rodgie. These two looking maybe to get a big opening partnership, just putting away the loose one, leaving when they can. As we know, in a final, runs on the board first innings, if you can just get something to defend, then you'll probably back yourself.
I was just thinking, a very even start to this game. Both teams to be reasonably happy. Sydney Uni looking to contain, and Melody's doing a great job of that as he runs away from us.
This one a bit straighter. Pushed into the onside. They have a shy at the stumps there just to keep the batters on their toes. Of course, that was Devlin Malone fielding in jersey number 2. One of the very key players here in those middle overs with his little medium sort of spinners. In a one-day format, he's going to be a key man here to try and tie Northern Districts down and get them to make some mistakes. We're in the 5th over of action here. Here goes Melody again, stands up tall and drives it down the ground. They will pick up a single to that fielder at mid-off. The 5th over of play, 15 without loss. They've slowed down a little bit with the run rate here, Northern District, so they're pretty much at about 3 and over now.
There's nothing, but you have to remember, it's a 50-over game. They're not They're not in T20 mode, and they're obviously not in 2-day Belvedere Cup mode at the moment. So if you're going for, and you're only scoring at 3 or 4 and over the start, that's fine, because you keep your wickets in the bank towards that second half of the innings. You can accelerate quickly.
Lowry this time just pushes it into the offside to that man inside the 30-metre circle. 1 ball left in the 5th.
I was just thinking both sides reasonably happy. 15 on the board. Approaching the 5th over. Sydney Uni be thinking that's a solid start. Well, only going at 3 and over. Northern Districts thinking the same thing. Solid start. 15 on the board. Run rate steady.
And that's again left through to the keeper. So they're respecting Melody, who has got 3 overs, no wicket for 10 now. And after 5 overs, 15 without loss. This is a good old-fashioned structured one-day cricket match, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That Uni, they'd be happy with the figures. Melody, none for 10 off 3. Solid start. Roger 11, Lowry 4, just building nicely into the innings. Only 5 overs down, so looking to build a nice partnership early on. Nothing too drastic. Couple of good drives, but nothing too flash from the openers, and everyone just sort of settling into this one-day cup final.
So here goes Tate again for his 3rd over to Rodgie. Driven to the man at mid-off, no run. Great conditions here. 20 past 10 on a Sunday morning here in Sydney town, and the crowd just starting to build up slowly. A few people bringing the families along and the kids and the picnic sets, setting up for a good day. Meant to get to about 30 degrees later.
We can also tell you there's been a change in the women's Premier Cricket. Our colleague George Lomas-Furin has been dropped from 2s but promoted to 1s.
Oh, and that's just jagged in. They're going to stroll through for a leg bye. Nice little movement in this time, and the umpire does signal the leg bye as well. 16 without loss.
That one did just a little bit there, just a little bit off the deck for Tate in his third over. Been very economical, Kieran Tate, to start with, but just really finding his line of length, and that one just doing a little bit. So it looks like there's a little bit of life in this pitch this morning.
So now it will be Lowry on strike. Oh, and that's wide. Yeah, I was going to say that's just a little bit too much width. Shane, do you agree with that one being our resident umpire?
Yeah. No, definitely do that. Umpire Moran being on the city end of the field. Obviously, having the nice little blue painted wide markers also does help a lot. But it just looked like Kieran's arms, instead of coming straight through, was just slightly at an angle, hence why you get that extra shape.
Oh, and that one just swings in nicely. So Tate and Melody have bowled nicely here. Of course, they will have players like Hugo Akita coming up in the bowling attack as well, who's quite a young up-and-comer and dangerous player, and of course Devlin Malone. So two strong teams lining up, and of course Sydney University losing the 2020 final this year. They'll want to get sort of revenge mentally for themselves to win this one-day final. Oh, that's a beautiful shot, but it's deflected by the fielder in close in the 30-metre circle. They will eventually pick up a single. He tries to smash that one through the covers. 17 without loss, or 18 without loss.
A question to both of you. Obviously, they've both played 96 overs yesterday in the first of a 2-day for the Belvedere Cup. Sydney Uni out in the field all day. Well, fielding for 96 overs and then having to field early, do you think that's a detriment to them, or do you think that they are good enough, obviously with recovery yesterday, for this not to really affect them?
It's a good question. We'll come to that one. This is on Jags away outside the off stump, and of course, fielding for the whole day. Yesterday it was pretty hot in the afternoon as well, and then having to field 50 overs here. Will they be drained? Interesting one. I think that will take a lot of juice out of them, won't it? It's pretty much like fielding for a couple of days almost.
I'm going the other way. I don't reckon it'd be such a major issue. It wasn't extremely hot yesterday, so I'm going to go the other way and say it won't be too much of a factor. These guys are effectively semi-pros, so I don't think it'll be too bad for them.
A swing and a miss outside the off stump, and that signalled wide by the umpire again. So a couple of wides in this over by Tate. Just trying to...
And just further on that point as well, Northern Districts only fielded for 48 overs. So in their game against Bankstown at Bankstown Oval, they weren't in the field for the full 96 overs.
And this one left outside the off stump again. So eventually we come to the end of 6 overs, going exactly 3 and over here. Northern Districts 18 without loss. Very steady, structured start to this innings.
That's the only reason I was asking that question, because as I said, my little spiel before we actually started the game, Northern Districts were able to knock over Bankstown, who are usually a powerhouse, quite cheaply at Bankstown Oval, which is not normally heard of, and were able then to pretty much put the feet up.
Yeah.
And be able to bat the rest of the day out. Okay, yeah, they did lose 8 wickets, but they've still got a 50-60 run lead, where Uni were out at their home deck on Uni 1 all day. That's why I thought that question may have affected them.
Yep. And this one pushed into the onside. Melody continuing. It was Lowry on strike.
Yeah, that's a good point, Shane. Uni in the field for 95 overs yesterday. But I still think at this level they are semi-professional, so I think they'd certainly be able to adjust from a full day in the field and back up on a Sunday.
This one cut away to the man at point, one bounce to the fielder, no run.
If anything, they'll probably feel it more tomorrow.
Yeah, they'll be sore
having the
tomorrow.
96, and then I would assume 99% of the players in this game today were part of their first grade setup yesterday, then having to field for 50 overs, and depending on who bats well in the chase innings, they could be out there for a whole 100 overs. So 200 overs inside of 48 hours, that's hard.
So Melody again. This time Driven, didn't quite time it. It's that man inside the circle, no run. Of course, last weekend, the 2-day matches were completed in consecutive days, weren't they, as well?
It was
so
Saturday,
that
Sunday, yeah.
match hardening for the players, for the fitness. I just thought of that one.
You
Out of nowhere on a Sunday morning.
Because you have to remember, like
warming up.
Like we've all seen how the test players do their recoveries and all of that, where it's like they finish their day, they'll do a little bit of media commitments, they're straight into ice baths and all of that.
Again, Driven to that fielder inside the circle there. Sydney University here just tying Northern Districts down, not letting them really get too much of a roll on.
You're talking about that Saturday, Sunday. Worked well for the Campbelltown Ghosts, posting a good win over UTS North at North Sydney Oval, no less. That was a big result for the Ghosts. They're chasing 290 odd at Raby at present in the round 14 clash.
Oh, and this one put away, swivels around and
the
smashes
legs.
it to the fence. That's a great pull shot for 4 by Lowry. Just when they needed that little bit of a surge with the boundary, he nails it. It was short. There's no fielder out there at deep square leg. And it's 23 without loss. 1 ball left in the 7th. I'll just be taking a little bit of a break after this ball and passing it over to
Our special guest.
one of our special guests. Of course, we've got a cast of thousands today. 5 of us anyway. Maybe not 1,000, but... And we'll complete the over with a dot ball. So after 7 overs here, 23 without loss. Pretty strong start, guys. And both teams well in this match so far. I'll pass it over to Matt Mears for the next 7 overs.
Well, just while Matt
Well,
sets
very
it-
soon.
While he sets up, we'll just quickly go through the Belvedere Cup scores from yesterday. Obviously, as Mike was saying, out of Campbelltown at Raby 1, the Ghosts taking on Western Suburbs. Western Suburbs at the end of day 1 was 6 for 272.
Yeah, that's a good score on Raby. That is a good score on Raby 1. The Ghosts, they would feel they can chase that down.
Out of David Phillips South, Uni New South Wales hosting the Manly Waratahs as we get through this next ball here from Kieran Tate. Just fends away from it.
He just leaves it outside the off stump chain. Yes, hi. Good to be here, back in the commentary position. Just tuning in. None for 23. The Northern District Rangers, the Sydney University, winning the toss, putting the Rangers into bat.
Yeah, so Manly sent in to bat first, 8 for 234 out of David Phillips South. Not a bad little score there, but we'll go through all the other games as we cycle through this over.
Yeah, Kieran Tate coming in from the Southern or Sydney Olympic Park end, and just defended back there, back to the bowler in his follow-through, no run.
Out at Coogee Oval, Renwick Petersham winning the toss and batting first, 9 for 253 declared against Fairfield Liverpool. Fairfield Liverpool placed a couple of overs late yesterday afternoon, and then none for 11 at stumps. The next game is the interesting one, but we'll wait for this next ball from Kieran Tate, because lots of people on the north side will be very surprised when they hear this scoreline.
Tate is in again to Rogie, and this one's just angling down the leg side. Muffled appeal from the students. They'll run through for a leg by, and that will move the score along to 24 here in the 8th over.
We'll make the trip up to Chatswood Oval for Gordon taking on Sydney. Gordon winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Big mistake.
Big mistake.
After 12 overs, they were 6 for 14. They ended up all out for 97. We'll finish it off in a sec.
Tate comes in again to Lowry, and Lowry gets the big expansive drive, but fielded short cover. Another dot ball there for Tate.
In reply, Sydney going into the tea break were 9 for 96. They end up 171 all out.
That would be frustrating.
And in return, Gordon batting second time, a 3 for 53. Still trailing by 21 on first innings.
If you're an umpire, you'd want to be paid by wickets on that day, as this one again is just out off the outside edge of Lowry's bat. It's fielded by the man down on the third man boundary. Lowry moves along to 10. Rodgers on 11. None for 25 here. One ball left in the eighth over.
Obviously, we've discussed the Sydney University Eastern Suburbs game, but East batting all day, out in the last over for 274. So you need to try and chase that down and get a first innings win next weekend. And if Kiwi's anywhere around, he might want to block his ears because he will not like to score a line from this next game either.
Well, I'm sure he's having a well-earned break. His final delivery of Tate's over, and it's a nice straight drive by Rodgie. But there is a fielder down on the long-on boundary. He'll cut that one off. They'll jog through for a single. 8 overs down. None for 26. Rodgie's on 12. Lowry is on 10. And we'll try and get our fifth caller in here as we change over. If someone wants to have a break, thank you very much.
Yep, so heading out to Allan Border Field out at Mossman. Mossman taking on Parramatta. Mossman batting first, all out for 138. They were 6 for 20, so it was a good recovery from them. Parramatta in reply, 3 for 141 declared. Mossman in their second innings are 4 for 39, leading by 36, but obviously still trying to stop being outrighted there. We obviously know about Northern Districts leading their game against Bankstown out there. The other two games we will get to very shortly. As we can see, bowling change from the commentary end in Hugo Ikeda coming on board. Took some decent wickets in the couple of T20 games that we were able to call out at uni.
Yeah, certainly coming his first delivery, and the umpires put it wide. Bit of a cult following he has amongst the uni faithful, so I said maybe not the big crowd as we've seen at University Oval, but we will bring him in now. Mr. 400 himself. Congratulations, Dave McDonald from Alive, mate. Great to have you here, and congratulations on the big 400.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great to be here as we see Peter coming from the northern end.
He comes in to Rodgie and nicely fielded, short mid wicket, no run.
Hey, the voice sounds okay for someone that very much on the socials last night was
celebrating
well.
a
400th game. But to think about it, 400 games
and
of cricket for the Northwest Sydney Hurricanes, that is a massive effort. That is very good. That means you would have started, what, probably about 98, 99 with the club?
1990.
1990.
Keita coming in, and this one smashed back to him in his follow-through.
Ouch.
Did not even see it coming, but the ultimate putting the body on the line. $2 a rub for that one, because he's having a bit of a look back to the batter. He was not expecting that one at all.
No, he's just turned his head at that last moment when the ball nearly got to him, and had he not turned his head, it was put his hands out. Might have been an opportunity.
Yeah, well, I think in the end it's landed and just whacked him in the hip, which is probably about the best place you want to get hit, really, because anywhere else can be a little bit tender, but it might be sore, but hey, stop 4 runs.
It certainly did. As Keita comes in again. Where's this next one going to go? And it's on the pads again, but probably not the connection he was looking for out to that big expansive boundary towards mid-wicket, but they'll run through for a leg bye. That takes the score through to 28.
Guys, I just wanted to get your thoughts on the wicket early. Obviously, this is a relatively new ground. What are your thoughts on how the wickets played the first few overs?
Well, we had the opportunity here a couple of weeks on Australia Day for the Women's Premier Cricket T20 Grand Final Day, 2 decks across to the right as we would look at it on the frog box screen as well. So
Next one is just played off the open face by Lowry, down to third man. Another single to the total, just ticking along here, the Rangers.
To be honest, I kind of like the decks the way they are here. They're obviously professionally managed and all that, and there's not a lot of real movement to it, but there is a bit of movement for the bowlers, but you're not getting any massive assistance, which is probably a good thing.
You do expect the new ball to nibble around. I think it has nibbled around a little bit early.
Yeah, it certainly has. I think both teams will be happy where they are now currently. As a big expansive drive here from Rogie. It's going towards that big long boundary towards the east, and even though they tried the big dive, they couldn't get there. Boundary now to Rogie. He moves along to 16. None for 33 here. One ball left in the ninth.
And to say that that's a long boundary, it is a long boundary. Because if anyone is actually here at the ground or has seen the field, even just driving past, you can almost sit there and play AFL on it. But sorry, AFL, you don't get an opportunity on this field. This is cricket and cricket only. It's about 90 to 95 metres square, hitting away from the main road.
Comes down the wicket again. He's with some disdain here, Rogie. He wants to get a move on. Maybe just gets the inside edge of the bat. It's well fielded by the man at mid-on. 9 overs down here at Cricket Central. It is the Limited Overs Cup final between the Northern District Rangers and the Sydney University students. The Rangers none for 34 after being put into bat, with Sydney University winning the toss. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Triple H Sports coverage of the Limit Overs final here from Cricket Central. Whether you're listening through our sports stream at sports.triplehfm.com.au or you're listening through the Cricket New South Wales YouTube page and Frogbox, we thank you very much for your listenership or viewership here. We have to get used to having the vision. We're not quite used to it. But we thank Dave McDonald from Alive being here. Also Mike Sheen, you would have heard from MacArthur Sports Radio. All hands on deck here for what's going to be an absolutely enthralling game, as Kieran Tate will come in for his 5th over from the far end, and Rogie just punches this one down the ground to the man at long on, and they'll pick up another single. None for 35 here. One ball into the 10th over.
That was just such a casual swagger there down the pitch there from Lowry. He's just walked straight past Kieran and almost giving him the stare. It's like, is that the best you got type thing, and just punched it past him and just swaggered past him. But said this field is absolutely superb. We'll give Macca the full tour later on that we were given on the women's T20 day as well. There's some interesting stuff out the back here.
Tate now to Lowry, and he flicks this one off the toes, but can only find the man at short mid-wicket. Good field position there, cutting off the single about 15 metres from the bat. No run.
I can tell you, we've been lucky enough to have the opportunity to train here on a couple of occasions throughout the year. It's a wonderful facility.
Oh, it's worth whatever they spent on it. That's for sure.
Especially on the other side of our broadcast facilities here as well.
Tate to Rogie, and nice off drive. Can he beat the man at mid-off? No, he can't.
That's an outstanding.
Well fielded.
Yeah, outstanding bit of fielding there.
This is an outstanding field here, but the facilities on the other side of the building that we were shown by head of women's competitions in Sean Mantle here on Australia Day is some of the facilities that you wouldn't think to be looking here at Australia, but we'll give a little bit more detail after this next ball.
So Tate coming in to Lowry. Nice ball. Still decking around a little bit. I think that one came back in just a little bit. But the nice big forward defensive shot out there by the skipper of the Rangers.
Something you would have been proud of yesterday, Mizzy, if you had to do in your 5th grade game, but luckily enough you didn't have to. But yeah, the facilities on the other side of this building here. Think of any pitch, any international test ground that they play on. They can replicate those facilities here. We'll explain more in a sec.
Tate again to Rogie, and he tries to go the big expansive. I think it's just missed the edge of the bat by a coat of varnish. Again, Macca, just that new ball just seaming around a little bit.
And it's probably a good thing there for Lowry, because it has nibbled away. I'm actually right in line with middle stump, and had that ball not nipped away, might have got a tickle through to Cummins. But again, some good bowling early here from Sydney Uni.
Yeah, it certainly has been. They've used this new ball very well. But Rangers will be happy they haven't lost a wicket yet, as this one's short outside off. It makes it through the man at cover. They'll look for 2.
No.
But well in by the fielder there at mid-off, cleaning up the crumbs after gets through the cover fielder. But 10 overs gone here at Cricket Central. The Rangers, after losing the toss and being sent into bat, none for 36. Lowry is on 12 off 28. Rogie is 18 off 32. Tate's 5 overs, only gone for 12.
So as I was saying before, if you can imagine any type of test pitch, Lords, Mount Maunganui.
They got the slope out there too, have they?
Yep, no, but
they don't have. I've been out there. They don't have the slope.
No, but any major test field you could think of around the world, or any here in Australia, any national field, Allan Border, the Gabba, Wacker, Adelaide Oval, they have the turf and the facilities to be able to replicate that type of pitch. So whether you may want to have the Australian team come in here, say you're going on a trip over to Sri Lanka.
Do you think they'll make one up for like my Effingham ground in England, so I can have a trundle before I go away? Or yeah, I think I'm not up that far up the totem pole.
It's funny you bring this up. We're 2-0 down in the Test series against India, and you're saying here how we can replicate conditions anywhere in the world.
They can
We
replicate.
can't teach them how to play spin.
Yeah, that's the problem.
They need to come here before they go to India next time.
But bowling wise, they are able to prepare any surface for any of the major grounds in Australia or around the world, so you can actually learn to play on it. But obviously this wasn't ready in time before the current Australian India series.
Well, Hugo Akita's coming in again from the northern or broadcast end here of Cricket Central. First ball to Lowry, just played out out to mid wicket, no run.
But but Sean Mantle, the women's head of competitions, and Darren Goodger, the umpires coordinator, gave us a tour, and the facilities are second to none. The dressing rooms are absolutely massive here. Huge auditorium where you can do your debriefs.
Well, the boardroom commentary area. Yeah. It is great as Akita comes in again. This one's on off stump.
Trouble.
They'll hit and run, but he does make his ground there, the skipper. I think that's what they need to do now here, Macca. Just keep rotating this strike. I'd say it's been a pretty neutral start so far. The students will be happy that they haven't quite got away, and the Rangers will be happy they haven't lost a wicket.
Yeah, as I said, the new ball just hasn't come into fruition in terms of wickets, but Northern Districts will be happy if they just build a nice solid start.
You also have to remember this: the first lot of 10 overs, so the first power play is finished. So now Uni can now filter another player or two out to have their 4 max for the next 30 overs as well. So it should give you a bit of extra room here on the inner circle to be able to punch some of those singles away.
Akita coming into Rogie, and again just angling it in towards the pads. Nice shot off those pads by Rogie. It goes towards that short boundary. A bit of a whoops out there. I think they might have just dragged it inside before it went for 4. No signals from the umpire, but good piece of fielding there. But I said that this carpet-like surface here at Cricket Central, plus that is the shorter boundary towards the main road / western side.
Just noticed from that shot and also that drive in the previous over, you're certainly seeing the ball. It really gets away as it gets further into the outfield. It's quite a great run on this field. So value for shots, no question, here at Cricket Central.
Goes Akita, now it comes in again. It's a Lowry. They picked up 3 on that one, and right on off stump, right in the block hole. He's been able to keep it out, but I think that's where more Hugo Akita needs to be. Just been getting too much on the pads. Easy pickings for these batters, but it's hard to play anything other than a defensive shot to a ball like that.
That one definitely. Also, the other things I know Cricket New South Wales are wanting to be able to bring here are Sheffield Shield games, some of your second 11 or your Toyota League games. Also, some of the women's Big Bash instead of taking them out to Blacktown International.
Next delivery here, and tries to play it down to third man, but it just got big on him and it got close into him. He's getting some nice step back here, is Hugo Akita, and almost had the skipper in trouble there in Dave Lowry. But yeah, you would think that there's a little bit of extra room. If they could maybe get a bit more seating or something like that in here, it would be a good home for the Thunder. I don't think you can take the Sixers away from North Sydney Oval.
No.
I think they've made a really good home there, but for the Thunder, they're looking for somewhere if they can't play at the showgrounds, and maybe just Blacktown's not the place, but here certainly could be, as Keita comes into Lowry again, just on leg stump, and he flicks this one through, but there is a man out there now sweeping on the onside boundary, so Lowry picks up another single to finish the over. He's on 14, Rogi's on 21, and it is none for 41 here in the 11th over.
The one thing we can tell you, we are currently in negotiations with Cricket New South Wales to be here on the 19th of March, which is the Women's Premier Cricket First Grade One-Day Grand Final. So we may be here again only in a couple of weeks' time from now, but whilst we're just waiting for one of the helmets to be brought out for Tim Cummins, the keeper.
Yeah, Devlin Malone looks like he's going to make his way. Yeah. He can be a difference maker, this guy.
He definitely can. We'll go around to some of the scores from the first grade women's Premier Cricket games currently in progress. Down at Glenmagraw Oval, St George Sutherland are taking on Bankstown. Bankstown batting first are 4 for 27. Northern Districts are at home at Asquith Oval taking on Campbelltown Camden. Northern Districts are currently none for 12. Out at Drummoyne Oval, Sydney Ladies taking on Manly Warringah. Manly won the toss and batting first, are none for 47. No scores from the Penrith University's game out of Howell Oval. Hopefully the carrier pigeon will decide to put the Wi-Fi on and be able to send some signals back through to My Cricket and Play HQ. And we'll get to the Parramatta Gordon game shortly.
Well, Devlin Malone into the attack from the southern end and straight on the money at first delivery. You wouldn't expect any less from him. We've seen his impact in the 2020 version. I'm sure he'll have the same impact here. Is the next one again.
Very well bowled.
He's on that spot, isn't he, Macca? He just hurries the batsman. He doesn't give you any room to free those arms.
Oh, listen, I think it's a very, very good move from Tim Cummins to bring him on early.
I said he's already looking good the first two, and then the third one just there. Lowry can't do anything other than block it back down the pitch.
And in that last game out at Maryland's Oval, Parramatta taking on Gordon. Gordon batting first, then none for 36.
Yeah, I think Malone here, he will be a big difference maker here for the students. He comes in again and right on that spot again. Muffled appeal by the students, but it's good to see that they've got the back of a big cult hero within this student side.
First four balls all been flat and quick.
So he goes again, but this one's on leg stump. There's nobody down at fine leg, and even though that is the longer boundary, it is rocketed along the carpet. He said his first four good balls there, and then just on leg stump, and it's let Lowry being able to just swing through the line.
The only issue is he's dragged it down. Unfortunately, instead of, again, he's tried to bowl the fifth ball flat and quick in a row. He's paid the price.
And that's taken all of about maybe 2.5, 3 seconds to cover that 85, 90 metre run.
Yeah, there's a long boundary out there. This one's outside off stump, and he's been able to pick the gap between point and backward point. It is the shorter boundary towards this western side, but as I said, he's seen the ball really well now, the skipper in Lowry. 2 fours in a row. He now moves along to 22, and it's none for 49 off 12. As I said, it was a good start by Malone, but just those last 2 balls, gets it on leg stump, then just tries to overcorrect, and great shot there to pick the gap between point and backward point there. Not much room to work with.
It's, again, it's a matter of inches, this game. Just a little bit of width there, just a little bit shorter. Was able to find the gap. It was a shame for Sydney Uni then. Four very good balls first up. As we see a bit of a conference going on here.
They're trying to work out whether Hugo Ikeda stays on, because it looks like that they're talking to Tim Cummins, or they possibly look at changing him going double spin.
I don't know. I think they want to work out what Ikeda's plan is, because as I said, they did set up on the offside for him to be bowling outside off stump, but he was getting very much on the leg stump where he didn't have that protection.
So we just have a quick look at the field, guys. It's obviously fine leg on the fence. Now, We see third man's coming up, which means looks like square leg is going out to the fence as well. So deep mid on, and we've got a deep cover about 15 in from the rope. So yes, this is the plan.
Well, Akita will come in again for his third over, and this one's a bit better. It's outside off stump, angling back in. Roger can just play it back down to that fielder. It's sort of a straightish mid-wicket, but he was well and truly there to stop any runs coming through.
Now, sorry, Mizzy, I've just got a score update from my spell here.
Mate, go for it.
I can tell you Shane Evans has dropped 4 names since I've been on.
Only 4, as the next one here, well played by Rogie, but straight to the man at short cover, no run. I'm surprised it's only 4. Generally, it's about 4 in 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, I've only been on 3 overs,
Oh,
so that's
true.
about right.
Okay.
Love your work.
Changing types of cricket, we'll go across to Adelaide Oval for the Marsh Cup game between South Australia and Victoria. South Australia won the toss, decided to bowl. Victoria are 1 for 21 at the end of the 5th over.
Here you go, Keita to Rogie. Rogie wants to really get a move on now. I said it is cut off by that sweeper. He is a long way out there, and he's still not even 3/4 of the way to the boundary.
Yes, Malone out there.
He's a good 60 metres away from the bat, and there's still probably 20 more metres to the boundary.
Well, if you look at if you're watching this on the frog box setup, you'll see obviously the way the ground's been cut. So you've got the different rectangles. Each rectangle is roughly 15 metres in width, so that gives you a bit of a way to guide how far you are away from the actual pitch itself.
Akita just pulls up in his follow through. I don't know whether it's the plane. It's not quite like Drummoyne Oval where we've called the last few games here on Triple H Sport, where we're getting the plane every 5 minutes, but certainly looks like the next flight to...
Probably heading over towards Perth now, isn't it?
Probably is. There's the next one from Akita, just angling it again onto those stumps, but played to mid-wicket, no run.
Also over the Basin Reserve, just for Kiwi. We know he's in the background at the moment.
He's loving it.
New Zealand was actually doing okay in this second innings after being rolled for 209 in their first. Being told by Ben Stokes, you can follow on. They're currently none for 32. Still 194 behind England's first innings total of 8 declared for 435.
Well, as Akita again comes in and just angling through as Lowry just beats that man at backward point. Well cleaned up by the fielder down at third man. That brings up the 51 for the Rangers here in the 13th over. So, as we're saying, probably a start that both teams will have be happy with. Because I said, the way that at least Rogie's looking, he would want to be on a few more at this stage of the innings, as he's now back on strike. And again, he just pushes it through the gap there between point and backward point. They'll look for 2, but I think Lowry does a good thing and sends back Rogie. I don't think there was 2 there. It was well fielded by the students. So 13 overs gone here, none for 52 with both batters on 23 here. Akita, his 3 overs have cost 15.
Also, the other Marsh Cup game that's just about to start down at Blundstone Arena, Tasmania taking on West Australia. Tasmania have won the toss and they have decided to bat later on this afternoon at 2:05 Sydney time. Up at the Gabba, you'll have the Queensland Bulls taking on our beloved New South Wales Blues.
Was it Chris Green playing in that game? Big out for the Rangers to have him on New South Wales duty. I'm sure they would love to have him here today.
Oh, of course they would. But yeah, so that game will start at 2:05 Sydney time, but we will obviously give you updates on that game during the chase innings from this game here.
Well, we'll just say that the Frog Box score does look like it's still struggling to keep up. We will keep giving you updates on the score as Malone starts his second over. Just let go there by Rogie through the keeper.
Yeah.
We can tell you it is none for 52 off 13.1. Bit different to what Frogbox is telling you at the moment. As Malone comes in again and Rogie just plays that off the open face. It rolls away to that short boundary, but Macca again just picking that gap between point and backward point. There's only about 5 metres between those fielders, but again, just being able to guide it through.
Perfect placement again, and he doesn't have to stray much in width, Malone. And it's a risk of a boundary every time. It's running so fast, and it is a very short boundary.
It certainly is. It's a wonder target for both teams as again Roger tries to play it outside the off stump. Maybe just a bit closer to the stumps this time. Couldn't quite get the power on it, and it's fielded there at point, no run.
Well, the one thing we can say about Frogbox, the vision is correct.
Certainly is, as Roger gets the big inside edge on that one, trying to go down the ground, but good effort there from the fielder at square leg to get around and just cut that off for one. Hugo Akita doing the big spell, having to make the meters at backward square leg there as well.
But yeah, so the vision on Frogbox is correct, but the link did go down for a couple of balls earlier, and I think that the guys who are doing all the updating are trying to catch up on it at the moment, but the score doesn't show it correctly.
The carrier pigeon's gone on strike.
At least our internet is working and coming through decently.
But once again,
it looks like
guys, I think Akita's hurt himself in that dive.
Yeah, he's landed on his right shoulder, and yeah, he's not looking 100% at the moment. So
that could be a problem for the students,
considering he's one of their main bowlers that they want as well. But we can also see that the two districts batters are getting some water on board, and it looks like David Lowry's getting a couple of Panadol as well.
It'll be hard work out there. It's not quite like the nice air conditioning boardroom that we're calling from up here in Cricket Central.
Yeah.
We do thank Cricket New South Wales for hosting us and having us here. As I said, it's a bit fancy for what we're used to calling from, but yeah, it's going to be a hot day for those players. And as I said, even 13.4 overs under that helmet, you're going to be starting to feel it.
At least the one thing we can safely say here is, I don't think, unless someone hits a ball really, really well, I don't think a ball's coming anywhere near us today. Where we know at other grounds that we call on, there's usually a very good chance that we'll catch one somewhere close to our broadcast facilities.
Oh, you've just put the knocker on at Shane Evans.
He just wants to try and take the catch and fall out the window or something.
Well, considering we are 2.5 stories up, and it is a 75-metre straight hit.
It's a pretty short straight hit, Shane.
No, to where we are here.
It is possible to get it up
75.
here. Maybe we need one of the big Mercantile Mutual Cup signs or something up here with us.
Mercantile who?
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know.
What do you want me to call the ING Cup or something? It's always be the Mercantile Mutual Cup to me.
Guys, sorry to jump in. Looks like Akita will remain on the field.
Yeah, that arm's dangling a bit though, isn't it, Macca?
He does look worse for wear, but obviously such a key bowler for this side.
Just hopefully it's a burner and that it will sort itself out in the next couple of overs. But we know that shoulders can actually get worse, obviously, if you're still running around on it and it doesn't relocate properly. So
Malone comes in again now to Lowry. Another inside edge there, so they're not quite reading him off the pitch. Almost cops the ball back in the back of the head, does Lowry again as it comes through from the mid-wicket fielder.
Might have been a wrong end there.
As I said, he is keeping the batters guessing, which is what he needs to do, as the next one again just gets flicked through the onside. There is the sweeper out there, so they'll only pick up one. So 14 overs now gone here at Cricket Central. None for 58, the Rangers. They lost the toss and got sent into bat by the students. Lowry's on 24, Roger's on 28, Malone now 14 off his 2 overs. I'll have a break in after the next over, and I'm sure Shane will as well. We'll get Mike and Mike back in the commentary box after this next over.
The two Mikes, yeah, that'd be something different, yeah.
As we look at
Mike and Mac.
Right, and Matt. So Shane, you're the odd one out. What's going on?
The M&Ms. The M&Ms.
All the M's. We are going to get a change here. Max Hope making his way into the attack for the students. So it'll be interesting to see.
Left arm slow by the look.
Well, he is going to have this short boundary here on the leg side for this right-handed. So he's going to have to be outside that off stump.
If that's the case, then I'll be quite happy at the end of this over to go and have a break. might go downstairs and catch up with a couple of the Cricket New South Wales guys and see if we can possibly line up some of the non-playing staff from both teams to come up and give us some guest stints.
Anyone in particular?
Haven't worked that out, haven't got that far yet, but I'll see what I can do.
We'll see. Well, Hope first one, and it is outside off stump, and Lowry just sort of pushes this one out through to the sweeper that's on the cover boundary. Another single.
I was just
To the
hoping he'd
total.
actually drop a name.
He's worked you out, Macca. He's worked you out.
Interesting move, this one. Bringing Hope on here, guys. I think
it's more to give a catered shoulder
I
arrest.
think you're right, definitely. Might be just a little earlier than they'd planned.
Yeah, and that one's short, and it didn't get up though, but it's still played around the corner by Rogie, out to the man, out on the mid-wicket boundary. Another single there, but that ball didn't quite get up as much as you were expecting to, did it?
Again, it was reasonably flat in terms of the delivery.
I said Hope here, maybe not expecting to be on this early, but he's going to have to do a job for his side, as that one is pushed past Malone there at backward point. He's chasing hard, and he just picks it up inside that boundary down there down at third man. They'll pick up 2, but that could have easily been 4. Good chase by Malone.
He did really well then to get rid of that ball very quickly, because that obviously put the doubt straight in the runner's mind. And restricted to 2.
Yeah, there's good placement there to beat the man at backward point. Where's this next one? This one's on the stumps, but maybe a little bit of top spin on that one. Bounces a little bit more than Rogie was expecting.
A little bit more flight, a little bit slower, that one.
Yeah, I think he's going to really have to change up his pace here to be effective on this wicket. It's been a good one so far, as the next one again, just probing on that off stump. He's got through his first 5 balls here, only gone for the 4 runs. So Macca will take you through the change of over here. Myself and Shane will come out after this delivery, and we'll get Mike and Mike back in the commentary position for you, as last delivery from Hope, and it's again played out on the offside, straight to point, no run. 15 overs gone, none for 62 other Rangers, and we'll let the commentary team come in and change.
Lowry, 27 off 48 balls. Rogie, 29 off 42, both with 4 boundaries each. The run rate, of course, is 4.133. As we welcome the Mayor of Macarthur, Mr. Mike Sheen.
Morning, Dave. Great to be with you today, buddy.
And as long as the Kiwis can hang on for a little bit longer, we'll continue to see
We'll
a
take
smile on this man's face. Kiwi Mick,
Yep.
it's great.
Basin Reserve's actually my old original home ground, so I used to live right next to it.
No, there you go.
There we go.
So Devlin Malone coming in from the far end, bowls to Lowry, who just cuts into the covers. I'll take an easy single. There's a man out at deep cover to take that one. The score moves along to none for 63 in the 16th over.
This is a really crucial part, I think, these 5 overs, because the students need a wicket.
Malone in, that one just pushed off the back foot by the Rangers there, no run.
Malone's been a little bit more expensive than he normally would be. 2.2 overs, no wicket for 15, so they're getting a hold of him early here.
Malone in, Lowry just squeezes that one out to point, but no chance of a run.
Oh, Mick, in his first over, again, 4 great deliveries, and then obviously strayed and was put away. Again, it's just such good conditions for batting here.
Malone in, Lowry again tries to squeeze to that man at point, just on the edge of the circle. Can't find a way through though, no run.
I think if all the bowlers I've watched in my life, he's probably the quickest at getting through an over. He'd be up in the top 3.
There'd be a podium finish for sure with...
Probably bronze.
I can tell you, I'm not
Well.
far behind. I'm off 3 steps.
Malone in. Lowry this time beats that man at point. There's a sweeper out there, so I'll take the easy single. None for 64 in over number 16 of this One Day Cup final. Northern District's just starting to get away here from University. Tim Cummins behind the stumps. He'd be getting a little bit nervous, a little bit concerned, but he's gone to Devlin Malone, who's in now. Rogie just cuts, finds that man at just a backward point. That's the end of the over. 16 down, none for 64 Northern Districts after being sent in.
So, again, twin spin at the moment. Max Hope will be coming in for his second over shortly. But yes, you're right. I wouldn't be. It's not panic stations yet, Mike Sheen.
No.
But
I'd be getting nervous though.
Yeah, it's a solid start, isn't it? I mean, in a final, batting first, not losing a wicket for the first 16 overs, you're setting the foundation. You've got players like, Daniel Anderson and that to come, who got 83 not out in their semi-final 2 weeks ago. So that's probably the most informed batter in this format.
They're looking pretty sharp here, the Rangers. It'll be Hope from the broadcast end. University needing a bit of hope as he bowls now to Lowry. Looks like it might have taken a deflection off the pad there. We'll see what the umpire says there. No, came off the bat. So Lowry 29, none for 65.
and I can confirm, Mike Sheen, you're on the board with your first bad punt of the day.
Thank
Oh,
you.
is that what that is?
I've
Wait
got,
till I
I've got
get
a million
going.
of them, Macca, as you know. There's plenty of them.
I know, mate.
Hope in again. Lowry just pushing down the pitch. Giving a bit of respect to Max Hope here.
I think he got 6 for 16 off 7 in their semi-final 2 weeks ago, though. So
Hope in.
coming in with a bit of form.
Roger again just defending on the front foot. Conditions here absolutely ideal at Cricket Central. A perfect day, temperature in the high 20s. Hope off a McDonald approach. That one driven to the man at mid-off, a whitish mid-off, no run.
Except he bowls a lot quicker than me.
Mate, I think Father Tom's quicker than you, isn't he?
He's about twice as quick as me.
Yeah, I can't say much. Hope in again, left arm round the wicket. That one pulled through mid-wicket. There's 2 men out there, so they'll just take the easy single. Roger to 31, none for 66. 1 ball remaining in over number 17. David Lowry, the acting captain today, 29 not out. He'll wait for Max Hope, the right-hander. Settles as Hope trundles in. That one just cut through the covers nicely. There's a man out in the deep, so again, an easy single. They're rolling along nicely here, Northern Districts. After 17, it's none for 67.
Tidy over there from Hope. I need a few back-to-back just to try and put some pressure. Again, they just seem to be just cruising along at the moment here, Lowry and Rogie. Experienced pair.
And the university side going to Devlin Malone and Max Hope. Malone, an experienced first grade bowler in Sydney, and he's certainly capable of producing a real spell to bring university back into this game. You'll need to produce a bit of something here. Bowling to Lowry, who just punches down the ground to long on. Another easy single. Lowry to 31, none for 68.
Yeah, I've seen Malone has some great T20 spells over that competition a couple of months ago. Figures of like 3 for 9 off 4 and stuff, so he's definitely got it in him.
That one just
Well
defended by Lowry. Back down the pitch. Malone seems to have that radar locked on at the moment. Took a bit in the first couple of overs, but the last over and a bit he's really settled into his work and has found his line as he comes in now. That one just left alone outside off. Good leave there from Scott Roger. There's only 2 types of leaves, they tell me, Macca.
A good one and a bad one.
That's it. That was a good one.
Add that to the puns.
That's very true. Very true.
Malone in. Roger decides to cut. Cuts down the sweeper in the deep in the covers. They'll take an easy single.
Quite often, if a batsman will leave the ball and it only just to miss the stumps, you know, the fielders behind the wicket will usually get into you and say, "Oh,
a little bit of chat."
That was such a close leave." Well, no, a leave's a leave. If it doesn't hit the stumps, it's a good leave.
That's it. That one swept in the air over the top of the square leg umpire. Safely though, there was a man just backward of square leg. That one found green grass. They took a single, so none for 70 in the 18th over. Lowry 32 and Rogie 31. Lowry waits. In fact, Lowry watches as Malone into Rogie, who just pushes to a wideish mid-off. That's the end of the over. 18 down, none for 70. The run rate sitting at about 4 and over.
And Lowry's definitely sped up his run rate. He was going a little bit slow, but he's pretty much almost level now with Rogie, so they're balancing it out beautifully. What a foundation they've got here, this opening partnership. They've put the bricks in place now, and great conditions. I think they could get 250 here.
I think that's looking pretty good. The thing about their innings so far, it's been not chanceless. There's been no real danger of losing a wicket. So, again, it's a really important time for Uni right now.
They will need something a bit special if they're going to break this partnership. Lowry on 32, waiting for a new over from Max Hope, who's in now, and he just defends that first one down to long off. I'll take the easy single, none for 71.
Good sign, guys. This crowd is just gradually building up here.
Yep. We were just chatting off air about my first time here at Cricket Central. This is a beautiful facility, I have to say.
Yeah.
An amazing facility here at Silverwater. Hope in, Rogie leaves, outside off, through to Cummins.
Couple of young gentlemen bringing in an esky, so it looks like they're ready for a good Sunday arvo.
They're set for a day out.
Yep.
That's a large esky.
Hope.
It's like the Cronulla Sharks blue colour there.
That one, a flat bat pull shot down the ground, finds long on. They fire it in, but an easy single there to be taken. None for 72. Rogie to 33. Lowry also on 33. Hope just off the edge of the square. Into Lowry, who just pushes forward back down the pitch. Really respecting the bowling here, these two. The good balls, they'll get in behind it, defend it. But when it's there, they will give it the full treatment. Hope in his third over, none for 9. And he comes round the wicket to David Lowry. And again, on the back foot, just defending. They're happy to defend here, Northern Districts. Happy to bide their time. Nearly 20 overs down and 72 on the board. So they're very happy with where they're at, no doubt. University would love a wicket or two in a hurry. Hope in. Lowry just pushes into the offside, beats a diving Hope, and they take an easy single. None for 73.
Another tidy over from Hope. Peers, gentlemen, we will be having a drinks break.
Yeah. Wow. 19 overs down, none for 73. Northern Districts rolling along nicely as we take a drink in the One Day Cup final here at Cricket Central in Silverwater.
Looks like it's time for me to Google the old New Zealand-England score while we can take a breath there.
I think
or have we got it there?
If you go onto that far machine down the end, you'll be able to bring that up. Actually, I might see if I can save the hassle and do it for you. There it is.
There we go.
Just wait for it to...
Might even be the lunch break there at the moment, I'd say, because normally at 11 o'clock...
It is the lunch break indeed, Mick. I can confirm New Zealand at lunch, none for 40. They trail England by 186 runs with all 10 wickets in hand.
I was just looking on the screen there. They've got the highlights of that thrilling T20 Cup, World Cup semi-final, England and South Africa.
Yeah, what a game that was.
I was watching that live the other morning.
Yeah.
That was a thrilling final. You thought England were going to get home, but that one over where they took 2 or 3 wickets in a hurry really upset the English.
Was it Tasman Smits? Is that?
I'm not sure.
The opener for South Africa, and she used to be a javelin thrower.
I'm not.
She did.
I didn't know that.
I googled it on my run at Primrose Park yesterday. I don't know if you guys know where that is.
No, I can't say I'm familiar with that.
Down the road from my place.
Oh, that's right.
The things you do. You know?
Yeah, you guys are isolated up there on the peninsula.
Yeah.
I'm North Shore.
You're North Shore as opposed to peninsula.
Mr. Hills cricket himself, Dave McDonald.
Guys, that's a good segue for something else. Live and around the grounds, guys.
Yep.
Marsh Cup, South Australia won the toss, elected to bowl. Victoria 2 for 32 after 10.3. Tasmania against Western Australia, 3.5 overs gone. They are none for 7 down there in Hobart.
And of course, the Queensland New South Wales match a little bit later on
2:05
this
from
afternoon.
the Gabba.
And I'm just trying to check around the grounds the women's first grade cricket. I don't know if you can get to that before I can, Dave. But
very shortly.
there is one particular game of interest for a lot of our listeners, both through MacArthur Sports Radio and through Triple H Sport.
I'll go through them quickly.
Yep.
Bankstown 6 for 48 against
Wow.
St George, the Slayers from St George Sutherland. Northern Districts none for 40 against Campbelltown Camden.
Okay,
Of course, there
not
you
bad.
go. That's
not bad.
the one in focus for you guys. Manly Warringah 2 for 69 against Sydney. Again, the Carrier Pigeons still on strike at Howe Oval. And at Maryland's, one for the Alive 90.5 listeners, Parramatta are bowling against Gordon. Gordon 1 for 78. So that is the live updates from women's
Yeah,
New
and
South Wales Premier Cricket.
I did note a couple of names in the Campbelltown side. A couple of names of note. Lauren Cheadle and Annika Leroyd, both playing for the Ghosts women today.
Couple of handy players.
Yeah, Hannah Darlington unavailable, but for a good reason. She's playing in the National Indigenous Cricket Championships in Alice Springs.
Yeah.
HD part of the New South Wales.
Of course, the Impartial
Team.
Cup back
Yes.
on again. One of my teammates is actually in the New South Wales side up there, Duxie. Good luck to our women and men in that tournament. It's a great tournament. In fact, it's
Been running for many, many years, that Indigenous championship.
Back to Tasman Brits, the South African opening batter who pretty much won the game with her batting. She's a South African athlete and cricketer. She won gold in the javelin throw at the 2007 World Youth Championships. She was in line to be selected for the 2012 Summer Olympics in London before being involved in a road accident which left her hospitalised for 2 months. So she's come from that to play cricket.
Play cricket and playing at the highest level.
32 years old.
that's
So she'll be playing in the final tonight, won't she, or tomorrow morning?
Tonight at midnight.
Yep.
First ball after the drinks break, a full toss from Devlin Malone to Scott Rodgie, and he just swept that one through square leg for a single, none for 74.
I think he got away with one there.
Yeah.
Malone. I said there, he's the man out there at his forward square, and the only other man out there is at deep mid on. So there was plenty of room. The other men out in the deep. We've got a deep cover and a deep mid off.
As Malone in, Rodgie just leaves outside off through to Tim Cummins.
Some hint of some spin there too.
He mixes it up, doesn't he? He throws in the odd spinner.
Malone in again. What's he got this time? That one's a straighter one. Angling towards leg stump. That one through mid-wicket. They just get the single. None for 75 in the 20th over.
Rodgie was never thinking about 2 there.
No. They've been happy to take the singles off Malone and Hope. They're just happy to keep the scoreboard ticking over. If there's one there, they will take it. Malone in. Tried to chop one outside off. Tim Cummins took it gratefully. Didn't get an edge on it, so it remains none for 75.
Just a little too tight to cut, but he is looking for that gap in behind.
This time he drives back down the pitch. Malone gets a hand on it. They just take the easy single again. None for 76. 20th over. Just rolling along here, Northern Districts. I think that 250 total. This pitch looks like a good one. Malone in. Last ball of the over. That one driven straight down the ground. Again, they're just eyeing off that single, and that's all they'll take. None for 77 after 20 overs here in the One Day Cup final.
He's brought his figures back a bit, hasn't he? Now 5 overs, no wicket for 23. His first couple, he was on about sort of 15 off those first 2. So there's the tried and tested Devlin Malone sort of in those middle overs, slowing it down.
Max Hope doing a very good job at the at this broadcast end.
Yeah, we've just seen, guys, the run rate's just crept under 4 for the first time. Again, it was just hovering around that 4 mark, but they have just pulled it back slightly, the students.
Let's see what Max Hope can do from this broadcast end. His 4th over, his figures none for 10. Around the wicket, bowls to David Lowry, who drives straight. Again, just happy to take that single. The sweeper at long on comes into field. Certainly not trying to pick that gap between long on and long off, Dave. There's a good gap straight down the ground, but...
element of risk to do so.
Yes. That one cut through the covers nicely. Again, sweeper in the deep, keeps it to 1. None for 79.
Are we thinking a comfortable Australia win tonight against South Africa in the women's final, or do you think we'll be close?
I think it's going to be very tight. Watching the 2 semi-finals,
Yep.
I think this will be very tight. A full house at Newlands, no less.
Oh, yeah.
Hope in, Rogie just pushes. Man, it's sort of a short 45 on the offside.
South Africa with a massive home crowd advantage then.
30, I think I heard 30,000 at
Yeah,
Newlands.
that's going to be...
That is going to be a massive factor, and if that
Yep.
crowd gets into it, look out. Hope in, Rogie just pushes back down the pitch. Yeah, if that crowd, that Newlands crowd gets vocal on a Sunday afternoon, that could be a big factor against the Aussies, but still back the girls in. Their 7th Cup T20 final. Hope bowls, Rogie just happy to defend. Yeah, I think the Aussies will be too strong, but
Yeah.
I think this is always taking on the home team in a final, whatever it is, always a tougher task playing the home team on their patch. Hope, last ball of the over to Rogie. Again, finds that sweeper in the deep.
That helped South Africa against England too, didn't it? Once that crowd
massively.
got going when they were getting that one-handed catch by Brits as well, took that one.
Yeah.
She got 4 catches in
Took
the
3 or
innings.
4 herself, yeah.
Yeah.
None for 80 after 21. She some amazing catches
Yep.
in the outfield in that semi-final. If they can get on a bit of a run and get the crowd involved,
Yeah.
suddenly it's a whole different ball game. If the Aussies post a big total, and I noticed there was around 160 was a good score there.
Yeah.
If they can get a 180, 190, if we can get the likes of Mooney, Healy, Lanning, get these types going early if they bat first, and if Darcy Brown, if they're bowling first, if the likes of Darcy Brown can get a couple of wickets, take the crowd out of it. Looks like we've got a bowling change
Megan
here.
Schutt's opening as well, wasn't she?
Yeah, Shoot has been in pretty good form for the Aussie women's team.
Yep.
Change of bowling here at the far end. Not familiar with the confines of this ground, so
17.
looks like just wait for the board.
Stitched up with a, I think with
Someone
the
stitched me
numbers
up.
here. Yep.
Yeah, well,
We will find out in just a
we'll
moment.
just wait for the scoreboard to update. I'm sure the scorers are all over who it is coming on from the
It
far
might be
end.
Ryan McElduff by the look, I'm pretty sure, but we'll
Okay.
confirm that.
Yeah, because we've only got one number for him, but we've got several players with 2 different numbers. So
Yes.
it is, yeah,
Yeah.
with confirmation.
McElduff.
Getting a nod from the deep that it should be McElduff. So he comes in from the far end, bowling to David Lowry. That one pulled.
Oh,
beaten.
Oh,
Diving chance at square leg. Beats the man there. Sliding save in the deep. And they'll come back for 2, I think it was.
Yep.
But a tough chance there at just backward of square leg. And 2 taken, none for 82. First real chance for University. They couldn't take it. It was a tough one, but it was there. McElduff in again to Rogie, who
Oh, that has turned a mile.
almost chops it on, gets a very late edge on that, and they take an easy single.
Just want to watch the replay here. That has turned extremely sharply.
That turned a long way.
Ravi Ashwin.
Wow.
That was a beauty from McElduff. He's into Lowry now, who sweeps and sweeps nicely. Beats the short fine leg. It'll race away towards the boundary. I don't think it will be caught. It's not. 4 more to the total for Northern Districts. They go to none for 87 feet up in the 22nd over.
Again, just straying a little bit, and that's all you need.
Yep. They're looking like they're going to sort of target Mackleduff here, aren't they? Those other two bowlers were bowling pretty tight, but they're thinking, let's push the go button.
They're certainly trying to find it. Mackleduff winds up. Another sweep from Lowry. I don't think this one's got as much on it. They'll take 2. That'll be pulled in just inside the
Should
rope.
get 3.
And they take a comfortable 3 in the end. Feet back down, none for 90 in the 22nd over.
Yeah, interesting try. He's taken that outside off stump and played behind square. Smart batting.
So Mackleduff going for 10 in his first over. 2 balls remaining. Tim Cummins just changing the field. Looks like that sweeper's going a little bit squarer, square leg. Mackleduff in. That one beats, no, it doesn't beat the diving square leg. Nice work there from the fielder there at square leg. No run. None for 90 the score.
Run rate back over 4 as well now.
Yes. Rogie 40, Lowry 44, Mackleduff in.
Oh, it's wide, unfortunately. It's spun past the pad.
So we'll have it again. Is that the first wide of the day?
No, Tate bowled a couple of wides in an over
Okay.
earlier on.
Okay.
Yep.
In again, that one beats the man at mid-wicket who punches the ground in disgust. They only take the one though. None for 92 after 22 overs. Lowry 44 and Rogie 41.
Oh, it's just, again, let the pressure off a little bit, as Mick, you were saying before.
Yep.
They've just pulled the run rate back a bit and only takes 1 over. Instead, back now 4.181.
Straight away when Malone was switched, they sped it up a bit. Didn't they know that Malone, they're just going to hold him out? Can't believe they haven't lost a wicket yet. This is pretty impressive stuff.
We've only seen one chance all day, which was that catch here, which is very tough, you know. But I suppose if you get a hand on it, it's a chance.
That it is.
We see hope.
Hope from the broadcast end, continuing to David Lowry, who pulls that one wide of the man at short mid-wicket, or shortish mid-on. They take the single, none for 93. Just rolling along here nicely, Northern Districts. This is looking like a big total for the Rangers. Hope around the wicket. That one driven too long on again. Comfortable single, not looking for anything more than one there. One for 94 in the 23rd over.
Lowry's actually overtaken Rogie with his run rate now.
He has
So
now. Both off 67 balls.
Hope in, bowls to Rogie. Whips that one through mid-wicket nicely. They'll take one. I think they want a second. They do. Rogie will get back comfortably for 2. Nicely worked through square leg there. Score to none for 96.
Bit of a shout there from Hope. He walked across and played that from in front of the stumps.
Hope left arm round the wicket. Bowling to Scott Rogie. Just gives it the maker's name and pushes back down the pitch. Not sure how Sydney Uni can unlock this opening partnership for Northern Districts, but they need to do it in a hurry. Hope in. Rogie drives down the ground stylishly. Long on, just trots into field and tips it to an easy single. None for 97. One ball left in the 23rd over. There's Hope in. Again, they find that man at long on who comes in about 15 or 20 metres to field, but a comfortable single nonetheless. 23 down, none for 98.
Feel it starting to warm up here at Cricket Central, boys.
Yep.
I think the forecast was for
30,
low
was it?
30s today, so
And possible afternoon storm.
sitting at about 26 at the moment, heading for 31 today. So a lovely day, well worth coming out to Cricket Central on Silverwater Road at Silverwater.
Takes a lot to get you out of the MacArthur, mate. So
Steady
just
on, Dave.
says how good this place
Steady
is.
on.
We welcome you
Mate.
to the lovely city of Parramatta here, mate.
Yeah, lovely part of the world. But no, I jumped at the opportunity when a few other commitments fell away. I jumped at the chance to be part of this, so great to be on board. Yeah, another change
of bowling here.
Butchart.
It is number 6 on Butchart.
He'll come on from the far end of the ground.
So yet more spin.
Yep.
But I think we saw some real purchase out of a couple of deliveries there from McElduff.
Butchart in. I'm just defended. They thought about a single, took a half, but Lowry took a half run and then decided no, better option is to stay put. Butchart only off a handful of paces. Lowry just trying to turn that one into the leg side, but Cummins raced around to field that one. One beats a diving mid-off. That'll be a good chase for the man at long off. He won't pull it in. That's the 100 for Northern Districts. None for 102. And I think that also brings up a 50 for David Lowry.
Yeah.
Well played. 50 off 71 deliveries, 6 boundaries, and that was probably the nicest one of the lot. There wasn't much of a gap there, and he's pierced it with some beautiful timing.
A lovely strike from David Lowry to bring up that 50. Now, can he go on with it? Butchart into him. Just defends that one. That run rate climbing to 4.4 at the moment, so a bit of pressure on University. This would be not a foreign concept for them, but certainly something they're not used to. Butchart in. They take a single as that one squeezed out into the covers. I think we can have a commentary change at the end of the over.
No way, because Mearsy's got a burger from downstairs. Shane's just got one too, and I've got a smell of one, so yes, I'm looking for a break soon.
I think I might have to join you on that one, Macca. That sounds very tempting. None for 103, 1 ball remaining in the 24th. Butchart in. Rogie just turns that one fine and they'll take an easy single. Man, it's sort of a short 45 on the leg side fielded. 24 down, it's none for 104. Scott Rogie 46 and David Lowry 51.
Nearly halfway through this innings, it's really given them a good launching pad to go hard at the end.
I mean, just doing some rough calculations there. They're on track for about a 225, 230. You had a bit of GST on the top of that. We could be talking a 260, 270 total. 10 wickets in hand, approaching halfway. We're virtually at the halfway mark now, and
minimal risk. There's been, as we mentioned, one half chance.
At best, it's a half chance.
But again,
There's been a few beaten outside the off stumps, but no actual chances other than that, isn't there?
No, that's right. Which you expect with a new ball on a new wicket. But we're going to see another change, guys. I think we're going to see the end of spin for the moment. And
might be Maladay.
Maladay's going to come back, which I think is
not
a bad move at this stage because they need to try something different.
4 overs, none for 14 for Kalen Maladay.
Oh, it's been good for them this season, hasn't he?
Well, he rarely puts in a bad one, Kalen Maladay. Seen him a couple of times in the T20 format playing against Campbelltown, and he rarely puts in a poor one. And today's no different for the right arm quick. Field changes, the cap back on for Captain Tim Cummins behind the stumps. As Maladay runs away from us, bowling to David Lowry. He just strokes that one beautifully down to a whitish long on. They take a single, none for 105.
Scott Rogie's score has disappeared off the scoreboard.
There we go, 47.
Now it's back now.
Yeah, it must be one of the glitches in the system. 47 off 72 for Scott Rogie. David Lowry, a well played half century. Maladay away from us. That one pushed into the covers, no chance of a run. But Northern District's really dominating this this one-day final. It's going to take a big effort from the students, you feel?
Yeah, they need a few quick wickets. And they need one for a start, but they're just looking so comfortable, aren't they,
They are.
Northern Districts? Very solid.
Scoreboard showing Lowry on strike. Maladay into him. That one just turned into mid-wicket. No chance of a single there. The loud, quick call of no.
I think the other thing we've got to consider, guys, is that Sydney Uni have not bowled badly. It's just
No.
a beautiful wicket, lovely batting conditions, and the outfield is just so lightning fast.
Oh, and it's carpet, as we've said several times. It is an absolute carpet out there today. Maladay away from us, bowling to Lowry, who drives but doesn't beat man in the covers. 2 balls left in the over. They're just rolling along merrily here, Northern Districts. Just ticking along happily. At run rate 4.3. And I suppose the most important one, the last wicket. Still has zeros on it. Maladay trying to change that. Lowry walking forward to that one, just defended it down the pitch. No run. But the last wicket, still showing zeros. No wickets down for Northern Districts so far in this one-day cup final. About to be at the halfway point, 105 on the board. They say thank you very much. Maladay to Lowry. He just drops that one on the offside and takes an easy single. 25 overs down in the one-day cup final. It's none for 105. I think we're looking at a commentary change. Matt Mears and Shane Evans to join you shortly.
Yeah, so 25 overs gone here. 106 without loss. What a great start here by Northern Districts. Looking very solid. Looks like they're going to bring Devlin Malone back in the attack as well to try and really get a wicket here. Sydney University, they need to pick up some wickets, and Northern Districts have set themselves up very well. David Lowry on 52, of course, and Scott Rodgie approaching that 50. Malone, 5 overs, no wicket for 23 in his spell so far. And here he comes as he runs it and bowls now. And this is cut beautifully to that man on the fence out there at that deep point position. So nice shot by Lowry, Matt Mears. Northern Districts have set themselves up for a big second half of the innings. Pretty rare, 25 overs gone, to be no wicket down.
Yeah, well, I heard the boys talking earlier on about just how much of a belter this pitch is.
And this one belted through the covers to that man on the fence for another single. These two have really got their eye in.
Oh, they certainly do. I said this is the days where you sign up to be a batter, where the pitch is nice and flat, not many clouds in the sky. The ball's just gone through that early inning stage of being nice and shiny, and this is where you make hay while the sun shines. This is when you want to be out there putting runs on the board.
Oh, beautiful length here. Lowry just leans over it and blocks it back to the bowler. Lowry on 53 off 80. Scott Rodgie 48 off 73. They've just paced this out very nicely.
I think now it'll be when is the opportunity to go.
And this one cracked into the offside, but straight to that fielder in close, and pretty sharp fielding. Wearing the floppy white hat there was the fieldsman in close. Malone just rushing through his over. Big sweep shot here. Doesn't quite beat the man there at backwards square leg. And they will pick up another single.
Yeah, the nice sweep shot there, but Malone, he loves motoring through his overs, doesn't he? He just wants to really put the batters on the back foot.
And this time cut to backward point for no run. So pretty good over there by Malone. He's 6 overs, no wicket for 26. And after 26 overs here, Northern Districts in the one-day final, 109 without loss.
Also, for anyone that is watching it through the Cricket New South Wales Frogbox page, we've just been asked to remind you that what you're seeing on the vision is correct, but the scoreboard is still running behind. There have been some slight technical issues with the score updating. They will hopefully have that sorted over the next 5 or 10 minutes, but we've just been asked by Cricket Sub. I'll just let you know that there has been some issues with the graphics, but the vision is correct. That's what we're seeing here at the moment.
Yeah.
But we'll also give you some scores from the women's games over the next couple of overs for Premier Cricket Women's 1 and 2.
So Melodies bowled tidily so far. This is flicked into the onside. They'll pick up a single to the man at deep square leg. 110 without loss. Melodies so far, 5 overs, no wicket for 17.
First of all, in women's Premier Cricket first grade, out at Glenborough Grass, St George Sutherland taking on Bankstown. Bankstown batting first, all out for 63 in a one-dayer. Need I say more?
So Melody again. Oh, and that one has plenty of bounce, and it's going to be wide there. Too high above the head there, Shane Evans. Fair call. You've got to give those a wide. That was well above his head.
Even if you're Billy Stanlake at 7'2", that is over your head by at least a foot.
7'2".
And you
What's the Andre the Giant now?
No, well, that is his official height, 7'2".
Rogie pushes this to point. So Rogie's on 48 here. And I tell you what, if both your openers can hit 50, batting first in a final, you're very well placed to win. He's on 48 off 75. 111 without loss here in the 27th over Northern Districts. Looking very comfortable, only giving away the one chance so far. And this time he cracks it through the covers. That should roll all the way for 4. And that'll bring up a 50 here for Scott Rogie. Beautiful stuff by the Northern Districts opening batters. Both have reached their 50s, and the crowd's built beautifully here. Nice round of applause.
Yeah, supreme drive there by Rogie. You don't expect anything less from him. I think now that he's crossed the milestone, the half century, he's going to really start hitting this go button. They have to at some point.
Yeah.
I heard you guys talking earlier of 250. They need to go from now.
Yep, they do. Last thing you want is a nice steady start, but then lose a couple of quick wickets. All of a sudden, it can just slow that run rate down. They've got to make the hay while the sun shines. Is that my first pun of the day? I know Mac is
so.
probably
No,
downstairs.
that's copying Measy's comment from earlier. So
Oh, okay, I didn't hear it.
Well, and for all those out there that do want to know Billy Stanlake's official height, it's 6'8", not 7'2". What are we in WWE now?
The Undertaker. Oh, what a Yorker. He's nearly bowled him.
How that stayed out, I do not know.
That was a ripper, wasn't it?
Malade's got his hands on his head, like, what do I need to do to knock him over? But that was an absolute jaffer. Pitched it right up on middle stump. Probably bounced maybe a foot and a half in front of those stumps and was able to be dug out there. No. That wasn't a bat, that was a shovel.
So here goes Melody again to Rogie. And this one just guided to that man on the 45-degree angle, backward of point. So 27 overs gone here. Northern Districts 115 without loss.
Last WWE for the moment. I won't promise for the rest of the day, but yeah, Undertaker is like 6'10", and the WWE will bill him as like 7'8". So that's about Shane Evans' maths on Billy Stanlake's height. Don't you agree?
Yeah, 6'10", only a couple of inches. But
Billy Stanlake is 6'8". I don't
Where's
know
Billy
where you
Stanlake gone? He hasn't been playing the Big Bash, has
No,
he?
He was signed
Was
by
he
the
injured or
Hurricanes.
something?
He was signed by the Hurricanes, but they never played him.
He's playing Hobart Premier Cricket at the moment.
Oh.
So, but
Because he played for Australia a few years ago, didn't he?
Certainly did.
So,
Yeah.
heading back to Premier Cricket women's first grade. Obviously, the men's first grade are playing here, but the Lady Rangers up at Asquith Oval playing Campbelltown Camden are cruising at none for 77, batting first.
Malone throws it up on that Yorker length and driven nicely here to the man at long on. That was Lowry on strike, the captain today.
Also out of Drummoyne Oval, the Sydney ladies taking on Manly Warringah. Manly batting first at 3 for 104.
This time flicked off the pads very comfortably by Scott Rogie for a single. Malone here, 6.2 overs, no wicket for 28. Normally he's a little bit more economical than that, so they'll be very happy with how they're playing this man who tries to tie them down, and that's a shock. He really should have smacked that for 4 or 6, I reckon. They're going to get 1. That was a full toss outside leg stump, and they really should have put that one into that tractor over there on our left-hand side, I reckon, but oh well, they got the single. 118 without loss here in the 28th over.
The Carrier Pigeons decided to start working out a Hull Oval. University's batting first, 3 for 50, playing Penrith.
And this one just leans on it and blocks it into the offside for no run.
Has it listed there where our favourite Miss GLF is listed in the order?
No, for some reason my cricket's playing up that way.
This one a little bit shorter. Just slices it through the covers there to that man on the fence, and they'll pick up 1 again. These two doing a great job in a pressure final. Coming out here and just setting the tone for Northern Districts. They've still got players, of course, like Daniel Anderson to come, who got 83 in their semi-final win against the Sydney Tigers as well. So you never know. If they really launch, they could get 280, 300 with so many wickets in hand. But at the end of 28 overs here, Northern Districts 119 without loss.
And in the last of the women's games out at Maryland's Oval, Parramatta taking on Gordon Women. Gordon Women sent in to bat. They're currently 4 for 99. But we will get some more scores from the Marsh Cup. Obviously, any other cricket running around. Hopefully the Kiwis are still none down, but...
Yep, they would have just resumed that.
I was going to say, they'll be just coming back from their lunch.
Yeah, 11:40 they finished the lunch. If you do the time difference thing, but...
Well said, we do encourage anybody that comes out to Cricket Central Oval.
Melody, oh, nicely flicked down the ground. Very stylish shot there by Rogie.
But yeah, if there is anybody out that is coming out here to Cricket Central, the cafe, if you want some lunch...
Yeah, is it good?
It is very good. Nice little...
I'm on the man shake, but I'm getting tempted.
You can be bad for one day.
True.
So you enjoy a meal, but yeah, we can tell you that New Zealand are number 40 at lunch.
And this one's going to be a wide down the leg side. Melody just straying slightly. And Lowry on 57, Rogie on 55.
And in the two Marsh Cup games that are currently in progress, down at Blundstone Arena in Hobart, Tasmania taking on West Australia. Tasmania batting first after winning the toss. After 12 overs, a 1 for 53.
Again, Melody. This one guided down to third man for a single. Beautiful batting by these two. Setting the platform for a big launch. Reaching about almost 12 o'clock here, Sydney time. It's getting hotter and hotter. It's going to be very hot in the afternoon here. Getting into the early 30s here in the west of Sydney, of course. Cricket Central here in the Homebush area. This one flicked off the pads again, a stylish shot. And they'll get a single. 122 without loss here. Shane Evans, Sydney University are looking a little bit flat out there, aren't they? They had a long day in the field yesterday. They haven't got a wicket yet after 28 overs. They need something to get them into the game.
This is exactly what I was saying before. I thought that there may be an issue with lots of overs fielding yesterday.
This one just pushed down the ground for no run.
And maybe at the moment this may be what I was dreading before, having to go and field first in the heat, because now realistically you can sit there and say they've done almost 130 overs straight.
Yep.
In a day and a half, and yeah, it looks like it may be starting to affect them.
So this one, oh, that's a beautiful shot off the pads. They should pick up at least 2 here, as the man will cut it off on the fence. Very nice shot there by David Lowry, the captain. They're starting to all of a sudden look even stronger with their timing and their shots here. I feel they might be trying to crack some sixes soon. we head towards a home stretch of this final. Of course, these middle overs of the one-day matches where you consolidate. Thing is, they haven't even lost a wicket yet. Oh, close to caught and bowled. They'll pick up a single here. Max Hope doing the fielding. And a little bit of a streaky shot there. It was sort of a half a chance, probably just wide of the bowler though. And after 29 overs here, Northern Districts, 126 without loss.
Yeah, apologies just for those who are listening on the Triple H Sports stream. We just dropped out for a moment there, but we are back, hopefully with a nice, stronger connection there. If you're on Frog Box, shouldn't have had an issue. We would have been coming through loud and clear, but the technical bugs that are getting into Play HQ also getting into us here in the commentary area, but we look like we're back with a stronger connection, so let's hope, fingers crossed, it stays that way.
So Max Hope's going to switch ends here and bowl from the other end.
To be honest, I actually think this is a smart move for him because now, unless you're a left-handed batter, if you want to be clearing that fence, you're going to be having to hit it 65, 70, 75, maybe more to get it. And there's almost no breeze. There's a tiny zephyr of it, but there's not enough where it's going to assist you to be able to help clear that fence at the moment. But it is a huge hit out that way compared to coming towards the cafe and broadcast side.
So here goes Hope with his left arm spinners. He's runs it and bowls now. Flicked into the onside. Chance of a run out maybe. No, they're going to make it comfortably. That was Lowry on strike. So Hope here, 5.1 overs, no wicket for 20.
Yeah, I think this will be a good move. He can attack the stumps more with the big boundary towards the leg side. They're only really going to take him for runs if he gets wide of that off stump, and Rogie and Lowry can just cut the ball away through that offside. So he has to go a very sort of off stump line here.
Yeah, trying to reduce that angle. Oops. Oh, a little bit of a half mix up there, but in the end it was all good. They both went back to their respective ends there, sort of thinking maybe we can get a single. He just darts it in here, left arm round, darting it in at the right-handed batter. So Rogie here on 56, Lowry on 62. And this one smashed away, and that's going to roll away for 4. They just hits it nice and fine with that pull shot, swivels around and beats that fielder inside the circle. Great stuff here by these two. They're both in their 60s now with the bat. 131 without loss in the 30th over.
Well, so far so good there, but going around to the last of the Marsh Cup games that are currently in progress down at Adelaide Oval. South Australia taking on Victoria. Victoria batting first. A 4 for 61 in the 21st after being sent in.
Flights this one up, gives it the treatment. That's going to roll away for 4. This is good stuff by ND. Couple of boundaries in a row. He really smashed that one. It was full toss on leg stump, got what it deserved. And Rogie all of a sudden flies on to 64. Lowry on 62. 135 without loss. Hope's figures coming into this over were pretty respectable. All of a sudden he's no wicket for 28 of 5.4.
He's just getting a bit too leg side where unfortunately only having the sweeper out on the boundary doesn't really give him much protection.
And again he smashes this one. That's going to be 3 4s in a row. He just swivels around and puts it away behind square. Great stuff here by Rogie. Matt Mez, you were saying they're going to have to start really going soon. And this over, they are really going for gold. They've got the platform.
They certainly have the platform, but Hope's probably let them down a little bit here. He knows that he can't give him any width to that offside, but they said anything that's sort of on that leg stump or outside, even with that long boundary, we've seen how this Cricket Central outfield just rolls away.
And this is played late into the offside. Malone does the fielding. Sydney University take a bit of a breath, but a great over there for ND. 3 boundaries in a row in that over. 30 overs gone, 139 without loss.
Well, they always sit there and say, well, when you're watching the international games, they always say, look at what you had at 30 overs. And
double it, isn't
all
it?
things, you should be able to double it as a minimum. So, okay, so 139, doubling that's going to make it 278 as a minimum, what you'd be expecting. That's going to be huge, 278 on here. And if Lowry and Rogie are still here at 40, to be honest, I'd be almost be pushing for 300 as a minimum. But as I said, that's just me. But at the moment, you can see Tim Cummins is having a very in-depth discussion, which looks like Kieran Tate at the moment, alongside Ryan McElduff, to be able to work out what they're going to be doing for this over onwards, because I know we've got some Sydney Uni staff floating around us at the moment, but I'm starting to think they're starting to look really devoid of ideas on how to stop this onslaught. Okay, it's not the 220 by 30 over onslaught, but still, apart from that one opportunity earlier whilst myself and Matt were off having our break, there hasn't been an opportunity given.
Yeah, they need to come up with something different. Maybe they've gone through plan A, B, and C, but we need to get on to D, E, and F, because, as I said, with the calibre of Lowry and Roger, you can't just let them bat the full 50 overs.
So here goes Tate back into the attack, and this one blocked down the pitch. So his first 5 overs only went for 12 runs, so he's been the most economical bowler here for Sydney University. But Lowry on 62, Lowry on 62 off 92, 6 boundaries. Rogie 68 off 89 with 8 boundaries, so he's really put the foot down. Wonder if one of these guys can get 100 today, or even both. You never know, they're well placed. Driven back to the bowler, sharp fielding there by Tate. Couple of dot balls to start this one.
Also heard the discussion earlier about when the 3Ms were on, talking about the women's T20 World Cup final tonight. So first of all, good luck to the Australian ladies, obviously wanting to go back to back in that. To be honest, I don't think it's going to be as close as what everyone's expecting it to be.
Yeah, I agree. I think Aussie might win quite easily, actually. They beat them pretty easily in the round games, didn't they? They beat them very easily. I know the final will be different, but is that right?
If you take Tasman Britz's 48 that she scores in that round game out of the equation, South Africa didn't get anywhere close. But it was good to see. The fact is that Meg Lanning only got a duck. You saw a couple other players get low scores, and the rest of the tail were able to come and save them.
Lowry flicks us into the onside, into that deep square leg position. They almost walk through for the single here in this.
It's almost taking Kieran Tate's head off.
And the sapping heat, it's just getting hotter and hotter as we're pretty much right on 12 o'clock here on a Sunday afternoon, Sydney time.
Well, it was almost like watching the other semi-final between England and South Africa. England have won all their games, only losing 2 or 3 wickets. The rest of the team hasn't batted through the whole tournament.
And this one, that's better stuff by Tate. Just a nice tight over here, only 1 run off it so far.
But luckily enough, that deck in Newlands, the one that they used for both semi-finals, isn't the same deck that they're using for the final tonight, midnight Sydney time, going into Monday morning. The deck that was 2 across from it on the right, heading towards the main hill, that is the deck that they are preparing for the final. So at least it's a newer deck, and will probably have a bit more spice and probably help Megan shoot and Darcy around a little bit more.
This one pushed to point. Max Hope does the fielding again. Very good over there, only 1 run off it. So after 31 overs now, Northern Districts 140 without loss.
But no, as I said, it's ironic. If you looked at the Women's T20 World Cup that was here in Australia about 18 months ago, the same 4 sides made the semis.
Yeah.
The only difference was the semi-final teams have switched because you had Australia were supposed to play
Australia
South Africa.
played South Africa in the semi, didn't they?
Yeah, and England got through on a walkover because of the rain at the SCG over England. Then Australia and India then play in the final.
Yep.
Where
and Elisa Healy goes nuts.
Yeah, and then Australia-India was the semi-final this time, and it was South Africa-England. This time with South Africa getting through.
This one played late. Hope continues. It was Lowry on strike. Hope now, 6.1 overs, no wicket for 32. He actually got 6 for 16 off 7 in their one-day semi-final win, so a bit of a fall from grace here, but Northern District's batting so well. Pushed into the offside again, no run. After this over, I'll be throwing back to Matt Mears. I'll take a bit of a break myself. Not used to the rigours of 100 overs of cricket, but
Mate, yeah, short, sharp, and
yeah,
it's nice for us.
And this one pushed into the onside. This time they will get a single, so it just trickles into the square leg area.
You'll just be happy on Friday night when it's your time to shine, when our rugby league broadcasts start coming back.
Yeah.
So, yes, and all things being well, it's going to be one that we can tick off our bucket list.
We've got some exciting calls coming up, haven't we?
We do, definitely this week, but you have to check our socials during the week and also the Rugby League podcast, which should be starting up this week as well.
Rogie drives this beautifully. There's a man on the fence, and he's hit it hard enough for it just to be one run.
It's too many podcasts.
So Lowry on 64. Rogie, the scoreboard up there doesn't actually have a name, but we know who's been batting. He's on 69 now.
Yeah, make sure you follow Triple H Sport, Facebook, Twitter.
Big sweep shot here. That's a great shot. That'll be
Save.
4. No chance of that man running around and cutting that one off. A sweep there, backward of square. Been very good with that shot, these two. They're not really driving the boundaries. They're sweeping them here or pulling them. Maybe a little bit short here in that case by Sydney University. One ball left here in the 32nd over. Lowry here on 68 off 99. And this one cut late again to backward point, no runs. So 32 overs gone, 146 without loss. Over to you, Matt Mears.
Thanks, Kiwi Mick. Impressive stint. I know you've been doing the training to last couple of weeks we've had off, and you're good for extra minutes as Dave McDonald. Hope you're feeling good, mate. Hopefully,
Has the coffee helped?
I'm feeling very sprightly, gentlemen,
I'm glad to hear that.
despite not playing cricket yesterday.
Yeah, what happened there?
Yeah. What's wrong with Hillshire Council closing your... Because where were you? You meant to be Charles Mack or...
Yeah, it cost us 4 points yesterday, unfortunately.
Yeah, because you were going for an outright or something, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
That'd hurt.
Yeah, probably not the forum to be talking about that. But let's just say Northwest Sydney Cricket Club is not happy.
I think there's a lot of clubs not happy with administrators at the moment. As it's
Shot.
gone down the ground. Kieran Tate back into the attack. I think the go button's about to be pressed, if not already, and it's the long boundary out there towards the east. Rogie picks up 2. But it was a long hit out there. I think if it was to the shorter side, it would have definitely made it for 4. But good fielding out there on the boundary, cutting that one off.
And that rate is just slowly creeping up, gents. 4.6 now.
As Tate coming in again from the northern or the broadcast end here of Cricket Central, and again just battered down the ground. Nice noise off the bat, that one. They pick up a single though. And Rogie moves on to 72. None for 149 here in the 33rd.
Just curious, Macca, is that your juice sitting a couple of feet away? Is that the Northern Districts or Sydney Uni guys?
No, that's his one. He brought that. That's it. It looks like a good mix.
We'll
have to investigate at the lunch break, as the next one just nibbles away half a peel. But we haven't been seeing that for a while. A little bit of nibble off the pitch, maybe run the fingers over that one, and Lowry almost followed it and tickled it through to Cummins, the keeper.
That was a quality delivery there from Kieran Tate. He did right there, Mears. He did follow it. He was just looking to guide it down to third man. Luckily for the skipper, no edge.
Yeah, I said 68 off 101. This is when you want to capitalise. This is when you want to cash in. On a nice day for batting here at Silverwater, as the next delivery just gets bunted down the ground. They'll jog through for the second. Devlin Malone, he's an excitement machine there at mid-on and tries to throw the stumps down.
Just if I may come back to your comment, Shane. I never go to cricket or to commentary without my green cordial jungle juice.
So can we get a lesson in mix? What sort of mix are we looking at?
What's the ratio?
Next delivery comes into Rogie, and nice forward defence there. Good to see that it's still coming out, even when it's none for 150. Just pushed back to the bowler, and he's followed through, no run.
But no, whilst we're waiting for Kieran to take his next delivery, a couple of the women's Premier Cricket first grade games in progress. Obviously, the Bankstown Sutherland game is still in their change of innings. Bankstown being rolled for 63 by St George Sutherland. But we'll get back to Kieran Tate coming in.
Final delivery of his 7th over, and nicely played again by Rogie. It'll be wide of the fielder out there, covering on the cover boundary, and impressive stuff there. Only keeps it to 1. He moves on to 73, does Rogie. Lowry 69. None for 151 off 33. 17 overs to go. I think we were talking about 250, but if these two stay in, I think they've got to be looking towards 300.
I think I've got plenty in the tank. So I think the last 10 overs is going to be showtime.
What's that? There's no Chris Green. He's obviously on New South Wales duties in Queensland. But when you look at that middle order, though, for the Rangers, they're not hurting for batting power. So I said it's been nicely managed so far, but you can't let a start like this go to waste, so to speak. I think if they sort of lost 9 for 80 in these next 17 overs, they'd be very disappointed. So I think it's just when do you hit that go button, or do you just wait for the bad balls? Because I think, as Shane said earlier, they're looking for plan A, B, and C still. It's not working. They need to probably be trying something a little bit different.
Is it more DEF or DNF?
Well, there's still a lot of cricket to come here this afternoon. I don't think we want an early finish. We want a nice, close game. So I'm sure the students will do that when they have their opportunity to bat this afternoon, as hope continues from the Southern or Sydney Olympic Park end here of Cricket Central. First ball from Lowry, just played into the onside to mid-wicket, no run.
Out at Asquith Oval, Northern District's Lady Rangers batting first. 1 for 108 against Campbelltown Camden.
Good start for them as Rogie comes down the wicket to that one, but Malone there. It's almost like the pit bull in that cover area. Doesn't want the ball to get past him, and it doesn't.
Must admit it's weird. We've all got screens of this game. Mike's got his laptop up and he's actually watching the Lady Rangers game from Asquith.
Good on him, as the next ball's a bit short there from Hope. It's pulled away by Rogie. It is the long boundary out there towards the east, and it is picked up. But I said, due to the coverage out there, they are able to get back for 2. He moves to 75 now, and it's none for 153. He's following his Campbelltown. I don't know what a lady ghost is, so I can't give them any nickname like that. But
no, well, you can call it the Lady Ghost.
We could do that, I suppose. As next one again from Hope is just full outside off stump. I think Rogie's he's either a little bit hurt from where it's hit him, or he's a bit disappointed he didn't get any more bat on that.
I'd say he's disappointed because once you get past that short fine leg, there is hundreds of metres behind him with no one there.
And Hope he's trying to get through his overs quickly as Rogie comes down again. It was nicely struck, but as Shane Evans said, well stopped by Hope in his follow-through.
He might be just puffing a little bit here, Rogie.
So it is a hot day. I wouldn't be wanting to wear my helmet out there for 34 odd overs. His last delivery outside off stump, but straight to Malone at cover. No run. Hope's finished 8 overs. He's none for 40. And 34 overs gone here at Cricket Central. Northern District's losing the toss and getting sent into bat. I don't know if Tim Cummins, what his decision might be if he had this over again, but the Northern District Rangers, none for 153.
Well, there is, as we spoke about, the possibility of Mother Nature coming into play later today.
I like your optimism. Looking out the window, we have a nice big window here.
There is a 1% chance of rain between
1% chance
between 10 a.m. and 7:30 p.m., which is the time frame that we could use.
Yep. Well, that's positive.
But
But
Is
with
that
all-
that dance that some of the student followers are doing down there?
The
So they're
rain
doing the
dance.
rain dance already.
But we'll go back to the women's Premier Cricket first grade. We'll go to Drummoyne this time. The Sydney ladies taking on Manly Warringah. Manly batting first after winning the toss at 4 for 136. Out to Howell Oval. Not liking what I'm seeing here from the University's women taking on Penrith. Universities are 6 for 108. Don't ask me where George is batting because
She hasn't batted yet.
Unfortunately, the gremlins for my cricket are now starting to show up and it's not showing any scoreboards.
Well, Malone now here from the commentary end as that was short and outside off stump, and I think Larry's disappointed that he's hit that straight to short cover.
And the other women's game out of Maryland's Oval, Parramatta taking on Gordon. Gordon batting first, 5 for 107.
Come on, the two blues.
That one's a bit better there from Malone. That was up and at the stumps.
Well, speaking to the official photographer here, Ian Bird, who's just at the other end of the room here we're in, which is the Alison Davidson boardroom. Out there a couple of weeks ago, apparently it gets stinking hot out there.
I think it's stinging hot here as we might have the first opportunity for a
No.
wicket. No. It was up, it was high. It's almost in the Bermuda Triangle next to the square leg umpire as you see keeper and the man out on the boundary and the short mid-wicket all converging. Finally there was an opportunity, but luck on the side of the Rangers skipper as it falls to ground.
That's Macca's 9-iron into the 18th.
But there's
out
no
of
sand
Parramatta.
there. There's no sand there.
Oh, you haven't seen me play golf. It's not pretty.
As Malone comes in again. Nicely cover driven, but it'll be cut off by the man at mid-off for another single.
That's why I said it. I've heard of Macca's.
Does he spend more? Does he tend to spend more time in the sand than David Hasselhoff?
Oh, there's an axe in my bag, put it that way.
Movie quotes galore here as the next one is short again from Malone and it's cut away by Lowry, but he only finds the sweeper out on the cover boundary for another single.
Heading down to second grade for women's Premier Cricket out at Bankstown Oval. Bankstown taking on St George as well. Bankstown batting first at 5 for 91.
Malone comes in again.
Wrong one.
Was beat Rogie, I think, but it's just short enough that he was able to adjust. And they pick up another single there. Malone, 8 overs now for 34. Lowry's on 71. Rogie is on 77. And after 35 overs, none for 157 here, the Rangers.
Going over to Chatswood Oval for women's Premier Cricket 2. Gordon and Parramatta. Parramatta winning the toss, deciding to bat first. Obviously, they know how to bat well because they've done better than the Gordon first grade men's. They're 5 for 104 batting first in their one-day game. Out at picturesque Manly Oval, Manly taking on the Sydney ladies. Manly winning the toss and deciding to send Sydney in. At the moment, it looks like it's a good thing. Sydney is 6 for 87. And we'll get to the last couple of games very shortly.
So hope will continue. 8 overs, none for 40 as the hoik comes out from Scott Rogie.
Yeah, save them.
He's hit down towards the scoreboard. Nobody fielding down there. No cow corner, as we'd call it in the park, for the students. And I think Rogie sees that Hope's got not many deliveries left to come, and he wants to put the foot down.
I was going to say it looks like he's lost, but that'd be kind of obvious.
Well, Hope again. This one is pitched up a bit further, but Rogie dances down the pitch, gets to the pitch of the ball, and just punches that down to long on for another single.
Out at David Phillips South, where Georgia Lomas was meant to be playing before she got promoted, Universities are batting first. 3 for 119, very respectable against Penrith, and Northern Districts out at Raby, 5 for 122.
Next one here, and Rogie goes forward to go back, but can only find the man there at backward point, no run.
And that's obviously the Lady Rangers second grade taking on the Lady Ghosts down at Raby, which actually isn't a bad little field out there. You got all 5 fields side by side by side. So
next one there again, and that's cut away by Lowry, but can only find the man covering out at deep cover.
Raby's the holy grail for the mayor, who's off air at the moment.
We'll get there one day. we will definitely get there one day.
I'm happy enough to say I've done one game, but it was on Raby 2 for Premier Cricket a few years ago, but they are well set up down there.
Big appeal here. More in desperation
Down
than
leg.
anything, I think, there. Wanting to get at least rid of at least one of these Rangers batters, but yeah, maybe a little bit high, maybe a little bit down the leg. It was enough doubt to save Rogie there. As Hope comes in for the last delivery here of his 9th over. And Rogie just smashes this one down the end. I thought for a second it was going to go over the side screen, but it's along the carpet. To the man at long on. Single to finish the over there. 47 for none is Hope's figures after 9 overs. 36 overs gone, none for 164. And next few overs, over to you, Macca. Why don't you take us through?
Why, thank you. It's going to be Devon Malone from the northern end, or the Parramatta River end.
Or the broadcast end.
The broadcast end.
The Cricket New South
The
Wales
river-
office end.
Yeah, I like that. I like the river end.
The river end is nice. There's not
Yeah.
many grounds in Sydney town where you can actually have a proper river end.
Drummoyne.
Yeah,
Is that more of a bay than
It's
a
more
river?
of a,
Yeah, it's more
yeah,
bay.
true. Bay goes into the
I'm
river.
glad with it. This is what we can be debating here
I know.
today.
We'll be asked back for sure after this one. Malone comes in.
Oh,
It's
that's-
beaten.
that's-
That is over the top of middle and leg stump.
How did that miss?
by the hair of a bee's, you know what.
I was going to say a coat of varnish, but you
No.
can go down that route.
No.
The comments
coat
of
of varnish,
Shane
that's a-
Evans
coat of varnish is thicker.
his and his alone.
Malone. Small bowled.
But you can definitely see the intent now.
Well, they have to show intent with, like, in 14 overs to go, 10 wickets in the shed.
Devlin's only got 10 more balls that he can bowl, so you might as well try and boost that none for 35 that he's currently conceded to maybe like a none for 55 or none for 60.
He's actually pulled it back well, Malone, after a few loose balls in the early overs. Short, a little bit flatter, and it's squeezed out to the man at forward deep square. Another run.
But going back to Raby Oval, it's one of the nicest setups when it comes to Premier Cricket because you've got 1, 2 and 3 all side by side, kind of the same as if you go to Warringah to watch Shires cricket over there.
And that's nicely played behind that man, just on the edge of the circle. They will only get 2. Maybe if it was earlier in the innings, we might have seen them run 3, but
Yeah, I think they're
starting to feel the gas a little bit.
I think the Gatorades will be required at the innings break because I said it does look warm down there on ground level.
It shouldn't be. Have they had their second required drinks break, or is that
It must
still
be
to come?
due. Through the hands of the fielder at short cover.
I just
Larkin.
don't. I just haven't seen them take that standard drinks break normally at the end of 34, 36. So
Might be after this one. Now down the track. Squeezed off the bat into the pad out to Larkin. No run. That is the end of the 37th over. Northern Districts now 168 for no wicket.
Yeah, can't
Rogie,
see him.
sorry, Rogie 86 of 113. Lowry 73 from 109. And Malone's 9th over. His figures are none for 38. Matt.
Yeah, I was just trying to have a look downstairs. I said we do have a great view here from the boardroom here at the Cricket New South Wales offices. No one's sort of down there looking like they're ready to take drinks out. And you would assume that they'd be looking for them very shortly with only sort of 13 overs left in this innings.
Well, we look at the time, guys. It's so we're 2 hours 20 gone. We must be.
you've got an hour and 12 of the scheduled time for them available. It should be
Well,
finished by 1:30.
you would think that they'd be rocking and rolling through that, but they do have to find 5 overs. The students
They do.
don't forget that.
That's right. This is Hope's last over. 9 overs, none for 47.
I said, yeah, with Hugo Akita, we're not sure of his status. He only bowled 3 overs and then had that shoulder injury diving a short fine leg.
I don't think he's even on the field at
No.
the moment.
Yeah.
He's
No, I
very
haven't
often
seen him for a
the-
while.
I said McEldra's bowled 1 and Butchart's bowled 1 as well. So maybe between those, they're going to have to find another 5 overs.
Hope in, off the back foot, straight to that man. Straight short cover, right on the edge of the square. Left arm around the wicket. Flighted. Now that could be out. Umpire says not out. Definitely got a fingertip
There's
on it.
definitely a deflection, but obviously Roger has got back just in time, as we can see on the replay here. Thanks to our friends at Frogbox, he's just got the bat down just before the ball's ricocheted into middle stump there, and
Would have been a tragic way for that innings to end, but it continues. And hope continues from the southern end. Punch to the man at point. Malone again, the little terrier on the edge of the circle. No run.
Yeah, you just feel that these 5 overs they're going to have to find here, the students, could make or break this innings. As I said, they're not getting away from him yet.
It's punched through cover. Out to the man in the deep, and they'll get a single. Lowry will go now to 74.
quickly going across the ditch out to Basin Reserve. The Kiwis are none for 64 in their second innings. Still 162 behind England's first innings at 8 for 4, 3-5 declared.
There's still hope, Kiwi Mick. Hope in the bowl.
And in the 2 Marsh One Day Cup games currently in progress, down at Blundstone Arena, Hobart Tasmania taking on West Australia. Tasmania are 1 for 106 after 21.1 overs. And the other game we'll get to very shortly.
The last ball of Max Hope's spell was slightly short. It's pulled out to the man at deep mid wicket. He spilt it, but it has remained in the field of play. Rogie will get 2, and that will complete Max Hope's 10-over spell. None for 50 off his 10 overs.
There's your drinks break, guys.
And Northern Districts at the drinks break. 38 overs gone, 171 for naught. Or no loss. 88 to Rogie, 74 to Lowry. And Northern Districts in a very comfortable position as the players take a very well-earned drink. Oh, yeah, Panadol's been called.
You have to look at this. You look at who's bringing out the waters for the umpires. Has to be the most decorated person we've seen in cricket in general.
Now that's a strut. We were talking about a strut before. That's a strut.
Yes, we are talking about the Premier Cricket Competitions manager in Roy Formica walking out with a couple of towels and a couple of bottles of water for Daniel and Roberto at the moment. So you also got to remember for them, they're also normally wearing a blue hat or a white hat. It was a 2-day game, but obviously because we're using a white ball, they've got to go to a black hat. So they'll be feeling the heat just as much as what the players are. Obviously them having to both do 96 overs and somewhere between a 10 to 11 hour day. So for people that normally don't watch a lot of cricket and they think, umpiring's easy. If you're doing Premier Cricket first grade in the Belvedere Cup, play starts at 10. They normally expect the umpires to be there usually between 90 to 100 minutes prior to the start of play. So working on about an 8:30 start there, depending on where you're coming from around Sydney. Do your 96 overs, nice 40-minute lunch, 20-minute tea break. And at the end of the day's play, usually you're in a room with the 2 captains. You're having a drink with them to be polite, but you're also working through any issues that have happened through the day or any trends that players or the umpires may have picked up. And you're trying to sort them out during the day. So that way there's no issues where it may fester during that week and may become a larger issue on day 2 of a 2-day game, which all the first grade and second grade teams are currently in. So you're looking to say 8:30, you're finishing at 6:30 minimum before you're leaving your first grade ground. And let's say an hour's drive maximum to get home, depending on where you're coming from. 7:30, you're out for almost 11 hours with cricket. That is a long day for an umpire. But but most of these guys obviously are all panel 1 umpires, which means they're in the elite of the Premier Cricket levels. Some of them do have CA development umpire contracts or second tier Cricket Australia deals. Or you get some of the umpires like Greg Davidson and all of them who are CA accredited umpires and normally will spend their time doing Big Bash Futures Leagues and all that type of stuff first.
Just on the subject of umpires, I'm going to take the liberty to send a shout out.
You may.
To a young umpire who made his first class debut during this week. And he was 2010-11, he was the man of the match in the Sydney Shire's 4th grade grand final.
Mr. Patel?
Mr. Sharad Patel, congratulations on such a wonderful achievement. It's great to see so many guys getting into the umpiring ranks. Ben Trelaw's another one I'm familiar with, so well done, guys. It's fantastic. And again, there can be a real career out of umpiring, as we've seen Jared Abood, as said Davo, Rod Tucker, they've all...
Yeah, Rod Tucker's currently standing in the middle of the Basin Oval, so what does that tell you? If you want to keep giving back to the game, where myself, the only reason I got into umpiring was because my back was stuffed when I was 17. I've got 2 fused discs, I can't play anymore.
Nothing to do with the wife wanting you out of the house on a Saturday?
No, I was... no,
And a Sunday.
No, I was playing...
And a Monday.
No, playing park cricket in 5th grade with Fairfield Liverpool back when I was 15, 16. I'm now, that's turned 47. And was just bowling in a Green Shield game and my back went. And about 4 months later, the Umpire Association boss said, "Do you want to stay in cricket?" "Why not?" They said, "Do you want to umpire?" Because I was already umpiring indoor cricket. I thought, well, it can't be much of a difference apart from a few of the rules and field sizes, but we see Devlin Malone is back on again.
It is. It's wide. It's in the air. Should be. Oh, it's not out.
Straight over the head up.
It was a jump. I think it was McElduff there.
Yeah,
it's got high in the
McElduff,
air. And it's just gone through. If we just have a look at if we can just catch the replay, we won't actually get to see it.
Unfortunately,
we won't see him, no.
The pitch it's not as tight as it has been on some of the other frog boxes that you may watch, but unfortunately it is out of shot on that 30-yard circle.
Be interesting to have a second look at that. That's wrong and well bowled and well watched there by Lowry.
But as I said, just a final note on those umpires. There's always opportunities if you do want to get in. You might not get straight into grade, but your local park associations. I know Manly Umpires Association would always be looking for people that are interested.
Malone. Short and wide outside off stump, and it's been pulled towards that man at long on, just a single. Yes, you've got obviously junior cricket, your local associations, Sydney Shires cricket, and obviously New South Wales Premier Cricket. So you can work your way through the system.
Best thing to do,
Malone full, driven down the ground. It's a nice shot. Still only be one. Fielded by Tate.
Best thing to do, just depending on where you live, find your local association there. What's the worst thing to do? You make a call or shoot an email off to the association. They'll put you in the right hands.
Ball. Just watched onto the bat. No run. So last ball of Devlin Malone's spell. None for 44. Floated. It's lovely shot. That's the maximum. Lovely timing from the Rangers skipper. Over mid-wicket for 6, and not the way Devlin Malone hoped to finish his spell. He finishes his 10 overs with none for 50. Northern Districts after 39 overs, 183 without loss. Lowry 85 off 118. Rogie 89 off 116. Can we see these two gentlemen rack up 3 figures?
You'd hope so. I think all the Rangers fans out there would be hoping that they're going to push the go button now.
Well, that's when are they going to hit that button?
Well, I think that showed some intent there.
Well, there's 11 to go.
And they've got to, and out of those 11 overs, they've got to find those 5 overs from Akita as well. So there's going to be opportunities you would think, because they need to make up those overs.
Because obviously the couple of guys that have come on to fill in aren't their regular 4th, 5th and 6th choice bowlers. They're just guys that are in there just to try and jag a wicket, almost like if I was still to try and play. You come on, you bring me on for an over or two and just hope that the batters are silly enough to think, he's only a part-timer. I'll just try and build him in attack and get something out of it.
We've got a change in the bowling. It's Kieran Tate, who has been very impressive today. 18 off his 7 overs. He'll continue from the southern end. And just off the back foot, bit tight, run out chance at the other end. Roger's safe.
They've ridden their luck well here today, the Rangers, and as I said, they have been lucky. The couple of chances they've given, they've either sort of landed in no man's land or the deflection back onto the stumps. They were just back at home, and I think the students will be hoping that they can have this sort of luck when they've got the bat in their hands.
I think Kieran Tate was also a little bit slow getting back and reacting to that possible run out. He was just dawdling back following the ball. You'd almost think that you'd be rushing back to try and get to it.
Short, crunched to the man at deep forward square, only a single.
Mr. Sheen sitting here going up for the no ball, but mate, that was fine. That's, if anything, you'd be given the one bouncer for the overall because he has jumped up and it's still hit him, still gone head height, but obviously umpire Moran down on the city end has thought it's just stayed under head height in normal stance, so it's just a single, but you can see that they're trying to hit every ball for runs now. They don't want any dots.
Roger on strike to Tate. Full, driven to the man at deep cover. Will be another single. Roger now 91. Larry 86.
The question will be is, let's hypothetically say they both get to 100. Once they get to their hundreds, is that when they decide to say, well, we've got to a major milestone. Do we just launch now, and if we get out, we get out? Or they just keep going and want to try and finish this as both not outs?
Very good question. We'll find out shortly. Full and driven through mid-wicket. They'll get 2, and I think they'll be comfortable for the 2.
I don't think there'll be any 3s run here at the moment.
Not while these two are in together. Again, it's been a pretty reasonably sapping conditions out there.
Yeah. Even when yourself and the other 2 mics were on the call earlier, myself and Matt went downstairs and you can feel the difference from in here. As soon as you stand that sun.
Well, the aircon's on in here.
Yeah, but
Tate, short and hit to the man at mid on the edge of the circle. Another run for Lowry.
So, okay, yeah, fair enough. There's aircon on in here, but the big window, which is a good, probably 15, 20 metres wide, is fully open. But as soon as you stand to that sun, it jumps a good 15, 20 degrees. And
that's a big jump.
It is. It's huge. Like once you stand in it, you definitely feel all 30 degrees that it's currently showing at.
Doesn't feel like 10 in here though. Tate bowls. It's full up, almost up in the block hole, and Roger manages to dig it out for a single. That is the end of the 40th over. Northern Districts 190 foot without loss. Lowry 89 from 121 balls, 8 boundaries or 1 maximum. And Scott Roger 92 from 119 with 9 boundaries.
Heading back around the grounds for the Women's Premier Cricket first grade, as we can see the final power play is just being shown by Roberto Umberto for the final 10 overs, allowing 5 outside the circle. Out at Glen McGrath, Bankstown taking on St George Sutherland. Bankstown rolled for 63. In reply, St George, a shaky start there, 1 for 11. Up at Asquith Oval, Our Lady Rangers taking on the Ghosts. At the moment, the Lady Rangers are 1 for 136 in that game. Out at Drummoyne Oval, Sydney taking on Manly Warringah. Manly winning the toss and batting first, a 6 for 152. Out at Howell Oval, where the Carrier Pigeons decided to finally partially work. We can tell you universities are batting first after being sent in. They're 7 for 120 against Penrith. And out at Macca's Stomping Ground, Maryland's Oval, the bike track, Parramatta taking on Gordon. Gordon batting first, a 6 for 124. Whether Georgia has batted yet, I do not know for the university's women, but she normally comes in at 10 or 11.
Now, it's Kalen Maladay coming back on for his 8th over from the river end or northern end here at Cricket Central. He has 7 overs, none for 29, make that none for 30.
Yeah, interesting decision to bring back the Pacers now. Could only imagine what we're going to be in for the last 5 overs then if they bowl out now.
Well, Hope and Malone have bowled out, so they don't have too many options. Holiday, it's pulled towards that man at deep mid wicket.
Do you think Macca with Tim Cummins thinking is that he needs to attack now, so then hopefully when they've got to bowl those 5 overs, they've got new batters in that aren't going to be as damaging?
Absolutely. I think it's obviously clear that once we get, if there is a fall of wicket, I think it'll just be go from that new batsman. No ball, short. It's going to be costly for Maladay. It's flicked down to fine leg for 4.
And a free hit too, gentlemen, so...
And that could hurt.
Mearsy, Macca, get your gloves on, because if they are hitting towards us...
You were the one who said earlier that there's going to be no hits in here.
I hope
and now you're calling for one.
Hey, I'm safe because I've got three glass windows sitting in front of me, which are reinforced tempered glass, so I'm safe. But you're still in the direct line of sight of it.
Mate, if he can get it in here, then all applauds to him.
Yeah, I'll give him that too. Yeah.
Maladay, free hit. Oh, and he's bowled him on the free hit.
No ball again. Oh, no.
Well.
Does he get 2 free hits now? Does he get a free hit and then another free hit to make up for the second no ball?
Well, it's now another free hit, so... Still, the fish hasn't bowled a ball this... He hasn't bowled a legal ball in the last 2, so...
It was probably one of the deliveries of the inning so far as well.
Except when
they've been waiting 40 overs for one to hit the stumps, and then it's a free hit.
It's a cruel game. It's a cruel game sometimes, cricket.
Especially when you see the umpire signal that his front foot was probably a good 1.5 inches, 2 inches over that popping crease.
Another free hit. Well bowled, Maladay. Dug out.
We'll wait for the call now.
No, that's it.
That's all good.
I'd feel a bit ripped off.
No, because all it does is... If you get a free hit the first time and you digress again, it just means the next ball becomes another...
Otherwise, you're getting 2 for the price of 1. Full. Driven down to the man at deep mid-on, which is Malone. Another single. Oroji is getting very close. He's now 98. Lowry 90. And they're 1 run away from 200 in the 41st over. Maladay to Lowry. He was expecting a little bit more pace on that. Just feels like at times the wicket is not quick enough to drive or to pull using the pace.
Well, there's the 200 up there, ladies and gentlemen, for Northern Districts. Not a bad run rate now, considering we were talking about 3s and 3.5s at the 20 over mark.
Well, they've been slowly creeping up. 4.9 now. That'll be 1. They'll look for 2. But no, Rogie says no, thank you. He will go to 99. Lowry is 91. That is the end of the 41st over. 201 without loss. Kalen Maladay, 8 overs for 40.
We'll go across the ditch back to Basin Reserve. Speaking of Rod Tucker and all of that. The Kiwis are still doing okay. They haven't lost a wicket yet, which makes Kiwi very happy at the moment. The background giving a couple of fist bumps. They are none for 81, still trailing by 145 after being asked to follow on by England captain Ben Stokes when they were rolled in their first innings for 209. In the two Marsh Cup games for the men's down at Blundstone Arena at Hobart, Tasmania batting first against West Australia. Tasmania after 26 overs, a 2 for 132. And in Adelaide Oval, between South Australian Redbacks and the Victorian Bushrangers, Victoria are 6 for 106 halfway through the 32nd over. Game due to kick off in about 40 minutes, or an hour, about hour and 40 minutes. Up at the Gabba, the Queensland Bulls taking on the New South Wales Blues, scheduled for 2:05 Sydney time, which will be a day-nighter.
Well said, we're seeing now here one of these 5 overs, Butchart making his way in.
Now Roger leaves. He's one away from the milestone.
But they said these are some important overs here for both sides.
Round the wicket. And there it is. Work down to the mid-wicket. They'll get 2. And what an outstanding innings from this experienced campaigner. All class today from Scott Roger. Congratulations. Fine innings. And what a fine partnership this has been. 127 deliveries. 10 boundaries.
As I said, pure class here by Scott Roger. He was a major pickup when he came into this Rangers side a couple of seasons ago, and he's been really one of the big main reasons they are where they are.
Now, I'll come back to what I was going to tell you in a minute, because Butchart's bowling. Roger down the track, down to mid-on for a single. Now, if we just look to our right here, gentlemen, I think we might see the Lowry Roger fan club here. All the kids wearing 15 and 3, which is, of course, must be the numbers of their dads.
Mm-hmm.
That's outstanding. In little Rangers gear. Now it's Lowry on strike, 91. Can he also bring up his milestone?
I must admit, it's a nice touch watching looking at the little ones running around with the proper player kit on, and
That's fantastic. No, I absolutely love it. Butchart swung by Lowry out to the man at deep mid wicket. Only a single.
I said I even remember when I was a kid, maybe a little bit older than the junior Roger and Larry's down there, but maybe sort of 7 or 8, having even one of my dad's subbies rugby jerseys in my size. I always thought I was very cool to be able to wear that around.
Start around the wicket. That's a lovely shot. That's probably going to beat the
Save
field.
them.
Splits
Wow.
the 2 men deep. Wonderful shot from Roger.
Yeah, he's certainly going to hit the go button now, but what a beautiful shot. No risk at all, just straight back at the bowler, no chance of getting in his follow-through. And it's just run along this carpet of an outfield. There's fielders at mid-on and mid-off back on the boundary, but they had no chance to cut that off.
Just exquisite timing, but again, beautiful outfield, just so quick. As the students still looking for this first wicket. I think Melody will continue from this river end.
So they have to do something here, Sydney Uni. They do need to get these 5 overs out of the way, but they need to take wickets as well. So maybe we'll just see a bit of a mix and a match here. 1 over of the overs they need to make up, and then 1 over of their strike bowlers, because, as I said, I think after that over you'll see they'll be looking for these remaining 4 overs they have to make up from Hugo Akita. And they're really going to take advantage of those. So
Such a costly loss, wasn't it?
well, when you look at it, it works out well for missing, because you have Maladay bowling 43-45 and Tate bowled 47-49.
Oh, that has gone over the stumps.
And that's hit his pad going through too, as you could hear that real thuddish.
He was
noise
trying to hit that one straight onto the roof of the cafe down here in
I think he was going further than that.
Silverwater Hotel across the road
Yeah.
is where he's trying to put that.
He's seeing the hotel there. And he says, "I want to step in there and have a nice beverage."
It's go time here. And that's
Ooh.
well played down the ground. Only a single though. Whipped in by Malone. Larry now 93.
I still think they're up for the 300. We said at 30 they were only 138. We were saying to double it, which would have been 276. I'm still thinking if these two are still in, they're going to be hitting probably just a tick over straight, maybe 305, 310.
Halliday. And nicely driven down the ground again.
It must just be me, but I don't think Devlin Malone has the strongest arm there, because we're watching him and he's almost trying to skid the ball back in from down here on the fence, back into the bowler at the moment.
Just notice he was just moving his shoulder, maybe a bit sore. Halliday, fourth ball of the over, short, punched straight to that man at deep mid wicket. Another single for Lowry. 94 now.
Well, they're definitely protecting the short boundary with deep square, cow, and here at long off, or long on. I always seem to get those two confused, but yeah, they're definitely trying to stop the fours in this short boundary.
Roger on strike, well bowled. Halliday, full and wide outside off stump.
Yeah, you saw Roger advancing down the wicket
He did,
and
that was
fired
smart.
it wide.
Very smart bowling.
Well, that's what I have to do now, but you said you can see Roger's changed his mindset. He wants everything to just go now, and now that he's passed that milestone of 100, the fear almost takes a back seat, and it's what can you ball on. But yeah, it was a nice change up there. He has been bowling that sort of stump line, so Roger was right to go down the wicket as he did, but it's nice to see when bowlers can adapt like that.
Last ball. In the air, could be out, and is. Straight down the throat of McElduff, and that brings to the close a wonderful innings. Scott Roger, 107 from 132 deliveries, 11 fours, and in combination with his skipper, provided Northern Districts with a wonderful platform.
100%. As said, if they get the job done here, they'll look back to this partnership, but I think might actually be a blessing in disguise now, because it's about an extra half an hour. They can pump some fluids into him, because he's going to be one of the important bowlers as well, Scott Roger.
That's right, and listen, it's not going to be easy for them in the field this afternoon.
Okay.
It is going to be slightly warmer.
And next batter coming out's in jersey at 11.
So, Lockie Shaw.
Yeah, Lockie Shaw, that would be about right. He normally bats up the order for the Rangers. Good young prospect for the Rangers, the wicket keeper as well.
This is where you'd almost sit there and look at trying to send someone in that you know can hit long and hit hard. And
well, I think we've seen that when we've called the Rangers up at Asquith Oval. We've seen him bat up the top of the order, and
yeah,
is an aggressive wicket-keeper batsman that seems to be the mould at the moment.
Wicket keepers have to bat these days.
100% they do.
In the modern game.
I think the worst thing for Uni, honestly, at the moment was that was the last ball of the over, so they don't get that early crack at Lockie Shaw.
Oh, that's right.
Where you've got David Lowry coming in to face this ball, and he's set. So basically, it's going to Lockie will probably be told, "Okay, you work with me. You hit the ball when you can see it, but if I call two, or I just want one, you take it."
Okay, 44th over. Butchart to continue. 14 off his 2 overs. We'll have a change of commentary after this over. Driven down the ground by Lowry. Only be a single.
I think Lowry's in the same thought process as Scott Roger. I'm just going to do the simple things. I'm going to get to my 100. And then after that, then I'm going to go nuts.
Well, I think Lockie Shaw's definitely got to have the licence here, particularly if he's,
yeah,
facing the off spin here at Butchart. He wouldn't have been expecting to bowl this many overs today, so
I'm tipping
they've got to take advantage of that.
Sorry, mate, I'm tipping every batsman has a licence from here. Butchart round the wicket. That's nicely played.
I'm shocked.
He has taken that.
He wants to get off the
stump.
duck.
Yeah.
I think he's keen to get Lowry on strike.
Yeah, I'd say Lowry wants to get him to his 100, and then even if he was to get out, at least you got 2 fresher batsmen that can come in and do the job.
Now that was extremely fine, extremely lucky. He'll get the single. past the gloves of Cummins.
Yeah, if it was a first slip there, they would have absolutely gobbled that one up, but...
You don't very usually see a first slip in the 44th over in a one-day match.
Wide.
That's wide. An appeal for caught behind, and the umpire signals wide.
I think umpire Moran was pretty much waiting for the appeal to die down before he stuck the arms
It was
out.
a slightly subdued appeal. Chart again, driven by Shaw. That's a nice piece of timing down to the man at deep mid-off. He goes to 2. Northern Districts now. 217 for 1. 2 balls remaining in this 44th over. Larry goes big now. There's a chance out in the deep. Oh, wonderful catch.
Just.
Wonderful catch. Oh, he had a bit to do there, and the rope to contend with. And another wicket has fallen here.
He's gone to that extreme boundary, hasn't he, underneath the scoreboard. It's probably the longest hit here at Cricket Central Oval today. And the fielder out there, he was just able to get that one inside the rope. He's back a little bit more than what we've seen them. They've been usually about 15 or 20 metres inside the boundary, but I think with these last few overs, they know that they need to be further back, and it worked out well for the students. As I said, had it gone over his head, it would have brought up his 100, but unfortunately, he had seen the back of Dave Lowry, 96 off 131 deliveries. It's been an absolutely glorious innings by the Rangers skipper.
Outstanding. As you're saying, he's facing at the other end. That's into the cafe.
Yeah.
Very long hit, that one.
If that's hitting into the cafe, that's probably bouncing off the umbrella. That's probably close to where the whole family is sitting at the moment, or onto the roof of the cafe, because that just shows you how big a difference. It's probably a good 30 metres difference from batting from that end to the cafe corner, from this end out to the scoreboard.
Now last ball, sorry, 2 to go. Oh no, one to go, that is correct. The scoreboard hasn't updated.
Hasn't updated.
So it'll
for
be
the
my
wicket.
last ball of this innings and the last ball of the 44th over.
Now this will be interesting. Northern Districts have brought out Corey Miller, a very, very good and very powerful left arm batter.
Excuse me. But they've got the combination now, which is the left-right combination, which are going to make it slightly harder for the bowlers.
And we've seen him bat at Asquith Oval, and it's a big ground. And we've seen him clear the fence on the road away from the clubhouse, and that is a big hit.
Chart driven to the man at short cover. That is the end of the 44th over. 2 for 217. Dave Mack having a spell. It'll be the Mayor of Macarthur, Mike Sheen, and Kiwi Mick to join us. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
I will be remaining in, and we'll get Mike and Mike back in the commentary box. Thank you, Shane. Thank you, Macca. It's been a nice spell from you guys, but as I said, we'll get down to the nitty-gritty as we get all the mic noise of all the cans being changed. And
Good to be back.
Yeah, good to be back, boys. This has suddenly got very interesting. 6 overs to go, 2 for 217. 2 new men at the crease as well.
yeah, it's going to be interesting to see here. As I said, 6 overs to go. You know that 3 overs are going to have to be from one of the part-timers. So, as I said, what an innings it's come to. We thought that maybe it could have been the openers bat the whole way through. They've obviously decided they needed to go for it. An unlucky catch there. It was a great catch by Maladay out there in front of the scoreboard, right on that long boundary. But as I said, any other ground, I think that would have been 6, and that would have been his 100.
Certainly would, as we see the new over starting. First ball from to Shaw was just defended into the offside. No run. 2 for 217 in the 45th.
Tell you what though, losing both those openers who have done pretty much all the work now, so you got, 35 deliveries left, 2 for 217. Wonder what they're going to get now, 2 new batters here.
Maladay in his final over. Shaw drives that one to long on, takes an easy single. He goes to 3, 2 for 2, 1-8. Yeah, that totally changes the whole scenario, doesn't it, Mick? The 2 for 2, 18, with 2 new men at the crease, you're probably looking, again, as we originally said, that 240, 250 mark. Suddenly, run a ball, you're looking at around that 240 mark. That's going to be a competitive total.
It certainly is, but you hope, though, with the 2 fresh batters as well, you could see that Roger and Lowry, they were struggling with the heat, obviously having the helmets on for that long a time. You've got the two fresh batters in who are going to run hard between wickets, and there is plenty of pockets where they can get 2s, even 3s on this big ground. So they're just going to have to run and run hard.
Maladay around the wicket to Corey Miller, the left-hander. Just steers that one down to deep third, takes one. He thought he looked at the second, but there was never any interest from Lachlan Shaw, so he's off the mark. Miller, he's 1, 2 for 2, 19.
I think 260 you'd want to get here.
Yeah,
I think anything over 250, personally, I think Northern Districts will win, in my opinion. I reckon that'll be enough.
Maladay back over the wicket to Lachlan Shaw, who just squeezes that one to Whitish mid-off. No run, extra cover.
Yeah, it'll come down to the likes of Nick Larkin. We obviously know what he can do with the bat. The top order for the students, Charlie Dummer, we saw him in the T20s as well. They've got a very good top order, but as I said, if they can use the new ball well, the ranges, something that the students didn't do, then it's just going to make it so much more harder for them.
Maladay into Shaw, who drives over the top of the covers. There's a sweeper in the deep. They thought about the second, but a rocket arm from the deep keeps it to 1, 2 for 2, 20.
That's a good 60-metre throw that the keeper's taken above his head.
That was a laser. That was an absolute laser throw.
Damien Mortimer's also a good batter, isn't he?
Yes. You mentioned
Tim Cummins got 50 in their semi-final win, so he can come in and belt them. He bats about number 7, doesn't he, right? So
Mortimer and Cummins
got some batters there.
Mortimer and Dummer both had time at Campbelltown in the past. Around the wicket, Maladay into Miller, who squeezes down to long on. They'll come back for the second throw to the keeper's end. He had to dive. He made it in the end, but he had to hustle. 2 more to the total. 2 for 222 after 45 overs.
I'm not sure if Dummer's playing, though, by the looks of this team sheet. He might not be playing in this game.
Well, he was listed on Play HQ, but as
Was
said,
he?
you have the official...
Yeah, this is what I got about 20 minutes before, but cricket's a funny game, isn't it, Matt Mears?
It is certainly a very funny game.
We'll see what happens, you know?
Yeah, I do think they do
I know
have
we've
the
actually
batting
got
there.
reliably informed by one of the Sydney University staff that he's not playing Charlie Dummer.
Not
so
playing, okay.
And that's from the right people. So.
That is from the right people. They have been very good to us, the uni club, throughout the season. We've been lucky enough to call a couple of games from University Oval throughout the season, and so they've been treating us very well, as all the clubs do, wherever we travel around on a Sunday afternoon, calling Kingsgrove Premier Cricket.
Now it'll be Butchart around the wicket. That one is swept high into the air. There's a sweeper in the deep, but he won't get to it. It's a long chase. They'll come for 2. Can they reel it in? They can. They'll take a third on the arm as it finally comes in. 3 more to the total. Lachlan Shaw to 7, 2 for 225. 29 balls to go.
Yeah, well, that's Shaw now. He's got his eye in. He's going to start taking a couple of risks. And as I said, with the fielder there inside the circle at fine leg, if you can get it over his head, you know that there's runs aplenty as it rolls on this quick outfield.
If Miller can get it past the short fine leg, there are runs to be had. Same on the offside. Butchart around the wicket. Goes down the ground. Picks out the man at long on, and they'll take 1. Miller to 4, and even time 4. 2 for 226.
Yeah, and just I think they've realised that Shaw's probably had a couple more deliveries to get his eye in, and he's probably going to be the man to attack the off spinner here.
Butchart around the wicket, bowls to Miller, who paddles round the corner nicely. That's a lovely shot from Lachlan Miller. They'll come for the second, and that's all they'll get. 2 for 228. The run rate has certainly ramped up in the last 5 minutes. with the fall of the 2 wickets. Shaw to 9, Miller 4. Tim Cummins just directing traffic like he's on Parramatta Road at Camperdown, outside the footbridge. Butchart around the wicket. Miller goes big. That has gone.
It's hit
Into the sight screen. Into the scoreboard, if you don't mind. Yeah. That was a 10. That wasn't 6. That was 10.
That's hitting the old Mercantile Mutual sign in the old One Day Cup. That is an absolutely monster hit. They said we saw the catch that Lowry gave to Maladay underneath the scoreboard, and I thought that was a big hit. But to get it over the fielder and it takes out that lower corner.
And not just clear him, but cleared him by some distance. Butchart. Miller goes aerial on the other side. Add 4 more to that. 10 off 2. The Rangers are flying late. 2 for 238.
Yeah, Lockie
wow.
Shaw. Lockie Shaw, this is why he's the man to come in this situation. Exciting prospect as a wicket-keeper as well, but bats in the top order for the Rangers. This has been set up perfectly for him. He's going to throw caution to the wind as we're getting up already towards that 240 mark.
Butchart, Miller sweeps nicely. They'll just take the 1. They thought about the second but decided against it. 46 overs down. That was a big one for the Rangers. 2 for 239 after 46.
Yeah, going after Butchart, weren't they? I mean, he's 4 overs, 36 runs conceded. He got 1 wicket, but he's going at 9 runs and over. As you were saying, replacing Akita, trying to fill in those overs. But yeah, 4 overs to go. I mean, if they can go for it like that, they could get 280 here all of a sudden. They've just got that surge going again.
We were saying 240, 250. I think you can add a bit of cream onto that one.
Bit of mayonnaise.
Oh yeah, add a nice helping of mayo to that one. 270, 280, as you said. That's looking very on the cards for the Rangers. And Sydney Uni, they're going to have a tough task this afternoon here at Cricket Central. A perfect Sunday afternoon at Silverwater. And we've got a cracking One Day Cup final on our hands. So it'll be Kieran Tate to bowl out, as they said, 47 and 49 overs from the broadcast end, the Parramatta River end. He'll come right arm over, bowling to the dangerous Lachlan Shaw, 20 off 11. Tate away from us now. Shaw back down the ground over the bowler's head. Can he pick the gap? No, he can't. Fielded nicely, they'll take 2.
Yeah, no, Lockie Shaw's really looking for the gaps now, and they said it was just sat up there nicely, that first delivery back from Tate, and they said you want to find vacant ground. That's usually the best place to pick, either behind the bowler or behind the keeper. And I said I think we tried to find behind the keeper the previous over, but with the medium pacer, go straight.
Tate. Miller advances, lofted over the top, and a oh, did he hold it?
Yep.
Did he hold it? I think he did. Lachlan Shaw goes for a quick fire, 22 off a dozen. It's 3 for 241 in the 47th. He had 3 bites of the cherry ripe, but held it in the end.
Damien Mortimer with a good catch. He hit that pretty hard. He caught it pretty low, bobbled it, but eventually gets it. So the 3 chances I've had for catches here in the last 3 wickets have taken them, just to limit the damage a bit. But pretty good catch out there on the outfield in the heat. Must be 30 degrees now, surely.
Yeah, it'll be nudging 30, 31 degrees out here at Silverwater this afternoon, but a cracking day for cricket and a very good catch from Damien Mortimer out in the deep. Had a couple of bites at it, but held onto it in the end. Gives University a glimmer of hope at 3 for 241. Mitchell Crane, the new man to the wicket.
Yeah,
a quick fire, what's that, 24.
22 off 13 for Lockie Shaw.
Yeah.
They said I think he did his job there, and again, even if that was on the shorter ground, that was probably 6 runs. But I said he was given the license. That was what he was out to do, and I think he already did his job in getting this run rate up. And with only a couple of overs left here, it's going to be interesting what Corey Miller and the rest of this middle order for the Rangers can do. Because they've already hit 240 now. They've got to at least be looking for 260, 270 They've still got 2 overs from Butchart to come to be able to try and take the attack to.
And
I think they've got to be trying to dispatch every one of his deliveries.
That's got to be the strategy for Northern Districts to target Butchart. Tate has 1 for 27, but limit the damage off Tate and target the other end. Tate in now to the new man, Crane, who drives, doesn't beat mid-off, he fumbles. Man at mid-on, I think that was Devlin Malone. Hasn't had the best day, Devlin Malone, with the ball in the field. There was a misfield there. They take a single, 3 for 242. Crane off the mark with that single.
Yeah, no wicket for 50 off his 10. That's unlike Malone, isn't it? Normally he's he'd normally sort of be about 30 runs max off his 10, but...
They targeted Malone today, which was a real surprise. Tate coming around the wicket now to the left-hander, Corey Miller. Middle of the 47th over. Tate's in. Miller had a look at that one outside off, through to Tim Cummins. A valuable dot ball for University.
I think they'll be happy here, the students and the Rangers, if they just see off these last few deliveries from Tate. I think if they can just work the ball around, not try and take any risks, but those 2 overs of spin from the opposite end, they're the ones that need to be dispatched.
Certainly looks like that from the far end. Tate away from us to Corey Miller. An effort ball there from Tate. They'll steal a single. Would have been tight. They'll get an overthrow here. They'll come back for the second. And that about sums up the day for Sydney University. Just hasn't gone their way today. They'd be very frustrated with how things have gone. 3 for 244. 1 ball remaining in the 47th over.
Yeah, no, it's been some good bowling here from Tate, but good running again. Good awareness to get back for that second.
Miller waits for Tate, who's in now. Drives through the covers nicely, through the point region. There's a sweeper out there. Do they want a second? No. There was a stumble from Miller at the non-striker's end. Quickly the call went up to hold up, and they'll take the single only. 47 overs down, 3 for 245. Miller 7, Crane 1. A wicket in that over to Kieran Tate. He has 1 for 31 off 9.
Well, Tate's been pretty good, hasn't he, considering the carnage? He's got good figures there, Tate.
Bit over, what's that, about 3.5 and over for Kieran Tate.
3.44 if we want to be exact. Thank you, Play HQ.
Close enough.
I was doing that on the fly. I thought that was pretty reasonable.
Very good.
Very well.
Without a calculator in front, you know.
Yeah, doing it old school.
Oh, my brain doesn't work like that on a Sunday.
Mine doesn't work like that on a Monday.
What about the other days?
Oh, depends what mood I'm in.
Maybe. Looks like we've got a bowling change down at the far end of the ground.
Might be Mackleduff again. Yep, it is.
They need to do something here, Sydney Uni. Obviously, Butchart is not the answer for them. We've got 2 overs to get through from that far end. So they've gone to Mackleduff.
Yeah, 12 off his only over so far.
And he comes now around the wicket, bowling to the dangerous Corey Miller, who went big and he's been stumped. Nice work from Tim Cummins, an easy take behind the stumps. Mackleduff gets a wicket, it's 4 for 245.
I think it was the right idea there, trying to put the off spinner off his line and length as soon as he comes into the attack. But as I said, just a little bit of purchase there off this Cricket Central wicket. We haven't seen a lot of that today, but it just is enough to go past the outside edge of the left-hander's bat and straight through to Tim Cummins, who's definitely not going to miss out on an opportunity like that, and took off the bail as quick as a flash. But as I said, they've got the license out there at the moment. Corey Miller, he goes for 7. But now it's going to be up to this sort of lower middle order of the Rangers to really put the foot down and see if they can get them to that sort of 260, 270 total as we're getting down into sort of the last sort of 17 balls left of this innings.
4 for 245. Miller goes for 7. Stumped Cummins, bowled Mackleduff. He has the figures of 1 for 12 in his second over. Just waiting for the scoreboard to update with the new
Ross Pawson, I think
Ross
it is.
Pawson, the Sydney Thunder
Yeah.
T20 player from earlier this season.
I think I've seen some of his merch sitting outside that I'll have to try and keep Shane Evans away from pocketing on his
That
way
helmet
out.
looked good, didn't it? Very, very shiny green.
If Shane Evans' bag's looking a bit extra full on the way out.
Ask a few questions. Pawson wrapped on the pad. They'll take a leg by here. The question was asked from McElduff. Umpire says a leg by, 4 for 246.
It looks as well as if it looks like Frogbox is also caught up. So if you're watching on Frogbox, thank you. But it looks like the scoring there has updated as well. It has been running a fair bit behind today.
McElduff. That one swept by Crane, went the reverse. Couldn't beat the man at short third man.
You know, it's not the worst option. Instead, if you get it
No.
past him, there's a lot of spare ground, and it
Oh.
is the short boundary.
It is the short side of the ground, so they've changed the field here. Cummins bringing a man into point. Try and prevent that reverse. As he unwinds now, goes down the ground stylishly. They'll take one. Do they want a second? They do. They come for the second on the arm and get there nicely. Good work from Northern Districts, 4 for 248.
Yeah, when it goes straight there, you beat the bowler. They're quite wide, the long on and long off. They need to take advantage of that as it took them a little while to get to that ball. So it's a good running by the Rangers. They need to turn those ones into twos.
McElduff in. That one swept nicely through square leg. Again, they take one. Do they want a second? No. Didn't even entertain the idea. Crane to 4 for 249. 13 balls to go in the innings. Another 13 to that makes 262. I think you'd take that every day.
Yeah, that'd be a very good score.
McElduff. Around the wicket, last ball of the over. No run there, off the pad. Cummins comes out to field. Umpire calls over. 48 overs down, 4 for 249.
Well, I think this is a very important over here by Kieran Tate. You would assume he'll be bowling out his 10th and final over from this Northern or River or Commentary or Office End, whatever. We'll have to decide by the
We'll
end
have
of
to
the
come
day.
up with one.
Boardroom end.
Yes,
We'll
all of
work
the
it
above.
out. We'll work it out by the end of the day, but it's going to be an important over.
Shane Evans? No.
Never call anything after Shane Evans, but
That would have been really stretching the friendship.
he'd love you. He'd love you for it. But as I said, it's going to be very important here over here, because even if they can sort of get in for 9 or 10 off this over, which is possible here if they can find some of these deep pockets and run hard, that's going to put a lot on McElduff for that final over to try and keep them to something respectable.
Even if they get a tidy over, it's 3 or 4 or 5, they can really target that final over. And even if they only go for 3 or 4 off this over, 253, 254, that sets them up nicely. Tate away from us. Bowls to Crane, who goes aerial over the top, doesn't beat the man at extra cover. The catch is taken. 5 for 249. 11 balls left in the innings.
Again, a sharp catch inside the circle there. So the last few wickets have been catches, and to their credit here, Sydney University are taking these catches as well. Some of them aren't all that easy, or else this could have been a hell lot worse, this score.
To put that into AFL terms, that was a nice mark, overhead mark on
Buddy Franklin.
Yeah, well, no, I was thinking more centre wing. Nice little chip to centre wing. That'll be kicking off in a few weeks' time, the AFL season.
Hey.
All the winter codes getting ready.
Yeah.
well, we'll be back in action here on Triple H Sport probably Friday,
Okay.
if not Sunday. So with rugby league action. So make sure you stay tuned to the socials, Triple H Sport, Facebook, Twitter. I'm sure we'll get all the plugs for MacArthur Sport as well.
Yes.
And
I'll give a quick shout out. MacArthur Rugby League. Only a couple of weeks to go. Getting close. March 25. Oakdale and East Campbelltown from Sid Sharp. That'll be a good way to kick off the new season. All 18 rounds on MSR, the MacArthur Sports leader. Can't wait to rip into another season of footy.
Mate, Wominda International Stadium.
Oh, love Wominda International. Hello to Daniel Draper if you're listening. Tate in. The new man. That was turned around the corner for a single.
I remember my one and only appearance there calling Sydney Shield out of the beer can of a...
I've never been there still.
Oh,
Lucky you.
We'll organise it, Mick. We'll organise for you to get a Sunday afternoon at Wominda International.
Is that East Campbelltown's ground, isn't it?
That
is.
certainly
Yeah.
is.
I've heard about it a lot.
Yes, yes.
I've been to pretty much every other Sydney Shield ground over the years, but
Yeah, I'll get you out to a couple of the MacArthur League grounds. A couple of good ones out there. Tate runs away from us. That one was an attempted ramp over the keeper's head, but through to Tim Cummins, no run. A couple of nice grounds out there. I might send you to Victoria Park one Sunday at Picton, maybe for a local derby, Picton and Thirlmere. They get a bit feisty out at Vic Park on a
oh
Sunday.
yeah. Like the crowd or the players.
Oh,
Both.
yeah,
All
column
of
A,
the
column
above.
B. Yeah, column A, column B.
Yeah.
You know, but no, MacArthur Rugby League kicking off soon on MacArthur Sports Radio. Tate in. That one driven straight down the ground. That's a lovely drive. They'll take one. They'll turn for the second on the throw to the bowler's end. They get there. Good running from the Rangers. 5 for 2, 5-2.
Yeah, they needed to come back for the second there. He was in and out, Louis Shaw there. At the other strike, he knew he was coming to the danger end. And the big dive as well, coming out.
Lockie's
Great to
brother,
see.
is it?
Have to assume there's some sort of relation. Maybe we'll find out in
Similar
the break.
first names too.
Tate in. That one chipped over the top, and that'll be out. Caught behind by Tim Cummins down the leg side. Tried the little reverse ramp over the keeper's head, but only found Tim Cummins, who took an easy catch.
Yeah, Ross Pawson there, not really putting much oomph behind that one. More just trying to deflect it than a big full hit. Maybe if he'd tried to follow through, then he would have been able to get enough elevation over Tim Cummins there. But the students won't mind the end of this game. As I said, they are restricting that run rate. We thought they might be able to go at a bit of a faster clip, but as I said, this has just been built off that partnership between Lowry and Rogie at the top of the order.
Yep.
212 for the first wicket here, if you're just tuning in.
So that was Ross Pawson going for 2. Louis Shaw's not out 1. It's 6 for 252 with 7 balls remaining in the innings. Kieran Tate, as I said, if he can get through a decent over, 3 for 34 with 1 ball remaining.
He's done well, hasn't he?
Done very well.
Toby Gray making his way to the wicket. He made his Sheffield Shield debut earlier in the year.
Yes.
Also was part of the Thunder extended squad, so I'll be expecting a lot of overs out of him this afternoon. I'm sure he'll enjoy bowling his little spinners on this pitch.
So he'll face the last ball of Kieran Tate, who runs away from us to complete the 49th over. He's in, and Gray goes hard into the offside, finds the man at long off. They'll turn for 1. They'll come for the second. Throw to the bowler's end was the wrong end. They get the 2. 6 for 254 after 49. Throw should have been to the keeper's end.
Again, good running by Louis Shaw. He's like a rabbit between the wickets, isn't he, Kiwi Mick?
Yeah.
He can get in and out so fast to come back for the second. And that'll mean he'll be on strike for the final over, which is probably what they'd be looking for, being the probably the more senior batter out of the two. But as I said, having to go to this long boundary with the off spinner. Let's see what he goes. Whether he can hit the scoreboard again, I don't know. I said it wasn't probably something I was expecting to see today. Was one to rebound off this beautiful scoreboard here at Cricket Central.
Do you think they'd notice if we whacked that in the back of the...
Mate, if you can put that in the back of your car,
Hey,
wow.
If I can get that in the back of my little MG, that'll be a miracle.
Is it a fold up?
The car or the scoreboard?
Jeez. Both. No.
Yeah. The car, maybe. 1 over remaining. McElduff into Louis Shaw. Just turns that into the offside. Can't beat the bowler, though, and they'll take a quick single. 6 for 255. 5 balls to go.
And not only the players and the umpires feel the heat, sometimes us commentators do too. I'm starting to get a little bit fatigued.
Getting a bit warm
And
up
we're not
here.
even at the halfway mark.
Mate, we're only used to 40 overs, this 100 over
It's
stuff.
all right. I'll lift again, get some waters going.
No, the break isn't too far away. McElduff Shaw wrapped on the pad, big appeal. Turned down by the umpire. They'll take a leg by. 6 for 256. They really want to target McElduff here, but 256 on the board. 260 will be a very, very good total on this deck. McElduff around the wicket. The reverse sweep doesn't beat the two men in close. They'll steal a single. Short of 3, 6 for 257.
Yeah, McElduff's done not too bad here, though. He's not getting smashed for boundary after boundary, is he? You know?
Toby
See what
Gray.
happens in these next 3 balls, but...
McElduff in that one. Driven to the man at long on. They'll take one. Do they want a second? They want a second. They're going to go. No, they're not. They thought about it, but decided against it. Throw in from the deep. Keeps it to 1. 6 for 258. 2 balls to go.
Yeah, good work there by Mortimer. He realised that it was going to be the keeper's end where the run out was going to be on, and that's probably what stopped the 2.
McElduff in. Ball turned through square leg. They'll take one. Do they want a second this time? They do. Throw to the keeper's end. Not in time. Cummins removes the bails, but it was all safe. 6 for 260 with 1 ball left.
Yeah, that magic 260 figure. Going to take a great innings here from Sydney University to get this score. Mind you, it's pretty great conditions, isn't it? I mean,
perfect conditions.
Yeah.
They can target the short Silverwater roadside boundary. McElduff, final ball, gets driven down the ground. It's a lovely drive. They'll take one. They'll come for the second. Throw has to go to the keeper's end. Does he get there in time? They appeal. The umpire says no. Safe. 6 for 262 after 50 overs.
Yeah, a great innings there. A great finish for the Rangers as well, but as we said before, all set up by that opening first wicket partnership between Scott Rodgey and Dave Lowry, the skipper. 212. We'll give you a quick tale of the tape, and we'll take a break here, whether you're listening on the Triple H Sports Stream or you're listening through Frogbox. We thank you very much for your company today. So the Northern District batting innings, they finished 6 for 262 off their 50 overs. Scott Rodgey, he made that 107 off 132 deliveries, 4 fours as part of that before he was caught by Ryan McElduff off the bowling of Maladay. Dave Lowry, he tried for that big shot towards the scoreboard, but Maladay, he was there to pick up the crumbs. He was caught there by him off the bowling of Butchart. 96 off 131 deliveries, 6 boundaries, 1 6. Then Lockie Shaw, he came in and decided that he was going to take the game by the scruff of the neck. He did that before he was out caught by Mortimer off the bowling of Kieran Tate. 22 off the 13, 1 4, 1 6 for him. Corey Miller, he tried hard, but he was stumped off the bowling of McElduff, off by Tim Cummins. 7 off 8 deliveries. Mitchell Crane, he didn't have much time out there either. Caught by Larkin off the bowling of Tate. 4 off 5. Pawson, he also tried to go big, but that ramp shot wasn't quite working. He just scooped it straight to Tim Cummins off the bowling of Tate for 2 off 5 deliveries. Louis Shaw finishes 7 not out off 5. Toby Gray finishes 4 not out off 3. 13 extras, including 7 wides, 2 no balls, 4 leg buys. That gives you your 6 for 262 off the 50 overs. The Sydney University bowling, Maladay, 10 overs, 1 for 48. Kieran Tate, he was the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 36 off his 10. Hugo Akita, he had that injury early on at short fine leg, trying to dive and save that ball. He only got through 3 overs, none for 15. The 2 spinners, you can't get much more symmetry than this. Devlin Malone, 10 overs, none for 50. Max Hope, 10 overs, none for 50. McElduff and Butchart, they had to do the job to get those Hugo Akita overs in. McElduff, he finished 1 for 23 off 3. And Butchart, 4 overs, 1 for 36. Kiwi Mick Mike, it's going to be a great chase here if the students can get it done. You can't ask for much better conditions. Your thoughts as we go to the break?
Leaning towards Northern Districts, 263 is going to be a mighty target in this one-day cup final. University are capable. If the likes of Mortimer can get going, then it is certainly on for the students, but leaning towards Northern Districts, not with a lot of confidence, but they're going to have to bowl pretty well to limit this University side.
Yeah, first of all, full credit to Lowry and Rogie. What a partnership. Set it up. Northern Districts, I said anything over 250, I think Northern Districts will win. But I tell you what, if Nick Larkin can bat a bit, and Mortimer and Coe and Cummins, but I think Northern Districts by about 30 or 40 runs, in my opinion. It's an early prediction. Kiwi Viz, I'd probably early doors. I'd say first one of the day, I'd go Northern District 66 and University 34.
I think that's very fair.
Fair one?
I think that's very fair in these
Two-thirds
conditions.
more likely.
Yeah,
I'm not very good at maths, sorry about that.
I think that the new ball's going to be key here. We saw, obviously, with that big partnership, the new ball didn't come into a factor, but if the Rangers with Pawson and co, you got Charlie Anderson, he's come back from Australian under-19 duties into this game. If they can get a couple of early ones with this new ball, we saw it duck around a bit for the students. If they can use that to their advantage, the Rangers, that's certainly going to put them on the path for victory here today. But we will take a quick break. We'll be back in about half an hour or so here on the Fogbox stream on the Cricket New South Wales YouTube page, or we're here on the Triple H Sports stream as well. We will be back as well on 100.1 FM when we come back for the second innings. So don't go anywhere. The students, they need 263 off their 50 overs if they want to take out the 22-23 Limited Overs Cup. Yes, welcome back to Cricket Central over here at Sydney Olympic Park. I am the wise man, Matt Mears, and we're looking forward to what's going to be a fascinating run chase here as we look to determine the winner of the 22-23 Limited Overs Cup here in the New South Wales Premier Cricket Competition. If you're just tuning in, we welcome you here either on Frogbox through Cricket New South Wales YouTube, you're listening on the Triple H Sports Stream, on welcome to everybody for the first time today listening through Triple H 100.1 FM. I hope you're in for a wild ride because, as I said, the Rangers, they posted 6 for 262 off their 50 overs earlier today, and we're just about to kick off the run chase here from the Students, needing 263 off their 50 overs as the umpires now making their way out to the middle. We'll have the players here very, very shortly. I've got Mike Sheen and Kiwi Mick Reinish here in the commentary position with me. Boys, it's gotten... I don't think the conditions were pretty perfect before. It might have gotten touch even better as we had our lunch break. But as I said, if you want to be chasing 260 in a final, these are the perfect conditions.
Oh, absolutely. It's an ideal afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Cricket Central. Yeah, this is a perfect summer's afternoon for cricket. Sydney Uni chasing 263. It's going to take a good effort from the Students to get home. Not going to rule them out, but it's going to take a big effort from the Students if they're to win this title.
Yeah, absolutely. I think anything over 250, 260, very good score in a one-day final. They're going to have to come out firing. Northern District's running on the field now looking full of beans and energy as well. I think their tails are up there ready to go. So it's going to be an interesting chase.
It certainly is. And as both teams make their way there, we see Nick Larkin. The Melbourne Stars player. He's also a New South Wales contracted player. He'll be looking to make a statement here. He will have seen what the openers did. If you are just tuning in, Rogie and Lowry putting on 212. For the first wicket. They'll need to replicate something like that, the Students, if they want to be able to go halfway to winning this game. So to take you through the first half an hour or so, it will be Mike Sheen, it will be Shane Evans, and leading us off, Kiwi Mick Reinish.
Thank you very much, Matt Mears. Yes, so the run chase about to start. Good afternoon, Triple H listeners around Australia, around the world, on Frogbox, of course. This is when the fireworks will begin in this second innings, of course. And it's going to be Nick Larkin and Jordan Gauchi to open up the batting. Coming into bowl here for Northern Districts will be Ross Pawson, very tall bowler. He'll run in from the 30-metre circle. He's got a lot of height. But Nick Larkin here needs to get them off to a strong start. And he's definitely got the pedigree to do so. Watched Pawson bowl against Mossman a couple of weeks ago in the two-day comp, and he was quite an impressive bowler. Of course, a lot of pace there. Northern District's actually coming home late to win that match against Mossman a few weeks ago as well. So here we go, the first ball. Pawson now charging and running away from our commentary area. Left outside the off-stump. No ball to start. Wow, so... bit of drama early on here in the free hit early doors. Nick Larkin, I don't think he's going to be blocking this one back to the bowler.
No, well, it's not the start they were looking for. Northern Districts, Ross Pawson, the Sydney Thunder player this season in the Big Bash. Back at home at Northern Districts, you were talking about that semi-final against Mossman. He did a nice job against Campbelltown in the quarterfinal out at Raby. Did a very good job out there on that afternoon, so... let's see what he can do here at Cricket Central in the final.
Here goes Pawson now to Larkin. Free hit. He goes for it. He cracks it over the covers, and this might roll away for four, but there's a man on the fence racing around. It will fall about 10 metres short in the end. Great conditions here. 30 degrees out in the middle. Nice start here for Sydney University. They have to get a good start. Northern Districts with that 200-plus run opening partnership, and they're off and away.
Good start for the Students. None for three off the first legal delivery. Pawson looking to get that radar on track and produce some of the goods. He's coming off, not quite off the back fence, but a long run up the opening bowler for Northern Districts.
Certainly Pawson, A very long run up, and this one just moving away nicely off the seam, and Larkin just lets it go through to the keeper for no run. Plenty of clapping and energy out there for Northern Districts. Body language is up. They want to get rid of Larkin early, that's for sure.
They'd certainly be looking. They'd like to get rid of Larkin and Gauchi early on. There is a fairly strong batting lineup for Sydney University, so if they can make a couple of inroads early, that will give them a big chance. If they don't, 263 will look like a junior total.
So here goes Pawson again. Flicked off the pads beautifully. There was a man down on the fence. It's going to beat him for 4 as well. He hit that nice and fine, did Nick Larkin, and he'll grab the boundary. Beautiful timing off the pads there, but like Mark Waugh back in the 90s, flicking it off the pads. Beautiful to watch.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot from Nick Larkin. As you said, just flicked it off the pads. Beat the man at fine leg. Didn't have much work to do, that man at fine leg, but beat him comfortably for the opening boundary for the students. None for 7, and they're off to a good start.
Very good start. So Larkin 6 off 4. Here goes Pawson again. And this one just blocked into the offside for no run.
A good start from Sydney Uni here. 7 in the first over. Nick Larkin facing all 4 deliveries so far. Jordan Gauchi at the non-strikers end, looking to get his eye in and get an early couple of touches on the ball, but at the moment he's watching his opening partner do all the damage for the students.
So here goes Pawson again. Long run up in the heat here at Cricket Central. Driven down the ground. A beautiful shot, and that's going to be 4. Put down the glasses. That's one of the shots of the day by Larkin. And he's saying to Lowry and Rogie, what you can do opening the batting, I can do as well. That was a crisp shot down the ground. And all of a sudden, they're on 11 here in the first over.
An exquisite off drive from Nick Larkin. Gave that the full face, and that was 4 runs from the minute it left the bat. A beautiful stroke there. 2 boundaries in the over. They are flying, the students.
What a great start here. Northern Districts were pretty steady in their start. They were on about 15 after 5. They took their time. And, nice bounce through to the keeper there. Nice sort of bounce off the wicket. But 1 over gone here, chasing 263 in this one-day final. 11 without loss.
Good start for Sydney University. Northern Districts off to not the start they were hoping for, but University off to a flyer here. None for 11 in the first over. That is a dream start for them.
Certainly is. And over at the Basin Reserve, my old home ground, the Kiwis putting up one hell of a second innings. Shane Evans, what's the score out there?
Yeah, first of all, Kiwi, where was this in the first innings? Honestly, it's the same deck. It's only 2 days old, yet they're actually learning to play like a real test team for once.
Yeah, we're the current Test World Champions. But it's not going to last for long.
Not for too much longer the way
that.
it's going, but we can tell you, after being rock and rolled for 209 the first innings and being asked by Ben Stokes to follow on, they are none for 130 odd after 40 overs in the second innings.
Great comeback. And
it definitely is.
Bowling this one is Jackson Cotter, and a wide outside the off stump to start. So Northern Districts have just come out. Your body language looked good running out there, but they've got to tune on here. Might be a high-scoring final. Here goes Sincotta again. Oh, and that's a nice straight one. Squared him up a bit, but he eventually it ends up back at the bowler. Jordan Gauchi on strike.
Yeah, so the Kiwis are none for 137 in the 51st over. Jack Leach has just come back on the bowl again. Also, all 3 Marsh Cup men's one-day matches are currently in progress, and we'll be giving scores over the next over or so.
Sincotta again, flicked off the pads beautifully. There's plenty of space out here. They'll definitely pick up a couple of runs. As the man from inside the 30-metre circle has to run and regather it. Just went behind square there, nicely timed for a couple of runs. 14 without loss.
Down to Adelaide Oval for the first of those games. The Redbacks of South Australia chasing against the Victoria Bushrangers. Bushrangers all out for 136. In reply, South Australia are none for 16 after 4.
St Kilda to Gauchi. Drives it through the offside, straight to the man there at cover. Inside the circle, of course. No run.
Down to Hobart for the second of the games. Tasmania batting first against West Australia. Currently, Tasmania are 4 for 270 with 4 overs remaining. Top scorer for Tasmania, opener Caleb Jewell, 104, out for 117 deliveries. Currently, Jordan Silk, 62 not out.
This time, Gauchi again hits it straight to the man. Chance of a run out.
Ooh.
If he hit, he was gone. If he hit, he was gone. They're going to get an overthrow. It's a little bit reckless sort of running there, Mike, between the wickets. Probably definitely not a run there at all.
No, the right call was no. The overthrow cost them, but as you said, if he hit, he was out. Gauchi was in a world of trouble. Couldn't find the stumps, the Northern District's fielder, but cost them a run in the end. Never a run to be had. Nearly a fatal blow for the students. Gauchi survives on 3, none for 15.
So St Kilda now to Larkin, who's on 10 off 7. Of course, a Big Bash player. Flicks it away off the hip. He'll pick up a single there. Definitely going to be a leg by that one. The umpire signals so. Northern Districts was slow and steady to start. Sydney University have come out scoring quick. Obviously wanting to get that strong start here. 263. Definitely a decent target. He's medium pacer here, St Kilda, or medium quick, and this one is a bit edgy, but they're going to pick up a single to that man on the fence there at a sort of a deep point position. That's the end of 2 overs here, and Sydney University 17 without loss. What a great start. This is almost like a 20-20 kind of a score.
They really have come out hard, University. The benefit of chasing the total, knowing what you need, knowing what's required, certainly a benefit for them. Northern Districts, the poor first over from Ross Pawson. St Kilda a lot better, only going for 5 off that over. Pawson will be looking to straighten up and get his bowling back online. A couple of tight overs here can certainly hurt the University cause if they can snare a wicket or 2. That's going to be the key. If these 2 get going, look out. This could be over in 30-odd overs.
So here goes Pawson now to Jordan Gauchi. This is a better ball, good length, nice bit of bounce and just blocked into the pitch.
Must admit, it's a weird feeling whilst you guys were having a bit of a feed and all our listeners were up doing whatever they wanted to do for that 40-minute spell. I was outside having a chat to Liam, the social media manager here for Cricket New South Wales, and he actually showed me Ross Pawson's spare Sydney Thunder shirt. It felt really weird being able to sit there and look at it and seeing it being the player version, but here comes Ross in for his second ball this over.
So Pawson now to Gauchi. Oh, nice bounce, but very well glided away there. Backward of point for a single. So Sydney University here, batting nice and strong. 18 without loss in the third over.
But yeah, it just felt surreal to, like, obviously most of us, we've been doing lots of rugby league games, and you talk to the players and you get to see the kit when they're wearing it or they've just changed out into their training gear, but to actually see how different the player jersey for the cricket looks compared to what we buy off the rack at our local sports store, it's really different.
Larkin on strike this time, flicks it away off his pads, off his hip. He'll pick up a single there behind backward square. And definitely good intent here by the Sydney Uni opening batters.
Looking very sharp, University. Yeah, the point you make about seeing these cricketers up close and seeing what they're wearing and what they're running in. Yeah, just having a wander around at lunchtime, having a look at some of the items on display and around the precinct here. Amazing to see some of the items available here.
So Pawson now to Gauchi. Oh, that's got to be a wide. Yep. Or no?
No, there's called one. They're just going to call one for over shoulder. Because you have to also remember the ICC at all levels made a rule change when it comes to leg sides. Where you start normally, like your normal batting stance, if you move to leg side, where that furthest point that you move leg side before the ball gets to you, that is your leg side line. The same with the offside, but I'll explain that more after this next ball by Ross.
So Pawson again to Gauchi. And he's cracked this one away. What a beautiful shot through that point area. And that's going to roll away for 4 in the heat here at Homebush in Cricket Central. 23 without loss. What a great start here by Sydney University.
That was just absolutely out of the screws there by Jordan Gauchi. But going back to the new offside leg side line, the same thing. You take your normal batting stance. If you make any movement to the offside, where we're using a blue line as our wide, if you make any step towards that line, the wide line then becomes your edge of pitch line.
Last ball of the third. Just flicked into the onside for no run. 3 overs gone here. Target is 263. Sydney University 23 without loss.
The only reason that the ICC did that, and that goes from all the way down from your under 10s all the way up through your internationals, was to try and help more the bowler side, because obviously you know that some batsmen or batswomen, depending on what gender is playing, will have a certain type of batting stance and they'll move around the pitch, but then if they see that the ball's going to go down leg side, they'll shuffle back inside their normal stance, and it used to be the umpire would call wide. Now, if you make that leg side stance because you want to smack it through the offside through cover and you miss it, it's still play on. It's a normal ball.
This time, Sin Cotter. That was pretty close to the stumps. Nick Larkin, good judgment there.
Very good judgment. I'm that, like Macca was doing this morning.
It's a good leave and a bad leave.
having that spot.
Gone around the full circle, that one.
That's it.
But having that spot sitting in our broadcast area, right behind the stumps, and that's ducked in probably a good 2 to 3 inches off the deck. So that's a very good leave.
Sin Cotter again. Oh, and that was close to a neck.
Someone's frustrated because we all know how good Nick Larkin is. We've seen him play for New South Wales. We've now seen him play for the Melbourne Stars. And normally that's the type of shot you try and do if you're chasing runs in a T20 Big Bash game, not when you're not even 4 overs into a 50 over run chase chasing 260 odd.
So the run rate here is 7.2. And this is flicked into the onside straight to the fielder for no run. 3 dot balls to start this over. This is better by Northern Districts, just trying to build a bit of pressure.
Also, with some of the women's Premier Cricket first grade games that are being played today, we've already had our first result out at Glen McGrath Oval. St George Sutherland taking on Bankstown. Bankstown all out for 63. Sutherland St George have won it 1 for 64, losing a 1 wicket, winning by 9.
And this time Larkin playing it very late. He'll guide it down to that third man area for a single.
He wasn't happy with that shot. You can see when he moved down the pitch, he rehearsing the shot, doing that now at the non-striker's end. But as soon as he hit it, he knew he didn't get that the way he wanted. Nick Larkin very angry with himself after that shot.
Yeah, definitely looked very frustrated. He wanted to play that type of shot, but was a little bit late in his judgment. As we can now see that New Zealand have just lost their first wicket. Just like Devon Conway caught it bat pad off Jack Leach.
Gauchi again guides it, pretty much a similar shot, a little bit more controlled though. And they'll pick up 1 again. So Gauchi here on 10 off 11. Larkin 12 of 13. Striking at 7.1 here. 25 without loss, 1 ball left in the 4th.
Heading up to Asquith Oval for the Lady Rangers game against the Ghosts. Change of innings. Northern Districts 7 for 218. Ghosts are just about to start their innings.
Larkin this time tucks it off his pads. Will they pick up a couple here? They've run the first very hard, but no. Good urgency inside the circle to retrieve. So 4 overs gone here. Sydney University 26 without loss.
Heading out to Drummoyne Oval for another of the Premier Cricket women's first grade games. Sydney at home hosting Manly. Manly batting first, 9 for 183 off their 50 overs, very respectable. In response, the Sydney ladies are already batting. They are none for 39. I think the carrier pigeon's gone on strikeout at Penrith. Obviously, it's too hot. The last score we did have was University 7 for 157 at the 42 over mark. So that's obviously needs to be checked up later in the week. But we'll get back to Ross Pawson bowling his next over.
And this time Larkin, that was a better length there. Just pops it into the onside for no run.
So heading out to Maryland's Oval, the Macca's old stomping ground. Parramatta women winning the toss and sending Gordon in. Gordon were all out for 133. Parramatta at the moment are cruising. They're none for 39.
Now, you know Asquith better than I do, boys. What was that? 218 for
Yep.
Campbelltown to chase down. What thoughts on that?
I'll give one after Ross bowls that next delivery.
So Larkin on strike, Pawson bowling. Oh, and that one just got a bit big on him, but he'll guide it away for another single to that third man area. First slip actually racing around to retrieve that in the end.
Up at Asquith, 218 for women's first grade. Normally around the 180 to 200 has been normal for most of the top tier of the women's teams. Obviously, Campbelltown, Camden, Northern Districts, Gordon, Sydney, and all of that. But yeah, I have had the opportunity to actually watch Gordon's second women's post 408.
Wow.
In a one-day game. Unfortunately against Georgia and her university women's team.
Gauchi again just pops us into the onside for no run. Pretty good over here by Pawson.
But that 408 was none for 408.
Oh my goodness.
Setting a total
wow.
out of Beauchamp Oval, like the number 2 field for Gordon. But I will give credit to universities. They still got beaten, but they posted a very respectable all-out 298.
Okay.
And Beauchamp's a big field, and they still scored well, but still fell 100 short.
Pawson to Gauchi now. This one again. Hits this one a little bit squarer to the fielder in the circle for no run.
Looks like Pawson's starting to find his line, only going for a couple in this over. The first over was a real loosener, but he seems to have found his line and his length and his rhythm in the last couple of overs and starting to put it on a good length. As you mentioned, a couple of balls got big on Gauchi and Larkin, so there's a little bit in the deck for these Northern Districts bowlers if they put it in.
Definitely great hot conditions out here in the middle. Oh, and that one squared him up a little bit. This one pushed into the offside for no run. This is Pawson bowling very strong here now. Gauchi 10 off 14, Larkin 14 off 16, 27 without loss in the fifth, 1 ball left.
Unless I'm mistaken, guys, I know we're watching the one-day game here, but just watching the monitor with the New Zealand test, Kane Williamson's obviously just walked out, shaking hands with the English captain Ben Stokes. I wonder if that means that Kane has announced his full retirement.
Possibly.
He's been around for a long time and served New Zealand very well, hasn't he? Of course, he stood down from the captaincy.
Yeah, but there were rumours swirling around this morning in lots of cricket circles that he would make the announcement that once this test series had finished with England, then that's it. He would retire from all forms of cricket, even the short form, T20s, everything.
Well, quite possibly, if that's the rumour doing the rounds, I'd say it's a very good chance this could be the last time we see Kay Williamson in the black of New Zealand, and destroyed Australia on many occasions, and will be a great loss to the international cricket community if he does retire.
Certainly will be. And this one, nice ball here by Sin Cotter. Northern Districts have found a bit of rhythm here with the bowling. Larkin just pushing this one back to the bowler.
Yeah, as you said, they found a bit of rhythm the last couple of overs. Pawson's got onto a nice line. Sin Cotter's bowled well in his third over, only going for 8. So he's found a rhythm nice and early. But yeah, they're just starting to find their groove now, Northern Districts. And if they can put a bit of pressure on in the next couple of overs.
Sin Cotter to Larkin. This one cracked straight to point. One bounce to the fielder for no run. Been a lot of dot balls here in the last sort of 10 or so balls.
Now, something I did notice, which I thought was a little unusual, Scott Rodgie not opening the bowling for Northern Districts today. Is that a surprise to you guys, or is that...
No, he's so far this year, well, obviously speaking to a few of the staff members, he'll normally come on either first or second change, especially if he's had a long bat first.
Oh, and again, this one's driven hard back at the bowler, but very tidy fielding there, down to his left. Reaching down with the left hand there, Sin Cotter.
But also we all know that Scott Rodgie has been a stalwart of this Northern Districts team and with the clubs previous to moving across to NDs over the years. So I'd say it's more the respect that he's earned to be able to pick when I want to bowl.
That's fair.
And again, just respectfully blocks this one. This is on track for a maiden, this one, with 2 balls left. So Northern Districts have just pulled the strings back here on Sydney University, and now they'll be looking to get that wicket.
That's why I was asking. I was wondering, is this a thing, or this is how they normally roll? It sounds like this is a pretty standard move from NDs, because I would have thought he'd be the sort of bloke you'd open with.
Oh, this time a beautiful drive down the ground.
Unlucky.
The fielder dives, but it's going to roll all the way, cracking off drive. Pretty much as straight as you can get that drive, really. Pretty close to hitting the stumps, but a great shot there. Larkin just breaks the shackles of the last couple of overs. He's now on 18 off 21.
A lovely straight drive from Nick Larkin. As you said, barely missing the stumps at the far end. A beautiful shot. And I think it was, I thought it was the bowler Sin Cotter who made the dive. I don't think it was, but a valiant dive, but that had 4 written on it.
And this time, tidy little shot off his pads. They run hard for the first, and they will come back for a second. So, very good finish to the over. Eventually, there'll be 6 off it, which is spot on what they need, really. So, after 6 overs here, Sydney University have come out strong, 33 without loss. The target, 263.
We're heading over to some of the women's second grade Premier Cricket matches that are being played today across Sydney. Out at Bankstown Oval, firstly, Bankstown batting first, all out against St George Sutherland for 146. St George Sutherland are currently batting early in their innings. They're 1 for 19. Out at Chatswood Oval, Gordon winning the toss and sending Parramatta in. Parramatta scoring 7 for 200. Gordon in reply, small problem. They're 4 for 25, but Ross Paulson's coming in to bowl his next over.
So Gauchi on strike this time. Just blocks it down the pitch to that fielder on that mid-on position for no run. 2:30 Sydney time now.
Heading out,
degrees out in the middle.
Heading out to Manly Oval. Manly taking on Sydney in second grade women's. Manly won the toss, sent Sydney in. Sydney all out for 207. Manly have just started their chase. They're none for 5. University's out of David Phillips South. University's batting first, 8 for 191. In reply, Penrith are none for 28. And we'll talk about the ghosts to NDs in a second.
So Pawson now to Gauchi. Chow to LBW!
Must be bad.
Umpire shakes the head and says no. Let's have a quick look at the replay.
Maybe down leg side. Might be the only thing that saved him there. Might have been down.
It's not leg. It has to be bad in it.
That looked pretty straight, but let's
got a very
slight
straight
delay
well
here with
worth
the
a shout.
No, there has to have been like the slightest of edges in that, or they're thinking that it's bouncing. Because I couldn't see anything wrong with it. My finger was already starting to raise.
I certainly turned around. I thought it might have been missing leg by a fraction. That's the only thing I thought that could have saved him.
So very dramatic stuff there with that one. Oh, and almost caught behind as well. This is good stuff here by Pawson, really getting that rhythm going in his last couple of overs.
See, this is the difference between a Big Bash game where you're forced to bowl quickly and do it correctly for 4 overs, where here you can build into it into your session. Okay, fair enough. His first over was terrible, let's be honest. But the next 3 overs, or 2.3 so far, his first over was 11. He's only gone for 7 in the next couple. So he's working his way into the session that he needs to at the moment. Looks like we might be having a short time out. Looks like
what the bat.
Jordan Gouch's broken the handle because he's flexed where the handle and the shoulder of the bat is, and that's where he's broken it.
So broken bat here. That's an unusual sight in grade cricket.
Jordan, bring it up here. We've already got one of those.
Anything can happen in this great game.
Yes, it can.
Hey, we've already seen one of those, but Matt Mears, I know, who's not on air with us at the moment, he can attest to it. A couple of years ago, we were calling the Kingsgrove T20 game out at Manly Oval between Manly and the Sydney Tigers. One Sydney Thunder assistant coach in Dan Smith was playing. Didn't like being given out caught behind. Walked up very frustrated. I won't repeat the words he used, but you can kind of get the idea. Because we had to apologise on air for it. He
wasn't happy, was he?
No, but he did walk out after it and tapped me on the shoulder while Matt and the rest of the guys were calling. Said, "I'm sorry," and then walked over at the drinks break and said, "Here's my bat."
Oh.
And if you can imagine, like your normal grey nick.
Yep.
Out of the bottom of the bat, how wide they are normally.
Yep.
There was a chunk about half an inch wide missing off it, and about 2 inches from the bottom, from where apparently he smashed it into one of the sitting areas inside the away room at Manly Oval.
He said he wanted the fish for dinner, didn't he? Not the chicken. That's what he said.
Yeah, that'd be a polite way to put it, but yeah.
Yeah.
But
he wanted the fish for dinner.
Yeah. But Ross Paulson's back in again with a new bat for Jordan Goucher. Let's see if it works.
Goucher with the new bat. Not too bad on the first shot, but straight to the fielder there in that cover position. This is good stuff here by Paulson. He's 3.4 overs, no wicket for 18 now, so he's tightened that run rate up a little bit.
But also we do have to thank all of our friends and colleagues here at Cricket New South Wales, Sydney Uni and also Northern Districts for allowing us to be able to broadcast today's game. We listen to us on Triple H 100.1 FM, sports.triplehfm.com.au, or via the Cricket New South Wales YouTube site through their frog box supplied by Sydney Uni today.
Oh, Goucher's gone for it. Could be caught.
No.
It's fallen in between them both. The keeper and the fielder on the onside racing together, and no one really got near it in the end. It wasn't really a close thing.
But there will be a quick concussion check here because the ball has sprung off Goucher's bat into the helmet, and that was the thud that you heard coming off that's the only reason why it didn't fly as far as it should have. It started just above the metal grill around the jawline and popped straight up. That real solid type noise, and that's why they now got some water out there. They got one of the non-playing teammates out there, just making sure he's okay.
Yep.
Asking if he needs any Panadol, because even though these brand new Missouri helmets, a couple $100 each, they do the job. But
that's just the impact. I've
never had the unpleasantness of being hit in the head by a cricket ball with a helmet on, but from what guys have told me through experience, it does rattle you, even if it's the slightest deflection.
Have by the looks of things.
Yeah, I once and once only, I can tell you.
But it's not.
Does it ring? It would ring, wouldn't it?
Mine was an unusual one. I'll tell you the story over the next over or so. But mine was an unusual one, playing lower grades out in Campbelltown and Canberra.
At Waminda or no?
No, it wasn't at Waminda International.
No, but I do remember that Waminda used to have a synthetic field there on their main field.
Last ball of the 7th, flicked off the pads very nicely here by Goucher, who's staying out there with a single. So 7 overs gone here, and it's no wicket for 34. I think Matt Mears will be joining us in the commentary box soon with 7 overs gone, I'd imagine. But
yeah, you just want
one more.
He's saying, "Give me one more. Give me one more."
I'll go one more, and then I'm going to have a break.
I'll whip through. I'll whip through my story. Playing 8th grade out in Campbelltown, playing high grade cricket. And we're batting well this particular day. 9 down was our side. I got a short ball. I picked it. Going to rock back and let it run. Kept climbing.
Toing.
No, still. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to rock right back and let it run. Still climbing. It somehow got between the peak of the helmet and the top of the grill.
Yeah.
Oh, it's wedged.
No.
Oh, no, it's got through. Oh, that's back in the days where you could adjust the
Yeah.
where you can actually adjust your frame, but these days you can't.
Depressed cheekbone on the right-hand side.
Ooh.
My eye was like I'd worn a straight right from Mike Tyson.
Well, you can see that Sincotta has just started the next over here and was just blocked out to point there by Gauchi, no run.
And then I had the pleasure of coming into the radio station, the community radio station in Campbelltown on the Sunday. I was using one eye. I could not see.
And this one cracked, and it's going to be
Out.
caught. So he's got his man here. Sincotta's put in a very good spell, and eventually he's got him caught now. Gauchi got hit in the helmet, as we were referring to a little earlier, and this time he's caught in the covers. So they got their first wicket here. Wasn't that 212-run opening partnership for Sydney University? They're 1 for 34 here in the 8th.
Kiwi, you might want to turn your mic and headphones off for the moment. But we can tell you the Kiwis have just lost their second wicket. Tom Latham has been given out LB by Root after referral. We're looking at the referral and the tracker. The ball has only just hit off stump enough for it to not be overturned. So you have to remember, you look at the referrals, you watch it on TV, it must be half the ball that hits the stumps if the umpire gives you out. When they showed it, it literally was everything of that half of the ball except for the line of stitches on it, which usually means...
Some of those LBW decisions, I think, doesn't matter who's
they're
playing.
They're weird.
You've got to feel hard done by, especially those ones that are going down the leg and it's clipping the leg stump.
Yeah.
Because anything in the old days going down the leg, but you give benefit of the doubt, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's the one rule change as an umpire, and I think ICC should make it should be literally you look at the ball, it has to be half the ball, not where if the umpire gives you out on the field and it touches the stump, you follow it. It still must be half the ball. The same as if the umpire says not out and the fielding side reverses it, it needs to be half the ball for it to be given. It needs to be the same.
Damien Mortimer comes to the wicket. He got 83 not out in their semi-final win against the Sydney Tigers. He's the form man in this one-day side. Sincotta. Oh, and he's nearly got him first ball.
Goodness
Just
me.
a good length ball beaten outside the off stump.
That was a peach of a delivery from Sincotta. That was an absolute peach. How that missed the outside edge, I don't know. Damien Mortimer should go and buy himself a lottery ticket tomorrow because that beat him all ends up. A great delivery there.
Sincotta, 1 for 14 off 3.3. And this one just nicely driven there. Nice controlled shot into the offside for no run though.
And to answer your question about the head ringing, no, but when I walked out, after I'd been struck, took the helmet off, I was fine until I noticed a couple of little dots that were red on my cricket boots. And then it was those 3 count 1, 2. Oh dear, on 3 it was...
It would be a bit of a shock getting hit too, I imagine.
Yes.
Just a shock to the system as Mortimer drives this one. They're going to go for the single. Good running there. Mortimer very quick to take off and Larkin comes through to the keeper's end. Pretty easy single on the end, but there was good urgency by the batters.
This is very evenly balanced. 1 for 35 approaching the end of the 8th over. This really is evenly balanced. Not sure if these two can get going, this could be over in 10 or 15 overs. If they don't, we've got a good one.
We'll be here till 5:30.
Yeah.
So here goes Larkin on strike. Oh, cracking shot there through the covers, and that's going to be 4 runs. It rolls all the way. Beautiful shot there by Nick Larkin. He moves through to 24 of 23, looking like the key man out there. Joined by Mortimer, of course, as Matt Mears strolls up to the commentary box. I'll throw the headphones over and have a bit of a break.
Well, whilst the other two get set up, we can
I'm good to go.
We can welcome Mearsy and soon to be Mr. 400 back to the...
Soon to be 400.
Already had
No.
it. It's already done.
No, we refer to like putting his headphones on and being ready here.
Okay.
Because he was still setting up.
Covers himself there.
But yeah, just going back to what we were trying to do before with some of the scores from Women's Premier Cricket second grade. We got halfway through them. The last 2 games that we need to talk about in second grade currently, University's 8 for 191, Penrith are none for 45 in the run chase. Ross Pawson to bowl again.
He comes in for his first delivery of his 5th over.
And wide.
the bane of all bowlers, but it was just enough down that leg side to be able to raise the arms of the umpire, Shane.
And last but not least, out at Raby Complex number 1, the Campbelltown Camden Ghost ladies taking on Northern Districts. Northern Districts batting first, posting 205 all out. In response, the Ghosts are 2 for 23.
Well, Pawson in again. He's in his 5th over. Comes in and this one's played nicely. He tries to find that gap between point and cover point, but it's knocked down there by the skipper in Lowry. Well fielded there by the man at cover point, cleaning up the crumbs. They have to be on it here, Mako. 1 for 40 here in the 9th. We saw the big opening partnership for the Rangers that got them to their big total. Now it's down to Larkin and Mortimer. They need to do something similar here to build the foundation of this run chase.
Well, again, the batting conditions are good. It's just a matter of keeping wickets in hand. And unfortunately, again, Gauchi has let them down on that. But here comes Pawson.
Here he comes in again to Mortimer. And a little bit extra bounce there. But all he can do is sort of play it from the top of the toes back to Pawson in his follow through.
I think there's no question here, guys. Larkin is going to be the key for Sydney University. So much experience and quality. And he's going to have to anchor this innings. I mean, there's obviously plenty of quality support down the order for University, but as we saw in the first innings, again, key is to keep wickets in hand.
Yeah, and that's what the Rangers will want here. They'll want to be taking early wickets with this new ball. Pawson comes in again. Again, it's just short of a length outside off stump. Fielded by Lowry there. It's in the gully. No run.
Going back to some of the Marsh Cup games, guys, currently, the first game at Adelaide Oval, South Australia taking on Victoria. Victoria all out 136 in the 43rd.
Ouch.
In response, South Australia after 12 overs, a none for 58.
I saw some of that vision. Adelaide Oval's looking very nice.
Down to Tasmania. Tasmania taking on West Australia at the change of innings. Tasmania 6 for 285. Caleb Jewell getting a ton, opening up the bat.
Go Pawson in again. Again, just bowling that line and length outside off stump, not letting him free the arms.
That's a perfect line and length.
And last but not least, up to the Gabba for the day-night Marsh Cup match between Queensland and New South Wales. Queensland batting first, 2 for 68. The 2 wickets to fall so far, Sam Heazlett and Josh Brown. Dwarses taking 1 and Liam Hatcher taking the other. Currently in is Sam Truloff and Jack Clayton.
It's nice to see Brown playing for Queensland too.
Paddy Dooley's also in the lineup for the
Queenslanders. Hoolie
I'll
Dooley.
be looking forward to watching him bowl tonight and hopefully getting dispatched for 6s. This one's on the inside edge of Mortimer's bat. It's quickly fielded there at mid-wicket. It's Tumble City. You'd almost thought we were at the Kinder Gym down the road as the keeper and the fielders do a tumble.
I thought it was inflatable world because the way that they're moving, be able to slide and bounce across here. But that field, did have opportunity during the break to have a bit of a walk on it, mate. When you talk about carpet, I wish I had carpet like this sitting at home. It is very well maintained, and
we're very lucky to have
that's something
this.
we can't help you with, mate. Sorry.
Yes, I know.
Pawson comes in for his final delivery of his 5th over, and again back on that off-stump line. Larkin can only push that to Lowry there in backward point. End of 9 overs here at Cricket Central here at Silverwater. 1 for 41. The students, Mortimer, he's not out 2. Larkin's not out 24. Mako, you just feel that something's brewing here. It's either some wickets for the Rangers, or if Mortimer and Larkin can put on a partnership, it's going to sway this game one way or the other.
I think it's beautifully poised at the moment, guys. 9 overs, 1 for 41, 4.55 the current run rate. Again, wickets in hand is certainly the key. And I've got a pretty handy fellow at the crease here in Damien Mortimer.
As Kincotta comes in again from that southern end, and a bit of width there to Mortimer, but just gets that under edge. You just think that they've got this offside pretty stacked. They've got a gully, they've got a point, a cover point, cover and a mid-on, as well as the man wide there at third man. It is the short boundary towards the west, but a good shot would find its way to the boundary as he comes in again to Mortimer, and a big swing as the ball's outside off stump. But I think luckily for the students, they're starting to get some of that luck back that they didn't have in their bowling innings.
He was a fair way away from that.
Looks like Nick Larkin's gloves are getting a lot sweaty. He's just asking the guys to bring out another pair for him. But we do have some breaking rugby league news to come up, but we'll do it after this delivery.
I'll be interested to hear this
Cricket
one,
New South Wales, I love that.
It's the next delivery. This one's a bit closer to off stump. And it finds its way out to Larry. He's doing a lot of fielding there in that point position. No run. Yes. Enlighten our Frog Box listeners on rugby
Something
league.
to do with Manly, isn't it?
No, it's not. No. Officially, TC Rapati has been released by the Brisbane Broncos for his alleged assault that happened early this year. And we've also got Thomas Flegler will join the Dolphins for 4 years from 2024.
Next one there from King Cotter. It's up in the block hole. Well defended back by Mortimer.
That'd be a bit of a change for the Brisbane Broncos, releasing a forward, which is understandable for what he's been accused of, which is still alleged. But then to lose Thomas Flegler, who's just become an Australian and Origin player, to one of your rivals.
That's how it goes at the moment. As again, it's short outside.
Oh!
What an absolute blinder by Larry, the skipper, in the gully. He's gone into that one hard, Mortimer. It made a beautiful crack off the bat, but it was Superman-like skills there, Macca, as he flew to take that one. That's the breakthrough the Rangers needed if they wanted to go on. If they want to go on and win this game, that'll be remembered. What a catch, and that's now 2 down for 41 here, the students in the 10th over.
It's moments like that change cricket games, and it wasn't. He made it look easier than that catch was. It was flat. It was going low. He got his hands right under it and flew, and that is a massive wicket.
Yeah, absolutely huge there for the Rangers as they run the drinks out. I'm not surprised here. It just feels like it's getting hotter here at Cricket Central Oval, but that's an absolutely huge wicket here for the Rangers. They were looking comfortable, Mortimer and Larkin. You felt that the one negative for the students in their bowling, they didn't take advantage for the new ball with the new ball. They let that big 212 partnership get away, but now 2 down here in the first 10 overs. I think if you're a Rangers fan, you'd be sitting pretty happy here. But as I said, that man, Nick Larkin, as you said, Macca, I think he now has even more of a key to the innings.
Oh, it's going to be around him, but the skipper now has an even just as big job.
As he faces his first ball, he just pushes that one out to cover, no run. Yeah, Tim Cummins, we normally see him in the short form come in at sort of 5 or 6. Big match innings, though, needed by him. He comes in at number 4. So 10 overs gone here, 2 for 41. Sydney University in reply to the Rangers 262. If you're just joining us, thank you very much for tuning in, whether you're listening on the Triple H Sports Stream on Triple H 100.1 FM, or you're listening through and watching through Frogbox through the Cricket New South Wales YouTube page. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. I hope you're enjoying this game. It's absolutely enthralling. It's something that I don't think you're going to want to take your eyes away for the next couple of hours, because there's certainly 2 teams here, and this game is really on the brink as we see Pawson coming in for his 6th over here from the northern or the broadcast end here of Cricket Central. He's been good at just outside off stump, and this one's the short one.
Wide.
And fair call there from the umpire.
Yeah, Larkin just ducks under it.
Yeah, wide height, not wide
Yes.
down leg. Called by square leg there. And
It was also down leg. Well, my thoughts.
Not from where I'm sitting, right behind the umpire's shoulder.
I know you're new to the Triple H commentary box, but I don't know if you
Don't
know
argue
that
with the umpire.
Yeah, well, Shane Evans is an umpire.
I know. He's umpired me many a time, unfortunately.
I feel sorry for you, Macca.
Indoor and outdoor.
It could be worse. It could be Caruso we're umpiring.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, that's the first mention we didn't have to have today of Anthony Caruso, as that one's a much better delivery there from Ross Pawson, right on the top of off stump.
That's
like
Sorry, that's another name drop. That's 10 now.
That one's nicely pushed by Larkin into the covers.
Oh, so am I making calls out to the Shire Council again to make sure that Charles Mack's closed for the rest of the season?
We're playing.
I didn't know that you had those sort of powers, Shane. I didn't know they were umpiring powers.
I can confirm that Northwest Sydney third grade will be playing away for the rest of the season.
Well, not if Shane has anything to do with it, as Pawson comes in again to Larkin, and again nicely bowled just outside off stump. Not giving much away here. He tried to get Larkin back for that bouncer, but that's about the only real bad ball he's bowled in these last few overs. He's been tight on that off stump.
He's been very tight. He's been very tight indeed. 22 or 5.2 overs and not giving much away. So such a crucial part of the match here, guys. Again, Uni cannot afford to lose any more wickets in these next few overs.
But what we did say before was when you're bowling in a T20 or a big bash, you've only got that 4 overs to get 9. You've now got this time to get into your rhythm. And that's exactly what Ross Paulson's doing.
Again on off stump, and it's nicely played to that fielder. About 15 metres from the bat there. Nice field positioning here by Larry, the skipper. He's got his cover and his mid-wicket in there, saving the single. Now trying to just use a little bit of extra pressure on the batsman.
So, of course, this is the second power play, so 4 out now, and the men out at the moment. We've got third man, a slightly squarish fine leg, and then a backward deep square and a cover point on the fence.
I think they're trying to make Larkin think that he's going to get some short ones with those two fielders out there on the leg side. Where will Pawson bowl it now? And again, it's just outside of stump. He does the little waft. Pawson thought he had him. He had the arm in the air, but again, just they've been lucky here, the students. There's been a few outside off stump. They've had the bat sort of just wafting at, not a proper cricket shot, and everything so far hasn't taken the edge. So Pawson, he's doing the job for his team here. 5.4 overs, no wicket for 22. So we can confirm this innings so far that Frog Box scoring is keeping up with the scoreboard. Good to see. We had some issues in the first innings. This next one is short, and it jags back in.
And that's the one for the over, for the above shoulder. But that was well executed from Ross there. Was able to get it up right on eye line. Make sure that Nick wasn't able to really play anything, because obviously, you know, if you're trying to lift the ball that high, one or two things is going to happen. You're going to drag it back into your stump, or you're going to pop it straight up to your keeper.
So Pawson here, you would think that this might be his last one. They might risk him for one more, knowing how important a third wicket would be here early doors in the students' innings. And again, just outside off stump. Impeccable line and length when he wants to have it there, Ross Pawson. And the final delivery will just be played by Larkin down to third man. They'll jog through for a single. So 11 overs gone here at Cricket Central. 2 for 43, the students. Tim Cummins, he's only faced the one delivery. He's not out. Nick Larkin, he's 25 off 30 deliveries.
Well, you look at the way the overs started there for Ross Pawson. His first over goes for 11. His next 5 overs have gone for 12. Which is a good thing for him, because he's had time to work into his spell. You're not rushed getting the 1 or a 2 over spell, then your skipper goes, no, I'm done.
Now, just like to introduce and welcome all the listeners on a live 90.5 FM, the community radio station of Parramatta, Cumberland and the Hills. Just need to make that clear. So welcome to our viewers. Thanks to Mike and Kirsten in the studio. And what is happening here is Northern Districts on fire with the bat. They scored 262 in their 50 overs. Sydney University, after 11 overs, are now 2 for 43. And this is the first ball of the 11th over. Over to you, Mearsey.
Thanks, Macca, as we see a bowling change here from the southern or Sydney Olympic Park end here of Cricket Central. Looks like it's going to be Toby Gray bowling his leg spin. And we've seen just the pace so far. We saw the spinners did okay for the students as his second delivery here to Larkin again. Just pushing that one back down the wicket for no run. But Macca, we saw the spinners for for students. They did okay, but they still leaked 5 runs and over. It's a big task here for Toby Gray.
Yeah, it was that one bad ball and over, or 1 or 2 bad balls and over, that just let Northern Districts off the hook.
There's Larkin there. He swings and swings hard into the vacant mid-wicket area in front of the scoreboard here. They'll easily come back for 2. If you just tuned in on a live, that's the much longer boundary out towards the eastern side, the scoreboard side here. It's a good at least 80-metre hit. So anything, if you can get into free territory, is going to be an easy 2. And Larkin picks that up. He moves along to 27. As Gray comes in again to Larkin. And again, he tries to find that vacant area, but it sort of hits the bottom of the bat and just trickles out to mid-wicket, no run.
Almost like those 2 shots premeditated. So I think he might be looking to go, Gray, into that space, as you said, over that short mid-wicket.
Well said, it's nice and vacant. You see, a lot of times you'd have the cow corner, but not today. As this one again is short, and again Larkin goes that aerial route. There is a sweeper out towards square leg. He will come around and pick it up.
Oh,
good throw.
You have to have your best fielder out there, and that's what they seem to do here, the Rangers. It was a great throw, 80 metres. Almost takes the stumps of Tim Cummins there, but I think he was just home.
If you were to move that fielder, it's just moving around towards the scoreboard now. Probably another 5 or 10 metres. That last ball drops straight down his throat.
Final delivery here, and Larkin gets the outside edge. It'll beat the fielder inside the circle, and it rolls along this carpet-like outfield here for 4 runs. As I said, it's a costly end to Toby Gray's first over. It went for 8 runs, 2 for 51 here off 12. If you've just tuned in, welcome to the coverage of the Limited Overs Grand Final here in the New South Wales Premier Cricket Competition. Sydney University taking on the Northern District Rangers. University won the toss, put the Rangers into bat. 262 was the total they put on. And Sydney, 2 for 51, chasing that 263 for victory. Welcome if you're on Alive 90.5, if you're on Triple H 100.1 FM, you're on the sports stream, or you're on Frogbox through Cricket New South Wales YouTube. We thank you all for listening in. Hope you're enjoying our coverage. I said it's an absolutely fascinating game. I don't think you're going to want to touch that dial or that mouse or however you're tuning in for us today, as we see a change here from the Northern or commentary, and Scott Rodgey coming into the attack. A brilliant 107 from him in the first innings. He's had a bit of time to recover, but he's going to have to do the job with the ball here now, and he comes in right arm over to Tim Cummins, who can only defend that to Lowry at backward point, no run.
Now, if I just go back to the Northern District innings for the Alive 90.5 listeners, Scott Rodgey, 107 from 132 balls. Dave Lowry, 96 from 131, a magnificent partnership. Then Lockie Short, 22 off 13, and they pretty much just went for the gas at the end for their 262, as no run there.
Cummins just plays it again to Lowry, almost a repeat of the ball before.
And for Sydney University, the wickets so far, Gauchi, caught short, bowled Chincotta 11. Mortimer, great catch from Dave Lowry off Chincotta 2. And Cummins is 0. Larkin is 29. And 2 for 51 is the score.
As Rodgey comes in again, just medium pace, but again, like Pawson, I didn't really see this bounce out of the Sydney University bowlers earlier in the day, but maybe just something with they're just standing the ball up on the seam, bouncing up a little bit, not letting the university students just get through the line and try and go down the ground.
It's a higher action too, which is extracting that bounce.
I said it's working for them so far. I said it is shorter towards the ends here rather than square, as again, just hitting the top of off there, Rodgey. Cummins can only find the fielder at short cover, no run. But it's a good tactic if you can sort of just go that short of a length. If they want to have a go, they're going to have to go towards the wider square boundaries rather than hitting straight. As Rodgey comes in, 5th delivery here. That one's cut away by Cummins. He gets it past Lowry. There is a fielder down at third man. They'll come back for 2. Good running. Sure, the keepers had to come out a little bit to get that one on the full. So Cummins going towards the danger end, was able to get back for the second. So here we go, Roger coming in, final delivery of his first over. This will be the end of 13 overs here. He comes in again and he's just flicked this one off his pads, just lost his line there just a little bit, Roger, and fielder at square leg will just cut that off for a single. So 13 overs gone here. The university students 2 for 54 off 13. Larkin's 33 off 36. Cummins is 3 off 7. And Roger's none for 3 off his first over.
Quality over there to start with. Now, if I may, just have the liberty, gentlemen, of just quickly for, again, being selfish for the Alive 90.5 listeners, just a quick wrap of how Parramatta went yesterday. Mossman, 138 and 4 for 39 in first grade. Parramatta, 3 for 141 declared. So, Para need a good win to make the finals. So, good start for them.
As Gray continues from the southern end to Cummins, and good fielding there at short cover. There's probably a couple there if he beat him, but it was saved there, no run.
Sorry, guys, I am going to take the liberty between balls just to update my listeners.
Might not be the best over to pick as Gray comes in again. Almost took some confusion. They almost shook hands, the two batters there between the wickets. But they managed to scramble back as the throw's a bit wide of the keeper, Lockie Shaw, as we welcome Mike Sheen back into the commentary area, replacing Shane Evans.
Thank you, boys.
We might just wait for those scores at the end of the over, if that's all right, Macca.
I think so.
Gray is trying to bowl the quickest over in the history of one-day cricket here, as the next ball comes in and just play back to the bowler and he's follow-through, no run. He's already back at the top of his mark. He doesn't want to hear the Parramatta scores. This one's a bit wider to Cummins. He tries to get it through the offside, but it's well fielded by the fielder at point there. Can't get it through, no run.
He's not the only one that doesn't want to hear the Parramatta scores.
Well, we do
on behalf of everybody else in Sydney.
Well, that one's short and Cummins can't put it away. It just gets the under edge, and nice work there from Lockie Shaw. But I said we do welcome our Live 90.5 listeners for this afternoon session. As I said, we are going many different commentary and airwave points today, and we're proud to be able to do that, as this one's got to Cummins on the full. Nice crack of the cricket bat, but can only find the fielder out sweeping at mid-wicket. They'll pick up a single. That's the end of Gray's over. He's none for 9 off 2. 2 for 55 off 14, and I'll throw it over to you again, Mac. Hopefully you can get these scores in now.
Oh, you know. I'll come back to Parramatta in a moment. Obviously, we follow 3 clubs here on Alive 90.5 FM. 2 of them are in the Sydney Shires comp. Unfortunately, Northwest Sydney went down to Lane Cove yesterday. They now miss out on the finals, as do second grade after their loss.
Roger comes in to Cummins, and if first slip was there, he would have absolutely gobbled it up, but fortune favours the brave, and it beats the man at third man. Much needed boundary for Cummins. He moves to 8, and it's 2 for 59 here in the 15th.
Fine delivery again. It would have sat straight into the breadbasket there at first slip. Now, just back to what I was saying, Northwest Sydney, first grade, second grade out, third grade in, fourth grade minor premiers, fifth grade are in.
Next one just played to short cover, no run. So what's your magical team that Shane Evans is trying to hijack?
The thirsty third grades.
Oh, okay.
The over 40s, should I say.
Surely then, if you're playing, like some of the third grades I know, obviously Warringah being my local club, there's no 40s players. It's babies almost that you'd be playing against as comes down the wicket there. Cummins, I think Roger saw him coming, just gives him the slower ball.
He just held that back a bit. He did. It was well read from him. You've got me in a fluster now.
Our work here is done.
All right, well, we're going home.
The other club. We'll come back to that. Auburn, just round the corner, of course, from where we are.
As Roger comes in again to Cummins. This one short, he hooks it away, but can can only find the man at fine leg. He picks up a single. He moves to 9, 2 for 60 here in the 15th.
So I confirm Auburn first grade have missed out, unfortunately, on the finals. Second grade are in 5th. Third grade have made it. So 4s. So our 2 Sydney Shires clubs, good representation in the finals, and we'll come back to Parramatta shortly.
We will, as this one again's just rocketed to cover. They said some nice shots being played here by Larkin, but just can't beat the field at this stage.
This is really delicately poised. 2 for 60 at the end of the 15th over. Northern Districts, you feel like if they can get rid of Larkin and get into this middle order, they are a genuine chance.
Yeah, Larkin, you feel is the key here, and again, just bunts it down the ground. They'll take on the fielder at mid-off. He makes his ground, does Larkin, but that's sort of his innings at this stage summed up very well. As he said, he's having to take a few risks now to keep that scoreboard ticking over. That's the last ball of Roger's over. He's none for 9 off 2. Larkin's 34, Cummins is 9, and it's 2 for 61 off 15. Might wait one more over, and Kiwi Mick will make his way back in.
Have we got any updates from the basin?
Let me have a check, Dave. Give me a moment.
Well,
or
Kiwi
you just want to
Mick-
see the
Kiwi Mick
you want
should be watching.
to you want to see the collapse, do you, of New Zealand?
What, have they lost the wicket?
I don't know.
I know.
They have. Oh,
last-
three for 167 as Gray continues to Larkin, and this one's pushed down the ground too long off. They pick up another single.
Last time we checked, they'd lost a couple, so let me just bring it up on my screen here and see what the latest is out of the Basin Reserve.
3 for 167 off 62.
Yeah, trailing by 59, Williamson 8 and Nichols yet to score.
There's that one from Toby Gray, nicely on off stump, just respected well by Cummins. If you let Jack Leach get 2 wickets, including a bowled, there is a problem.
That's tough.
There's howls of protest from the back of the box, I can tell you.
As Gray continues to Cummins, and
he's almost bowled him.
How did that miss? How did that miss the outside edge? How did that miss the top of off stump? Cummins riding his luck. As said, some of the innings we've seen him play in the Kingsgrove Sports in a T20 Cup, he deserved a bit of luck with the willow, and I think he's just bought it all with that delivery. As Gray comes in again, and Cummins goes big. He goes huge.
That's over the long boundary fence. That's a big hit.
That's good. That'd be a 6 at the MCG, surely.
That'd go close.
That
would
is
go
a
close.
long hit out towards that eastern side, and he clears it with ease, Tim Cummins. He moves to 15, and Toby Gray has been getting through his overs nicely, but as you said, Macca, just that one ball and over, if they can take advantage of it, Tim Cummins certainly has there.
Yeah, just a bit full there from Gray, and he's taken full toll of that. And might be a little bit of a hold up while we look for the ball, because it looks like some pretty thick grass and weeds.
Well, yeah, not quite developed that sort of eastern end. We were talking before. Maybe one day we'll get a grandstand.
I think
or
you and I were
something
chatting
there.
about this downstairs off air, Macca, that a little bit of seating on that eastern side wouldn't go astray. But as you pointed out, looking into the afternoon sun, that's going to be a
Well, you can see
an
everybody
issue.
in the nice little manicured gardens on this side is very popular at the moment.
Yeah,
the Silverwater Road side looking very well populated.
Well, it's got some nice shade over there, and that's probably the key here, guys. There's a bit of shade, but as you said, just such a great venue.
Yeah, I said it. New South Wales crew might be a bit late to the party getting something like this, but boy, did they make up for it.
Well worth the wait.
They have done an excellent job here. I've been talking to a few of my colleagues online today and raving about what a wonderful facility this is.
I said, well, what can Gray come back with now after being smashed for that monster 6? This one's outside off stump. Cummins tries to go towards the leg side, but well fielded by Lowry in the covers.
Always going to be a little bit flat at that one.
Toby Gray, none for 16, approaching the end of the third over of his spell.
I said he'll want to close out the over very well here as he comes in for his final delivery. Cummins goes back down the ground, but Gray stops that one in his follow through. He's finished his third over, none for 16, 2 for 68 off 16 here. I'll jump out. Kiwi Mick will jump in. Well, change of plans. Macca will jump out. Kiwi Mick will jump in, and I'll stay for an extra over or two.
How about I take over?
Why don't you take over,
that
mate?
Sounds like
that
an
sounds like
excellent
a great
idea.
plan.
So it's 2 for 68 after 16 overs. Ross Pawson into his third over. Nick Larkin has been the star for University, 35 off 39. Run rate's going at 4 1/4. They need about 5 and over here. Sydney Uni, he lofts that one down the ground all the way. 6 of the best from Nick Larkin. Thank you very much.
What a great shot there by Larkin, absolutely launching. He's got his eye on 41. He moves too, so he's a key man here, and Cummins can hit. So I think this partnership's very key here for the students.
Pawson, in fact, Roger in again. That one driven into the covers. No chance of a run there. Remains 2 for 74. That was long, straight, and had enough on it to go all the way for 6.
I think we've said it before. We'll say it again. Larkin is the key here. He needs to keep going. He needs to be the one that replicates that Roger innings. And I said, if he can keep doing shots like that, wow.
Roger in, bowls, Cummins off the inside half of the bat, takes a quick single throw to the bowler's end, didn't miss by far. A risky single there from Nick Larkin, goes to 42 in even time. But the throw was not far away at the bowler's end. 2 for 75, University living dangerously.
I think he would have been home, though, personally. I reckon he would have been home.
It was close, but they're having to take some risky ones here, but it's a good work by the students keeping up with that run rate.
Roger away from us, bowls, Cummins.
Solid as a rock.
Gives it the maker's name, no run out to the fielders on the offside. No chance of a single. Yeah, that would have been a tight call for the umpire at this broadcast end. That would have been a very tight call. Not sure whether Larkin would have made it, but certainly if they'd had the resources, would have been sent upstairs for sure. Roger away from us. That one cut to the man at deep third. They'll take 1, and that's all they're interested in.
And then they've been good here in the field. They're trying to keep as much pressure on here as they can, the Rangers. It is hard, particularly with that long boundary out there. As I said, if you can get it sort of 10, 15 metres away from the fielder, you're pretty much guaranteed 2. Not a lot of grounds in the Sydney grade comp where you can do that. So it's hard practice for some of these teams.
Roger in, that one squeezed again to that man at deep third. They'll jog through for an easy single, 2 for 77. Larkin an even time 43, Cummins 16 off 24. In fact, that's the end of the over. Make that 43 for Larkin, 16 for Cummins, 2 for 77 after 17. And Scott Roger, 3 overs, none for 18.
Kiwi Viz?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll go Northern Districts 72, Sydney University 28, I reckon.
Ooh.
Okay. He's being a bit generous there to the...
I don't know. I said I think the students are in a good spot.
We've drawn a few looks from the other end of the broadcast box from those.
Actually, the other way around.
Kiwi Mick wants to get out of the box alive.
That noise you can hear is him backpedaling his way out the door.
First delivery there is hit out to long on by Larkin. They pick up a single.
So 2 for 78 in the 18th. Gray in. That one squeezed, almost a bunt shot out to point. No run.
Well said. We do wish the best for Tim Cummins. We know his brother Pat's come home. Obviously,
Yes.
some illness in the family.
Yes, we wish them all the very best. Gray in now. That one squeezed to mid-off. A whitish mid-off. No run. 2 for 78.
So it's Gray played some Sheffield Shield, you were saying?
Yes.
He played a game before Christmas, and he was also part of the Thunder extended squad as well.
Oh, yeah.
In he comes now. That one is straighter ball. Driven to long off for a single. Larkin to 45, 2 for 79.
He's probably been a bit unlucky with Zampa putting his hand up to play Shield, as well as playing in Queensland where they're only going to pick the one spinner as well. But I think he could be a chance for a couple of these last games at the SCG.
In he comes now, bowls to Nick Larkin, who gets an outside edge on that. That'll beat the man on the edge of the circle and race away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I think Toby Gray would want that one again. It just ended up being a low full toss. Just tried to get that one through a bit quicker. But just ended up being a nice full toss outside off stump. And Larkin didn't need any second invitation. It was a good shot to get it between the backward point and the point. There's only about 10 metres between them. But that just shows the class of the man.
Now, Cummins just pushes that one. In fact, the scoring a little bit off on our screen here compared to the scoreboard. Screen showing Larkin's at the non-strikers end. The scoreboard showing him on strike. He's 49. 2 for 84 is the score after 19. And we're going to have a drink here at Cricket Central. 18 overs down. It's 2 for 84 Sydney University. They need 263 to claim the one-day cup title for season 2022-23.
Yeah, interesting at the drinks break here. I think Cummins obviously getting that 50 in their semi-final wins, so he can play, and Larkin's in. So I just think this partnership needs to get at least another 50 runs for them to have a chance, though. I really do. I think these guys have got to bat for a while.
Well, I think it's that run rate as well.
Especially in a one-day game.
They always say about putting runs on the board in the final, and I think that's probably why the ranges are so high on Kiwi Viz. But as I said, the best thing I think they're doing is they're keeping up with this run rate.
Yeah.
And as I said, if they can just keep it ticking along at sort of 5 and over, 5 and over, 5 and over, and they keep wickets in hand,
yep.
As I said, you can see what happened to the Rangers once they tried to go big at the end. It was wicket city. But yeah, if they can keep those wickets in hand here, the students, and as I said, I still think Larkin needs to turn up here. They need someone to replicate an innings like a Scott Rodgers did with his 107.
Just looking down the line for the students, their batting lineup to come: Maladay, Dummer, Malone, Butchart, Barlow, Tate, Ikeda.
Well, we know with Charlie Dummer, he's the 12th man, so he won't be...
And Hugo Ikeda suffered that injury early this morning.
McElduff's not a bad batter as well. He's quite good.
He'd be the one in for Dummer.
Yeah, good old Play HQ. Doesn't want to show you the correct what's going on. Oh, God.
In fact, he's a very good batter, according to some staff of Sydney University.
So the bowling figures: Ross Paulson, 6 overs, none for 23. Jackson Cotter, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 19. Toby Gray, 4 overs, none for 23. And Scott Rodgers, 3 overs, none for 18. The wickets to fall: Jordan Gauchi was caught Shaw, bowled Sin Cotter for 11. It was 1 for 34 at the time. And then Damien Mortimer caught Lowry, bowled Sin Cotter for 2 off 13, 2 for 41. So they've put on 43 for the third wicket here, University. But I agree, Larkin needs to go on with this and make a big total if they're to have any chance.
Yeah. And Cummins as well, I reckon.
Yeah, they need a big partnership from these two, but I still think, Larkin, we've seen him do the job before. We've seen him do it for the Blues. We've seen him part of that Melbourne Stars lineup this year as well. He is the man with the experience, and I said he looks like he's just getting himself used to these conditions now. We saw that big 6 in the over before. He's not afraid to take Rodgers down the ground, and I said Rodgers normally a hard player with his length to go straight to. He does like bowling it just that short of a length, trying to make you play to those longer square boundaries. So if you see him like that and he can continue, then it's a good sign for the students.
It'll be Scott Rodgers bowling to Nick Larkin on 49. And he punches that one into the covers. That'll bring up his half century. They'll come back for a second on the throw, which was not that far away either, just quietly. Larkin to 51, 2 for 86. Larkin 51 off 47 with 6 fours and 1 massive straight 6 down the ground. Tim Cummins not out 17 off 27. Scott Rodgers wouldn't be used to getting this sort of treatment at this level. That one, a full ball, just turned through square leg, and Larkin takes an easy single. 2 for 87 feet up. 19th over of the innings underway. They still need about 5 and over. They're going at 4.8 here, University. So they're just rolling along nicely here.
They're probably on a similar rate to what Northern Districts are on, but they've lost 2 wickets, I'd say. About similar.
Roger in, that one laced through extra cover, but fielded there. No chance of a run. So Larkin remains 52. Cummins 17.
Yeah,
Beautiful afternoon here at Cricket Central at Silverwater.
A few clouds coming across, but it's just making a nice visual.
Yep.
Not threatening at all.
No, certainly not. Roger threatening those stumps. And that one squeezed out to the man in the deep on the offside. They take a single, 2 for 88.
Yeah, I'd assume the fielding side, they'd maybe want a few more of these clouds, try and block some of this sun, because it would be absolutely baking out there.
It is a very warm afternoon. We've all had a wander at varying points around this amazing facility here at Silverwater. This is absolutely phenomenal. Roger in, full toss, bunted down the ground for a single to the man at long off, 2 for 89. 1 ball to come in the 19th over.
Yeah, it's nice. As I said, they're just waiting for that bad ball here, the students. They know that there's still a long innings to go, more than 30 overs here left to bat out. They don't want to play any risky shots at the moment if they don't have to. They'll wait for the bad ball to put away, but said if they can just rotate their strike off these good balls, they'll be in a good position.
Roger in, that one squeezed to mid-wicket. Inside edge of the bat. No run, end of 19, 2 for 89. Sydney University chasing 263 in the One Day Cup final.
Cummins looking pretty good out there with the bat. He's looking, like he's just warming up for a big one. But, yeah, very interesting game, isn't it? That catch that got Mortimer was a key as well, wasn't it? 'Cause
what a catch that was.
You can't do much with a great catch when you're a batter, and he's a good batter.
Well, it flew off the middle. The noise it made off that bat. But, yeah, for Lowry just to throw himself to the side, and it's one of those ones that either sticks or it doesn't. It's just travelling that fast. You sort of just got to put your hands there and hope. And it was a breakthrough the Rangers needed.
Gray in to start the next over. That one punched out to a wide long off. They'll take 1. 2 for 90. Scoreline, Larkin 54, Cummins 18.
Yeah, well, they'll be hoping for Toby Gray here. With no Chris Green in this lineup. He's obviously up in Brisbane on New South Wales Marsh Cup duties. They'll be looking for him to break up this partnership.
Next ball cut into
Shot.
the offside. Sweeper in the deep will cut it off. They'll come back for a second. And they'll do it nicely. 2 for 92, Larkin to 56.
Cummins also has that power to get sixes if they need to speed it up too. He's got some big shots on him, hasn't he?
Certainly does. Larkin waits for Gray now, who's in that one. He's called a wide down the leg side by the umpire.
Yeah, I think Cummins knew the wrong end or the toppy was coming. Tried to put it away, but maybe just a bit quicker than he was expecting. Couldn't quite get into position, but he'll take the extra.
Gray in again. That one sent
There we go.
high
That's
and
a
deep and all the way. 6 more.
I thought I'd seen it all when
As I was saying,
when it hit the scoreboard. That one went over the scoreboard.
Yeah,
That was a power hit by Cummins.
he's got the power, this man.
Cummins to 26. 2 for 99 in the 20th. That was a glorious strike from Tim Cummins. That one sailed to the longest part of the ground. Gray in again, bowls to him. This time he squeezes on the offside. That's a beautiful shot. 4 more to the students. Cummins getting his eye in. He goes to 30. That brings up the 100 for University. 2 for 103 in the 20th over. Cummins to 30.
Yeah, I said if you beat that short cover fielder, there's a lot of territory between the sweeper and long off, and this carpet-like outfield is absolutely rapid.
Gray comes in now. This one just pushed into the offside. They'll take an easy single. The man at the squarish point does the fielding. 2 for 104. Cummins to 31. Larkin 54.
Toby Gray's copped a bit of stick, hasn't he? Look at his
Yeah.
figures.
38 off 4.5.
Yeah.
Lowry might be having to consider his next move from this southern end.
Gray, last ball of the over, bowls to Larkin, who just pushes that one down the ground too long on for an easy single. He'll keep the strike. 55 for Nick Larkin. Tim Cummins, 31. It's 2 for 105 after 20 overs.
Yeah, well, now they're starting to really take advantage of the spinner. We saw the spinners take I wouldn't say they took a lot of tap early on, but they were certainly easy enough to be able to just push that run rate along. And Toby Gray hasn't been bowling that badly, but just got into the sweet spot for Tim Cummins, who was able to deposit that huge 6 over the scoreboard and that beautiful cover drive for 4. Bit unlucky there, Kiwi Mink, but you need to take those opportunities against the slower bowlers, because it looks like this pitch it's not favouring the spinners at the moment.
Roger in, new over, bowls from the broadcast end, doesn't beat mid-off.
Fielding.
Nice piece of fielding there from the man at mid-off. No run, remains 2 for 105. You're saying the spinners didn't take a lot of tap. I'm just looking at the numbers. Max Hope, none for 50 off 10. Ryan McElduff, 3 overs, 1 for 23. Don Butchart, 4 overs, 1 for 36. They got roundly hammered by the Northern District's batsmen. They'll take a single here on the shot. Nicely run. Larkin to 56. 2 for 106 in the 21st over.
I said that's a bit sloppy there from the Rangers. They said they're just a couple of those big shots means those short covers are going back to cover on the ring. They still want to cut off those singles, but just unfortunately this field at the moment, it's not quite happening.
Roger Yin, Cummins tries to cut that one. Misses the edge for him, through to the keeper. Remains 2 for 106 in the 21st over.
Yeah, a little bit of extra bounce again, Kiwi. He
Yeah.
went under that one.
Yeah, that's right. And Roger, obviously, as we said, he's been around a long time here, and that great innings with the bat. Can he get a key wicket here to break this partnership, which is building well?
He's in now, bowls. That one a full ball, Yorker length dugout. Goes through mid-wicket. They are only interested in the single. Score moves to 2 for 107 now. Middle of the 21st over. Cummins to 32, Larkin 56. Run rate 5.2, which is around where they need to be at the moment, University. So
Yeah.
just sitting nicely at present as Rogie wheels away from us. Bowls to Larkin, who's off the back foot, just pushing that one down to deep third for an easy single. 2 for 108.
Yeah, it was that big over off Gray the previous over. It's really boosted that run rate up to the level that need to be on. So it lets them have the license now just to push it around a little bit for the next few overs, knowing that they're at that run rate, and they don't need to do anything silly. And the field's going back now because of those big shots. There are more singles out there.
Roger in, last ball of the over. That one just cut into the
Yeah,
ground. Acrobatic save there at backward point. No run, end of the over. 21 down, 2 for 108. Larkin 57, Cummins 32.
That was David Lowry, the captain, with that fielding that's inspiring his team, isn't it? Just trying to get a wicket maybe through some good fielding to create a run out or build some pressure there.
Would you want to continue with Toby Gray? 5 overs, none for 39.
They got to try something different here, you feel?
And they are.
So the bowling change from the far end of the ground. The right arm over from the far end.
Ben Randall, I think it is. Yep.
That's the name that appears on the board, Ben Randall. To take over from Toby Gray, 5 overs, none for 39.
Not someone we've seen a lot here on Triple H Sport.
No.
But it looks to be right on medium pace. Lockie Shaw's back. Except I love the keeper in the floppy hat.
Yes.
At least he's got the long sleeves on. He won't be quite ostracised from the Keepers Union.
Randall in, that one driven to deepish mid-off, just short of the circle. No run.
So now I'd say Larkin as well. Probably hasn't seen a lot of Randall. Just want to take these first couple of deliveries, size him up. Hopefully nothing short, or else the scoreboard could be in trouble again.
Yes. If it's in the slot, that scoreboard could cop a right hammering. Might want to warn the traffic out towards Silverwater Road as well. Randall in now. The one pushed through the covers. They'll take one, and they thought about a second, but decided against it. Good fielding in the deep. Keeps it to 1. 2 for 109 in the 22nd.
Yeah, nice shot there, but you feel if it's the other side of that long boundary, there's more opportunities for 2, but shorter towards that Silverwater Road / western end here, and the cover fielder was able to get around there just in the nick of time.
So now it's Randall running in now. Bowls to Cummins, who chases it. Did he get an edge? Yes, he did. He's on his way. The wicket for Northern Districts. Randall strikes in his first over. Cummins departs. It's 3 for 109.
Yeah, what a massive wicket there. Pat Cummins was warming up to a big score, and he's throwing his head back there in anguish. That's a big wicket in this game, I reckon. These two were looking very solid. They've had the ability to get boundaries and singles, but Randall here, who we haven't seen much of, was pretty thick edge through to the keeper. So that could be the key play of the game.
I think so. You saw just watching the replay there, watching Cummins' head just turn around automatically as it comes off the edge around to Shaw, the keeper, to see him snavel it like any good keeper should. And big breakthrough there. As said, Kiwi Viz now looking a little bit more on the money. As said, that was the big partnership. And as said, we called out before Sydney Uni just sort of hanging the bat out there outside off stump a little bit. They'd been lucky beforehand, but that one was a good delivery. Just nipped away still off this Cricket Central pitch. It's been playing very nicely so far, but if you put your back in, there's still a little bit in there for the bowlers. It takes the edge. Huge wicket there for Randall in his first over. Ryan McEldriff now at the crease. He's got a big job here to do with Larkin.
He's played some big knocks for them. I think he won a game for them in a 2020 game we did this year. I remember chasing, didn't he, Mackleduff? So
yeah, he's not the worst number 5 in Sydney grade cricket to be coming in.
Yep.
So Mackleduff takes guard. Randall, David Lowry just adjusting the field. Man coming in to cover on the circle. In comes Randall to the new man, Mackleduff, who steers that one down to deep third. They'll take an easy single. Throw fired into Lachlan Shaw, the keeper. 3 for 110 in the 22nd. Larkin 58. He really does need to be the anchor now, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Really has to bring this home for University. Still 153 needed off 28 overs and 2 balls. So a long way to go, but he really will need to be the rock for this University side. He waits now for Randall, who's in. Drives that one uppishly through the gully region. There's a man out there. Does he keep it in? He does very well. They'll come back for 2.
Yeah, Ross Pawson there doing the job. You would have thought off the bat that was 4, particularly that shorter boundary, but he just covered and ate up those meters like it was nothing. But it's very enthralling here. As I said, I wouldn't be touching that dial or clicking that mouse or however you're listening in or watching in for our coverage today. It's certainly going to go down to the wire, this one.
Certainly get the feeling this one could be a tight one. Wherever you're joining us, I hope you're enjoying the coverage today. Last ball of the over. Randall in.
Oh!
That's the reaction. Nick Larkin went fishing. Didn't get a bite. End of 22, 3 for 112. Larkin 60. Mackleduff 1.
What a great over there by Randall.
That was a beautiful ball to finish. The reaction from the commentary team said everything. You can have a minor commentary change. Dave McDonald, we're letting him back in. Alongside Kiwi Mick, I'm Mike Sheen. Great to be with you through all our outlets this afternoon, through the Cricket New South Wales YouTube channel, through a live 90.5 and Triple H 100.1. Great to be with you from Cricket Central in Silverwater. The run rate sitting just on 5 at the moment. They need a little bit more than that. Scott Rodgie now. Can he do something? The veteran bowler, the all-rounder for the Rangers. Can he remove Ryan McElduff is yet to face. Well, he's faced a couple of deliveries so far. Roger's into him now. Just turns that into the leg side through mid-wicket. They take a single. He's off the mark. 3 for 113.
A very important period of the match right now, gentlemen. It's vital for Sydney University that McElduff hangs in here with Larkin, because they're still on track run-wise. They're not out of it at all.
Roger in. Larkin thought about a single. Loud call of no from McElduff at the non-striker's end. He's not out 2. It remains 3 for 113 in the 23rd over.
Yeah, the run rate's still at 5, isn't it? So that's enough at this time to be just a tiny bit behind. But as long as they're at 5s and they've got some wickets, they can win.
And it doesn't seem like the pitch is going to play any tricks later in the innings either. So
Roger in bowls. Larkin had a look. A little bit of interest from shortish mid-wicket, but nobody else got excited. The bowler and keeper just minding their own business. Yeah, that pitch is an absolute peach here. It's done nothing out of the ordinary this afternoon. Roger hoping to produce a good one here. Bowling to Nick Larkin, who drives uppishly. Does he beat mid-wicket? No, but they'll scurry through for a single. Throw to the keeper's end. Umpire says no.
I agree.
Not out.
I thought it was not out.
that, again, hard to see if we're directly behind the wicket, but that was a wonderful piece of fielding. And the umpire did have a long, hard think about that.
He had a good look at square leg, the umpire there. Had a good, long, hard look and then did not raise the finger. The Rangers were all up. They thought they'd done enough. Larkin moves to 61, 3 for 114 in the 23rd. Might take something like that to remove Nick Larkin. Shield and Big Bash level player. He's at the non-striker's end. Ryan McElduff waits for Scott Roger now, who's in. That one driven through the covers, doesn't beat the man. They go back to the keeper's end. If he'd hit, he was in a world of trouble. Thankfully for him, it missed.
That would have been gone.
I think he would have been out, but there was nothing in it.
Oh, and that's what pressure brings, guys.
Yep.
Yes, they're on track run-wise, but again, it only takes a couple of overs, tight overs, to pull that right back.
Larkin did not want a bar of it.
No.
McElduff was keen. Larkin did not want to know about it.
Toby Gray was the fielder there.
It was quality from him. Quality.
Roger back at the top of his mark. Runs away from us. Bowls now. McElduff turns it into the legs, into the offside. And again, McElduff said yes. Larkin, no. End of the over, 23. A dramatic one. 3 for 114.
No barbecues galores across the road, but that's just...
The kitchen downstairs is working pretty hard, but it is hot in the middle of Cricket Central.
So well poised. 3 for 114, 23. And I can't add up, it's Sunday.
149. 149 needed off 27. Run rate just dipping below 5, but they're in the neighbourhood. Randall had success in his last over. Comes in now. Larkin goes aerial. One bounce only over the rope for 4.
Yeah, great shot there by Larkin. Probably not one of his best of the day, but he did enough to get the 4.
He brilliantly adjusted to get inside out of that and put that perfectly between that gap. That was great adjustment from Larkin.
Didn't get all of it, but he got enough of it that it went sailing over the top of the covers. The sweeper in the deep had no chance of cutting that off. Larkin to 65. 3 for 118. Randall in again now. Bowls to Larkin. Jams down on that one. Squeezes it out to point. And no chance of a run.
Such a bonus for University having him in the side today. So much class and experience. And they're going to have to rely on every ounce of that this afternoon. So they get the chocolates.
Randall 1 for 8 in his second over. Larkin an unbeaten 65. Taps away at the broadcast end. Randall runs in now towards him. He drives that one. Doesn't beat cover. Brilliant fielding there. A certain boundary was cut off. No run.
Corey Miller with the fielding that time. So there's been some good saves lately. Lowry leading the way, the captain, and then a couple of the other fielders, and Gray and Miller. They all add up, don't they? These, saving a couple of runs or boundaries here or there.
That's right. 2 or 3 there, 2 here. It adds up very quickly.
Randall wheels around. Larkin waits for him now. He's in. That one just pushes into the offside again. No chance of a run. Miller charges in from cover to field. No run. 3 for 118 in the 24th over. This one on a knife's edge. The first grade cup is down on the boundary. Is it heading back to Waitara or over to Camperdown? One of these clubs will claim it by the end of the afternoon. Stay with us wherever you are. A thrilling one-day cup final is 3/4 down. Don't miss the finale with us. Randall in. Larkin leaves outside off. Through to Lockie Shaw, the keeper. No run. I think this is, well, not quite 50-50, but this is really very evenly balanced.
Yeah, I think Northern Districts would still be a little bit ahead, though.
I think they've got their nose in front, but only just.
Yeah.
Only just.
And simply through the 3 wickets, Northern Districts didn't lose a wicket until almost the end of the, well after the 40th over.
That's right. Randall, last ball of the over into Larkin, who squeezes. A loud cry of no as it's fielded at point. End of the over, 24 down, 3 for 118. Larkin 65, McElduff 2. Randall 2 overs, 1 for 8. His figures did the job of removing Tim Cummins, caught behind in the last over.
Run rate currently for Sydney University is 4.916. Required, again, not too far away from the required rate.
Need about 5.1, don't they?
Yeah, so they're there and thereabouts. But again, wickets are the key here.
That's right. So it's going to be Jackson Cotter's actually switched ends here. So
not a bad move.
Yeah, he's 2 for 19 off 5. Sin Cotter put in a very good spell there to open up the bowling, and here he runs in now to Larkin. So they get Larkin, it could be all over, but Larkin's looking very strong. He pushes this into the offside for no run. Larkin on 65 off 68. But Sin Cotter, very good figures, that's for sure. So he comes to the top of his mark again. The conditions very hot out in the middle. Pretty reasonably short run up, but this is beautifully on the spot there. Larkin can't do anything with that.
It's actually McElduff because the scoreboard has not updated. It's actually...
Oh, yep, got it. Okay. It's been a long day, mate.
I stitch you up. Listen, going well. Going well, and it's still, and the Kiwis are still 3 for as well, Mick, so... Good news.
Could be a dramatic win there. So McElduff guides this one away to third man. You never know though with cricket. Sometimes teams can pull out famous draws or... Remember India, Australia, and India, was it VVS Laxman and someone got about 550 and that was years ago and they somehow won.
In a day.
Yeah.
Mind you, the New Zealand batter's probably quite as good as that, but Williamson. No. And this time it's going to be driven down the ground, and they're not actually going to get the single though. Fielder at mid-on, eventually racing around behind the stumps to retrieve. So McElduff has pulled out some great innings. He got 34 in their semi-final win against UNSW a couple of weeks ago, and he's played a couple of match winners for the Sydney University team. He's definitely capable. Is Larkin back on strike now? And this is pushed very nicely there. Will this roll away for 4? The man on the fence racing around at that to that point area, they'll definitely pick up a couple. Very long boundary out there. The left arm throw, one bounce into the keeper.
Well, going back to the women's Premier Cricket first grade, we know the carrier pigeon has decided to finally come into work today out at Howell Oval, but we can tell you universities have been defeated by Penrith. We will give you some scores just in a second after this ball from Sincotta.
So again, Larkin on strike, pushes us into the onside. They'll pick up a single very comfortably there. So 25 overs gone. Here we are, 75% of the way through this one. Sydney University 3 for 122, chasing 263.
Well, we can tell you the university's women finished at 7 for 157. It wasn't a carrier pigeon issue. It just stopped flying because it didn't need to be up in the air for 40 minutes. But we can tell you that our colleague here at Triple H, Georgia Lomas Foodering, come in at 10 and was the fourth highest scorer for universities with 10. Only the skipper and Patel with 53, Erica James with 11, and Chloe Hartwell with 27 being better than her. But I'll let you guess who scored most of the runs for Penrith.
Ben Randall, driven beautifully over the covers, and that's going to be
That's 6.
all the way for 6. What a great shot that was. Nick Larkin there, launching into Randall this time. We got that key wicket of Cummins a couple of overs ago. Randall coming into this over was actually 1 for 8 off 2 overs, so that's ruined his figures a bit. But
just right up in the slot there, and he didn't try to hit it too hard, Larkin. It was just beautifully timed. Straight over the cover boundary.
So Larkin moves through to 74 off 71. 7 fours, 2 sixes. Can he play a sensational 100 here to lead them to a win? He's where he wants to be now, and this one just pushed into the pitch for no run.
But getting back to that Penrith University's game, Penrith chased it down, only losing 2 wickets. You may know the girl that scored a lot of runs. Current Sydney Thunder player, made her Australian debut only a few weeks ago before they went to the World T20.
Does the name start with a P?
It does. Phoebe Litchfield comes in at first drop, scores 92 off 58. Penrith chased down 161 in 21 overs.
Oh, she's a talent.
Randall again to Larkin, just pushes us into the onside for no run. Got a little bit of pace here, Macca, hasn't he, Randall? Some sort of zip off the pitch there. And
he's a little bit zippy. Again, a nice flat wicket, but again, he has bowled very well. Again, you think he got hit for a 6. He's 1 for 14. But he has looked the good so far from the southern end. But he's got a challenge here. Larkin is in great touch.
Can they get Larkin out here? He's looking so strong. Ooh, and he's mistimed that one. That wasn't far away from maybe being played onto the stumps. He just got a tiny bit of bat on it. You can see Randall, he's trying to knock out Cummins and Larkin and really get Northern Districts well on top.
It's probably good that he got an inside edge. It might, if that had hit pad first, it might have been too far away, Mr. Umpire.
Mate, my finger was going up. I said, say the inside edge had stopped him because he's standing right in front of middle and off, and he wasn't that far down the pitch.
And you're directly behind the stumps.
Mm-hmm.
So Randall, the big right armour. Oh, beautiful shot here by Larkin. Pass point all the way for 4 into the picket fence here at Cricket Central. That is a smoking shot there. He really timed that one. Fielders diving left, right and centre, couldn't stop it.
That's a wonderful square drive. And again, the placement is such the key. And gee, he absolutely pierced. Again, the man at point on the circle, and the man is a sort of a wideish third man. There's not much of an angle there. And he sliced it again. And he's looking the goods this afternoon.
So he's on 78 now. No ball, and they're going to run through for a single as well. So it's going to be a free hit here with McElduff on strike. He's on 3 off 7.
To be honest, the fielding there by the ND Rangers player wasn't actually too bad. She's picked it up on the throw, spun 180, And he's only just missed the stumps as well, which almost had Nick Larkin run out, which would have been very embarrassing if you're Nick, because you're just casually walking along, not thinking much, and there's like those last couple of steps is like, oops, like quick
and
step.
And especially on a no-y.
Yeah, that's the first thing you can do.
So they have a bit of a discussion here. Lowry, the captain, having a chat with Randall.
Now, of course, being a different batsman on strike, they can change the field here. So, they, as you mentioned, Mick, they're bringing third man up to the edge of the circle. It looks like the man at deep cover's coming up. We've got deep squared, deep sort of straightish mid-wicket, deep. We've got long on. Long off's coming up. So it's an interesting field, this.
Because they're probably going to expect Matt Ryan's going to want to try and hit this leg side and at least turn a 2 at the moment, where we've seen that he's a better leg side player than he is on the offside. He can drive well, but it's more to the leg side.
And McElduff just drives this straight to that man at long on, and that will finish the over here. So 26 overs gone. Sydney University 3 for 135. The target 263.
That was well bowled, sorry, Shane. Well bowled by Randall, that last ball. Full and right into leg stump. Gave him no width whatsoever. And a good result for Northern Districts off that free hit.
Exactly. Going back to that Penrith University's game, obviously the other person in the Triple H family that is playing for Universities, the young pocket rocket in Zoe Benjamin. We do know that Mearsy's just outside and he can hear us talking about it. Zoe opened the batting and scored 6 off 30 before she was stumped. And she actually did get the opportunity to have a bowl, but unfortunately wasn't really able to do a lot. 1.3 overs, no wicket for 16.
So here goes Sin Cotter again, who's put in a very, very good spell today.
Wide.
And it's going to be wide down the leg side. So it was McElduff on strike.
Would you call that the commentator's curse?
Absolutely, I would. Proud of it. Won't be the first, won't be the last.
No, of course.
There's a good leave and a bad leave.
Cricket is a funny game.
So
I'm getting into it before you.
Oh, thanks. Tell you what, I'm almost melting in this heat. It's been a great day of cricket. Oh, and that's a bit uppish, but he's actually going to find the gap. Very uppish zone, will squirt out there to the man on the fence there in that deep point position. So bringing back Larkin on strike now, who's on 79 off 76. 8 4s, 2 6s.
We can tell you in the Marsh Cup, one game's already been finished. South Australia have defeated Victoria by 8 wickets. 136 plays, 2 down for 137.
Oh, and that's a pretty good delivery, but Larkin just drops it into the offside behind point, and we'll move him through to 80 now. What a knock he has played.
We can also tell you for the test match over at the Basin, it's almost stumps there. New Zealand are 3 for 185 in their second innings. Oh, geez, they've almost beaten their first innings. Shock horror.
How much are they trailing by now?
41.
Okay. So there'll still be 2 days left in that game.
Yeah, it actually will make it to a 4th day for once.
For any test match.
Yeah,
Australia India starting on Wednesday, of course.
Yep.
The third game.
And we already know that Tim Cummins' brother Pat will be staying here in Sydney because his mum is in palliative care. So our best thoughts and wishes to Pat and Tim, and also to the family, hoping that mum gets well.
Absolutely. So it will be Sin Cotter again. Oh, and this is a nice shot along the carpet here by Larkin. Just going back into single mode here. Almost walks through for the single here in this heat. So Sin Cotter now, 6.4 overs, 2 for 28.
In the other Marsh Cup games currently in progress, well, this one actually isn't because it's got a rain delay at the moment. Tasmania batting first with 6 for 285. West Australia haven't started their innings due to the rainstorms currently going across Tasmania.
McElduff back on strike, but hits it straight to the fielder who's quite close, fielding in there in point. McElduff on 6 off 11, just playing the support hand for Larkin at the moment. They are They do have a run rate of 5.3 here, so they're on target as far as that goes, and they've still got 7 wickets left. So
Absolutely. That's why they just need to just hang in here and just build this partnership.
Yep. A good steady 10 overs here and anything could happen. Half a mix-up there. Well, not really. They aren't going to take on the single. That'll be the end of 27 overs here. Sydney University 3 for 140, the target. 263.
This is the one thing where, like, when I used to bat at cricket, okay, I was 14, 15, I didn't really care because I never usually lasted long enough to need a change of gloves. I'd only be a 5 or 6 over slogger and then I'd get out. Why do some of the top-of-the-line batters, men and women, will use either a full inner glove or the fingerless inner gloves, and some of the other players, like Nick Larkin, not wear that inner glove? Is it more comfort, or is it more just they feel better and have more control if there's no lining, so to say, inside that glove when they're batting?
It's each to their own. I wear inners because my hands are tiny, so I don't have a choice. But no, different. Again, sweat obviously is one of the main reasons.
Yeah.
But again, it's down to each individual's comfort.
That's why I just thought the inners would have been a good way of absorbing any sweat on a massive day where you see Louis Shaw coming in to bowl his first ball.
Yeah, Louis Shaw into the attack now. Some left arm spin, so they've waited till after 27 overs to bring him into the attack. Larkin, 81 off 79. Wonder if he'll have a bit of a crack here. There is a long on and long off in position though. And he'll slice it into the offside here through that cover area to the man on the fence. They've definitely got a lot of fielders out on the boundary here.
Yeah, as you said, they're Mick straight, the two straight, but they're now coming up for McElduff.
Yep.
And the mid wicket is going square at a square leg, and the straightish cover's gone a bit square as well. So there's only 2 out for McElduff.
Yeah, they're going to try and tie him down here and get a wicket.
Got
And got it too. Great planning there. They've got him bowled. That is another big wicket here. McElduff, who's been in good form this season for Sydney University. Louis Shaw with an absolute beauty there. It stayed a little bit low, bowled off stump.
I don't know about you, Shane. I thought he was caught between two minds then about whether to go back or forward. And in the end, he's sort of halfway in between. And the bottom edge is...
Yeah, he's edged it into that off stump because when you because we can hear the effects, Mike, and you can also hear the 2 quick noises of the ball to bat, then bat to stump. So he's done the right idea. He's trying to defend it, but hasn't got that full conviction to whether to take that full stride forward or step back.
Well, it was a quicker delivery as well, so it was flat and obviously didn't give him any margin of error. As we see the new batsman.
That should be Maxie Hope.
Max Hope.
Yeah. So Max Hope comes to the wicket, very solidly built batter.
Well, at least he's not their last one, so that's a good thing.
Oh, listen, no.
Sorry, if you're going to have a sit on that, you've got to
you're doing one of those pun things again.
I think I was going to say it was the perfect opportunity for Pun City. It's left-handed Hope, and he really needs to stick with Larkin here.
So Louis Shaw coming into the attack and getting another key wicket here, just rattling through these batters, but Nick Larkin is still at the wicket. He's on 82 off 80 with 8 4s and 2 6s now. Max Hope, left-handed batter.
Nick will be the dipper to this game if he was to be dismissed.
They could
with probably with anything over 90 or so. Your Kiwi Viz jumps from Uni being favourites at the moment, which I would assume they would be, to being underdogs.
And this one is pushed into the offside for no run. Louis Shaw here, nice little first over of his spell. 4 balls, 1 for 1. Left arm bowler to the left-hand batter. Flicks it into the onside. No run, good fielding in there by David Lowry, the captain again.
Leading from the front
from the front.
We can also tell you in the other Marsh Cup game that is in progress, the day-night game, New South Wales, Queensland, Queensland batting first. They're 3 for 182.
Hope just pushes this one to the man at long on, the easiest of singles. They almost walk it through in these very hot conditions. So after 28 overs here, Sydney University 4 for 142.
Well, we can tell you it's actually just ticked over the 33-degree mark at Sydney Olympic Park, which they do measure at the top of a core stadium. Stadium Australia, call it what you want. So it's probably maybe a degree warmer sitting outside here at the moment. So I do feel for all the players and both of the umpires out there at the moment, because even in the last few overs we did have Sean Mantle, the women's competitions manager, come over here and just turned up the air conditioning a little bit just to make it a little bit cooler from our point of view, so we can actually call these. But yeah, the 3 wickets to fall for Queensland so far have been Heaslett, Josh Brown and Sam Truloff, with Adam Zampa getting that last wicket. Clayton's on 52, Max Bryant's just come in, he's on 17.
Sincotta continuing this very good spell.
Oh!
He's absolutely dropped him, and this one's moved away. It started pretty much on leg stump, moved to off stump. He's edged it.
That's pitched middle leg.
Yep.
And by the time that Max has hit that ball, that's out. That's about a stump outside off. That's moved heaps.
It's an absolute beauty.
Which makes it an even harder catch for the keeper because of the acuteness of the angle.
True.
But still, to get a good glove on it and to have it burst through, it just shows you how unlucky he is.
Larkin on strike, can't time it. Got to be careful of those ones. Sometimes you can play those onto the stump. So Sincotta here, 7.2 overs, 2 for 29, 1 maiden.
I'm assuming that's Lockie Shaw in the 11, with the keeping gloves on.
It is.
I must admit that was a great effort. Like, your body's naturally going to be pulling to his right, looking for it to go down the leg, and have to then quickly readjust back to your offside.
This is a nice ball here. Just gently plays it back to the bowler though, Larkin. He's on 82 now, off 82. If he's still there, there's still a hope. Their run rate is still 5.1, so they're 4 down. They just need 1, 2 good partnerships here, and just as long as they can take it to the end of the game, as they say in cricket, isn't it? Right down to that 50th over. They can do it here. Sydney University. This one just nicely guided down to third man. A lot of control in that shot. They're going to come back for 2. And there was half a chance for a run in the end in the bowler's end.
He hesitated with the throw. Had he let it go first time?
Lockie needed to be catch and release straight away. But the thing is,
I think if he hit there, he was probably gone too.
Oh, he's gone.
Without a doubt.
But if Lockie, instead of Lockie, you can see him, he's like, do I bother? And it's like, yeah, I'll do it. But that 0.2 of a second or whatever it was, that's the difference between him hitting the stumps and running Max Hope out, and Max safely getting home.
So Sincotta again. And this one just driven down the ground for no run to that man at mid-on. Larkin, 84 off 84. Such great discipline here just to stick it out. Very impressive performances by a lot of these openers today. Lowry with 96, Rogie 107, Larkin 84, not out. So if you like your opening batters, this is the day to watch some cricket. This one just jagged in slightly, pushed into the offside for no run. And that's the end of the over. So 29 overs gone here. Sydney University 4 for 145. Let's have a look at what they need now.
118 off 128.
5.9 per over. The rate is currently at 5 evens. So it's just starting to build up for Sydney University.
Louis Shaw will be into the attack again, getting a key wicket of McElduff in his first over.
Well, at the moment, like at times when we've done T20s and that before, you talk about from a batting or bowling team, you're talking plus and minus. Obviously, being the bowling side, you want to have as big a minus against the batting side, so more runs to balls in the favour of the fielding side, where at the moment the batting side is actually plus about plus 10, plus 11. in front where a couple of wickets and some dot balls will shrink that over and put more pressure.
So Max Hope on strike. Taps this into the onside to that square leg fielder for no run. I feel something's going to give with these two. I reckon he's going to have a crack at a big shot. I've just got that kind of feeling. He'll definitely have the power to strike a 6. Oh, and he tried there, but he might get 4. Yeah, it's going to roll all the way on this very good surface. You could see he was trying to launch for the 6 there. He got the inside edge and still gets the 4.
Yeah, he was trying to put that over square leg. It's got a bottom edge.
Into the Sydney Sixers 10.
That's right, and so again, such good roll on this lovely outfield.
But hey, you got a boundary in the end, but...
It doesn't say how in the book.
Yep, that's right. Read it in the Monday's paper. Here's another saying, and this one's struck straight to point for no run.
It's the same as when you get out. You don't get the full story if you're caught or bowled. You just says caught or bowled.
That's right. And yep, he is going to have a crack at him.
Point.
I had that feeling he was going to do this, and he gets the 6.
I love this. We're watching the game here, but literally down at cow corner for where Max is batting from the broadcast end, there's a gentleman down there. He's got the T-shirt off. He's got the lounger laying right back. Ball's landed in front of him, bounces directly over him.
And he doesn't move.
And didn't move and makes the ND's player run for it. It's like, mate, it lands 2 foot behind your head. So if you're going to sit there, but then again, Max, if you're listening, I'll pay you $50 if you can hit him on the head, okay? Because he's literally in your swing arc if you're aiming for cow corner again.
He's probably reading a book. So,
how to play cricket.
Good leave and a bad leave.
I thought the title would be how do I register to become a New Zealand Test cricketer? Obviously open for everyone.
Oh, now we're getting low.
Tell you what, Australia aren't much better at the moment. And he slices one back with a point. Ravi Jadeja there, 7 wickets in the second. Oh, sorry, that was last weekend.
Yeah, it was a couple of weekends
and
ago.
probably
Yeah.
this week.
Yeah. At least we can all admit it. Huh? But 1 ball left in the 30th. And this one just driven along the carpet. So nice work by Hope. Had a feeling that over. He might just try and have a big one against Louis Shaw to unsettle him. Gets the 4 with the edge and the massive 6 over cow corner.
Well, Northern Districts left it open for him there. They had a man straight and he picked it perfectly. And that's resulted obviously in the field change, but good start from Max Hope. And required now is 107
off 120, yeah. 107 off 120.
So plus 13 if you're the batting side, because you now know that even if you block the whole over, you still got the run rate on your favour. So
yeah, just over 5.5. It was 5.9 at the start of that over. So
yeah,
handy over that.
Very good
for the students. As we see,
Ben Randall here has switched ends with his bowling. So Max Hope now 13 off 10 with 1 4 and 1 6. Nick Larkin 84 off 85. 8 4s and 2 6s. Randall 3 overs 1 for 21. Running away from our commentary box now. And Hope will just push this to point for no run.
I'm just trying to work out which of the 2 batters were the loudest ones that we could hear up here with the no call then. Was it Nick or was it Max? But it's good to hear that the 2 batsmen are talking and making their calls loud.
Yeah.
Which obviously, Mackie, you know, when you're batting with someone who's not so confident, they're not as loud for that type of call, where you need them to be.
Oh, it's such an important facet of the game. Something so simple is so important.
Mm.
So here goes Randall again. Right arm medium pace. Oh, Hope's gone for this again. He just swivels it around there to fine leg. He'll pick up a comfortable single. Larkin back on strike.
Oh, he's called that off the bat.
I think
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
Definitely hit that one. So
I thought there might have been a little bit of pad to it.
Hope just trying to take a bit of the pressure off Larkin here, and he's done well there with 14 off 12. Larkin will just be trying to stick in there. They're scoring at 5.2 now. And then if Hope can hang in with him. This could be a great finish, so stay tuned here on Triple H. And, of course, Frogbox and Alive FM. And this one pushed at his feet. Maybe a chance of a run out at the non-strikers. No, he's missed by a mile.
I'm just watching the fielder going past and just going, whoops. And just seeing the feet going under.
So again, Larkin just rotating the strike.
That's all he needs to do, honestly.
Yep.
We know how experienced a player is. He's obviously, I'm not going to be rude here, but he is a lot more experienced and has a lot more knowledge of the game of cricket than some of the other players that we do see today. And he's now using that expertise and knowledge to the best of his abilities.
Hope will just block this one back to the bowler. Nice stuff by Randall, just trying to bowl that length where you can't quite get at him. It's 4 for 158 here in the 31st over. They've almost got it to that point where you need 100 runs and you just count down. They've got enough time here as well.
It's 100% game on here.
Yep.
And times like this, it's just going to be the one bit of magic, the one mistake that can make all the difference.
Oh, and that's a good boy. Actually fell over in the end, Randall bowling that one, but he squared Hope up a little bit, who pushes it into the offside. Nice angle there, going across the left-handed batter. Last ball of the 31st now in this one-day final.
I know we're here for cricket, but I also know some of our Triple H listeners and probably some of the Alive listeners who love their rugby union. Obviously, West Harbour being one of your closest shoot shield clubs there.
Incorrect. You should know. We'll come back to that.
Oh, I know the other one, but yeah.
Oh, and this time he's timed this one. Hope flicks it off his pads. A nice on drive there for 4. So Max Hope is playing the helping hand that Larkin needs here. He's a bit of an all-rounder.
But what he's also doing, Mick, is taking a little bit of pressure off Larkin.
Absolutely, yep.
Which is going to help their cause in the long run. 4 for 162 off 31. So 19 overs to score 101. They're definitely on target. It's all about wickets.
101 off 114. They're on that plus 13, Shane. Like you say, of course, with the gaps between. So they've done pretty well here. I mean, they've already lost Cummins and Mortimer and co, but they're all just chipping in enough to help out Larkin, who's trying to bat through. Here goes Shaw again. Plays it late, but plays it well, but good fielding inside the circle, no run on the offside.
Yes, I do know the Western Sydney Two Blues are the other club, but I'm going to give them separate credit in a minute. But the Australian Sevens men's have made it through to the Cup quarterfinals. Give you some more details in a second.
Short of Larkin. Times this one through that point area. He'll pick up another single. Showing great composure here just to hang in there. Again, it's going to be Hope on strike, the left-hander. Of course, he hit that 4 and a 6 off the last over from Shaw. Will he have another crack here?
So after Australia dropping their early game this morning against Kenya, are able to get wins against Japan and Fiji to top their pool in the end. They will play in the quarterfinals. But also, huge congratulations to West Sydney Two Blues winning the Kiama Sevens yesterday.
3 sevens tournaments in a row.
He's gone for the drive through the offside, no run.
This is what happens when you have Salositangi Thakibao there and is heavily investing and putting funds into that Sevens program.
This time, just rolls it off his pads straight for no run. Couple of dot balls. Max Hope has the little wander around, which sometimes mean, hey, had enough of this sprinter, I'm going to have a crack. Will he hold his nerve? Yeah, he's gone for it. And he's going to get 4. So he's taking a liking to Shaw here. That was kind of like a slog sweep, but pretty controlled. One bounce into the fence for 4. This is great stuff by Max Hope.
He's just drifted a little bit into the pads then, and Hope, he's not mucking around any width or any fullness. He's happy to have a go.
Last ball of the 32nd. And this time he's gone down the ground.
Uh-oh.
And he's gone.
Good catch.
So Shaw wins that little mini battle. Hope has gone caught on the fence at long on. And the Northern Districts fans are up below us in the gallery. Good little cameo by Hope of 22 off 19 though. And it's very well balanced game. I'll throw it over to Matt Mez now. What a game we have. Stay tuned.
Yeah, it's definitely a good little challenge win there for Lewis Shaw there after being pounded for a couple of sixes and some fours there by Max in his last couple of overs, to be able to sit there and put one up, put a little bit more flight into it, and Max has just wanted to try and drop kick that straight down to the city end of Cricket Central here, and fallen about probably 4 or 5 feet short. As we know, got two of the other M's coming back in. Obviously, Matt Mears and our friend from MacArthur Sports Radio in Mike Sheen come back to join me just as that wicket falls. So good timing, boys.
Thanks, Shane. Yeah, I said a much-needed wicket there for the Northern District Rangers. 5 for 167 here after 32 overs. But I said it's that man, Nick Larkin. We've been talking about him all innings. He's the one that's got to keep them in the game, and he's certainly doing that with 86 off 88. But as I said, you think that he's going to have to bat through this innings now, and we're going to need a lot of cameos from this lower order of the students.
Well, we can now see Don Butchert's coming out to join Nick at the crease, but I was going to try and get Kiwi to give his Kiwi biz just before he went off air, but I'm going to assume it's probably 50-50 at the moment whilst Nick's there.
We were chatting out the back. I reckon that's pretty well on the money. I reckon it's about 50-50. It's 96 off 18 overs, the equation.
Randall continues here. He 4 overs, 1 for 27, and first one there from Larkin, just plays it into mid-wicket. They pick up a single.
Well, yeah, I reckon this is very even. 95 off 17.5 overs. I really think this is an even money proposition coming into this,
if you're watching
this final hour or so.
If you're watching or you're listening in on Alive or Triple H or you're on the YouTube channel, I would not be going anywhere.
No, lock in for the next hour or so. This is going to be a cracking finish. Yeah, realistically, all three results still on the table.
Certainly are, as Randall comes in again, at this time Belchart facing his first delivery, and he just flicks it down to fine leg. Another single, he gets off the mark.
Just quickly, guys, whilst you having that discussion before, we can actually tell you Don Butchart's mum is sitting up here with us in the commentary box.
Okay.
So, Mrs. Butchart, hello.
Up the end.
Hopefully you are enjoying the call so far. Obviously,
forgive us for anything we may or may not say. But yeah, I said he's gonna have a crucial role here to support Larkin. Firstly to his 100. As Butchart comes in again, Larkin back on strike, 87, and keeps that one out. Good line from Randall as he just keeps it outside off stump.
He's been impressive, Ben Randall. I know you guys haven't seen a lot of him. It's the first time I've seen him. He's been very impressive this afternoon. 4.3 overs, 1 for 29. Going at about 7 and over, so not being too expensive. Yeah, I think he's been I'm not sure, I'm assuming he's come through the grades, but he's been very impressive.
Benny's been part of their seconds and thirds setup for the last couple of seasons and get the opportunity to play first grade, which is a huge show of faith.
Well, that one's another good delivery there, just on off stump. Nothing much Larkin can do other than give it the full maker's name there.
Yeah.
But as we were explaining earlier in the game, with the Women's Premier Cricket game, Mearsey, obviously, the Carrier Pigeon decided to start working again just after the game had finished. Georgia Lomas Fuderan did get 10 runs. She was the 4th highest scorer for University out of their 157. Zoe Benjamin made 6 off 30, opening up being stumped. Georgia didn't bowl, but Zoe bowled 1.4 overs and none for 16. Some young lady named Phoebe Litchfield hits 92 off 58 coming in at 3.
I've heard she goes okay.
Well, Larkin goes okay as well, and that one's played out to the man out on sweeping undercover boundary.
Yeah,
another single.
I've heard that girl. She's from the country, isn't she? She goes all right.
She goes okay.
Yeah. The name rings a bell.
Yeah, so they come in. They lost the Penrith.
She's not doing anything on
a couple of weeks' time.
If she's not playing,
that would actually be interesting because I'm pretty sure we would be able to get Cricket Australia or Cricket New South Wales to make some calls, and if
I
Penrith
may
aren't
have-
in the final, to get her up here for a guest stint.
I may have already talked to Sean Mantle before, as that one's nicely played by Butchart, nicely defended.
I'll just throw in a couple of the Campbelltown girls that I know are.
Yeah, Claire Koski.
Well,
would be one
Claire's
of them.
one. That wasn't what I had in mind. That's the end of the
No,
over.
I'm only thinking of Claire.
Five for 170 after 33. Please continue.
No,
I was going to say there's Hannah Darlington.
Yeah, Hannah Darlington. Yeah,
HD would be.
Is she playing for the Indigenous side in
She
the
is.
Impaja Cup up there?
She is. That's why she's
She is?
unavailable today for the Ghosts.
Okay, that's the reason why.
Yeah, Annika Leroy and the other one escapes me off the top of my head.
Yeah, there's a few good.
Plus
few good
Claire
Ghost
Koski,
players.
who all in the Ghosts women's lineup.
Yep.
Well, as Louis Shaw continues left arm around the
Oh.
wicket, Larkin upish to Rogie there at backward point.
That one did a little bit.
And also, you got to remember, Claire Koski is also an ACT meteor in
That's
the
right.
WNCL.
That's right, and we were talking about Sarah Coit earlier
Mm-hmm.
today,
Yeah.
a proud Ghosts
Oh, of course.
player.
Larkin just pushes this one down the ground. He picks up a single. He moves to 89, 5 for 171.
No, we had having a chat before with Liam, the Cricket New South Wales social media manager, and explaining that when I was umpiring indoor cricket, I used to remember seeing Sarah Coit when she was like 8 or 9 at the old Campbelltown Indoor Sports Centre on Edge Road.
Oh, the old Edge Road, owned
Yeah.
by, it used to be owned by John McKell
Yes.
Senior.
Yeah, by Macca and
Yes, great bloke,
and the
John
family.
McKell.
Yeah, before they moved the team out to Smeaton Grange to become MacArthur, but now they've got
Yes.
another indoor centre started in another part of Campbelltown, which is
Yes.
good to see.
Certainly is.
Butchart faces his first delivery from Shaw, and he cuts it hard, but can only find the cover sweeper to pick up a single. He moves to 2.
That's the one good thing. Okay, lots of the grade players will play some sort of indoor cricket during their off season, just to help keep their hand-eye coordination sharp. So
Larkin goes back, but just punches it down the ground. Another single to the total. He moves into those nervous 90s.
I'll give you a perfect example. This is going back to the early 90s. Back when Bankstown was still a powerhouse in indoor cricket, back when it was still the Indoor Cricket Super League, you used to have two brothers, not too hard to work out.
I think I know.
Yeah, playing in the same Premier Cricket side for
Yeah.
Bankstown they play cricket on a Saturday afternoon and then play Premier Cricket first grade on a Saturday night. And the funny thing is, Mark Wall used to keep
Yeah, I could
in
believe
indoor where Steve Wall would sit there and play a back stick.
that. Yeah.
So final delivery of Louis Shaw's over, and again, Larkin goes back trying to punch it through the offside, but this time he finds cover. Dot ball to finish, 4 overs, 2 for 22, Louis Shaw. He's really put some life into this Rangers side. 5 for 147 here. The target, 263. 16 overs to go here. As that game really in the balance.
And you were talking about some of the Sarah Coit, her brothers,
Yeah,
Adam and Scott, both excellent indoor cricketers
They are,
in their own right, and both quite handy in the outdoor game as well.
but unfortunately, most people, if you watch Big Bash, will know Scott for his, I believe it was a 13 ball over in his debut game for the Sydney Thunder when he went for, I think it was 27 or 28 runs.
Well, Randall continues from the broadcast end to Butchart. Just pushed out onto the offside, no run.
But it's just good to see some of the players who have come through playing indoor cricket for fun originally, now making their way into grade cricket, and as we said, like with Sarah and Claire and all that, making themselves into state players, and in Claire's case, obviously playing for the ACT Meteors, being able to make your mark as a cricketer.
So Butchart here facing Randall, and again, just a nice line and length, not trying to do anything fancy here, Randall. Butchart again can display the big maker's name back down the wicket. Randall fields in his follow through.
Just got a feeling this one's going to explode one way or the other in the next 5 or 10 overs. Not sure whether it's going to be University going big with the bat or a couple of wickets to to Northern Districts. Just got a feeling this one's something big's going to happen in the next little while.
So I got that feeling too. As this one again, he just plays it off the outside edge. Does Butcher, and he'll look for two, but good fielding down there on the third man boundary.
Just something. I just got a feeling the next 5-10 overs, around the 40-45 over mark, something big will go down one way or the other.
Well, so they're just constantly at that 5.1,
Yep.
5.2 run rate. They don't have to do too much fancy at the minute.
And they've been holding it for a while. They've held that around 5 and over for a good 10 or 15 overs. So they're sitting in the perfect position, University. But you just get a feeling if they can get Nick Larkin, game turns on its head.
Yeah, he is the key, and he is on strike. And a nice short of a length there. He knows Larkin's just been trying to push it down the ground. Can't do that to that sort of delivery. A little bit extra pace even, and just cramps him up. Larkin looks like he's feeling the heat here as he's trying to maybe get some sweat out of that helmet or something as Randall makes his way back to the mark.
Figuratively and literally.
Yeah. It'd be hot under that helmet.
30 degrees outside under that lid.
Make it about 45.
Yeah, certainly add a few to that.
Also, the darker colour probably wouldn't be helping as much either.
I said, what can Randall do now with this delivery? And it's just flicked off the pads. I think Larkin would have wanted to get a bigger piece of that one. It didn't.
I think he wanted the one, but Don said no.
I was surprised that wasn't called for a wide.
It took something, whether it was pad or bat.
It's hit something going through, but
you could deflected towards that fielder at fine leg inside the circle.
But you could see Nick wanted to run, and Don did the right thing and stayed on his handle and just stayed there because there wasn't one there.
No, certainly not.
I said nervous 90s for Nick Larkin. 90 off 98 deliveries, 8 fours, 2 sixes. Final ball of Randall's over, and it's just played onto the offside. Just enough past Lowry there at backward point for them to pick up a single. Randall's now 6 overs, 1 for 32. Butchard's 4 not out. Larkin 91 not out. And it's 5 for 176 off 35 here. The target, 263.
And that's the second drinks break, so we're going to have a few minutes before the next one. If I know Kiwi Mick at the moment, he'll be sitting around the corner near the lunchroom up here in Cricket Central watching the test match. But we can tell you the Kiwis are currently 3 for 201, only trailing by 25 on England's first innings. But still 7 weeks in hand, but they still need to get a lot more runs to try and get this to a 5th day at the moment. But Kane Williamson is in at the moment with Henry Nichols. But yeah, we can also tell you in the Marsh Cup game, there's been no play since the end of the Tasmanian innings in Hobart against West Australia. Rain is still falling. So obviously, if they do get back on the field, we'll let you know. Up in Queensland in the day-night game in the Marsh Cup, after 34 overs, Queensland are 5 for 211, taking on the New South Wales Blues. The latest wickets to fall were Clayton for 56, Jimmy Pearson, who got a very good ton against the Blues in the Sheffield Shield match that concluded a couple of days ago. He was out for 17. At the moment, Liam Hatcher has been the destroyer with 3 of the 5 wickets, 1 to Ben Dorsis and also 1 to Adam Zampa. But yeah, once again, unfortunately, there's been a couple of early games finished in the Women's Premier Cricket, and some of the games are still going ahead. But yeah, Phoebe Litchfield, just from all reports, speaking to some of the players out there, didn't give a chance. She was just unstoppable. But this is what happens when you have a talented player coming through. We saw it here on the Premier Cricket Women's T20 Grand Final day for Penrith being able to help them get through to the final, but just unfortunately couldn't get them across the line in the final. But
the name I was trying to think of was Lauren Cheadle.
Yeah.
Was the other name I was trying to think of for Campbelltown. Played today. Well done to the Northern Districts women. A 104-run win over Campbelltown.
Ouch.
Northern Districts 7 for 218. Campbelltown all out 114. You mentioned Claire Koski. Skipper made 20 off 25. Kelly Rollings 30 off 50. And Kushert, the wicketkeeper, 17 off 27.
Lauren Smith, 5 for 17 off 7.5.
That doesn't surprise us. We've seen Lauren bowl really well out at Asquith Oval. She loves that field from the games that we've been there. I think it's like usually it's like a 3 to 4 wicket haul every time that she gets onto their home surface. But we do know that Mark Taylor Oval, their main field for Northern Districts, may possibly be ready for some games, but it'll be another couple of weeks away, maybe for a lower grade semis and finals.
Well, I said Larkin goes big, but it drops short here as Louis Shaw continues from that southern end, and I have to stop you there, Shane, because I can tell you that Hornsby Rugby are booked there from round 1 in April, so I do not believe they have got the pitch in there yet. We might be able to talk to Jeremy Hook. I saw him earlier, the president of the Rangers.
Jeremy's hiding here, yeah.
As the next one goes back, a crowd catch, I think, there, but good fielding by Louis Shaw in his follow through.
I think the ball before, I think he was really annoyed at the fielder down at long on there. He believed he had a genuine chance to dismiss Nick Larkin, and to be honest, I think he did.
I think if he picked up the ball early, he might have been able to get there as Butchart punches it down the ground, but can only find short cover. Lowry there, he's a popular man in this field, in this offside. I've lost count how many times I've called him fielding the ball, whether it's at short cover or backward point. He's certainly in the game, the skipper, is the next one here from Butchart. It's played on the offside. Rogie comes around from backward point. There's no one inside the circle at point. Lets them pick up another single.
Well, we can tell you all the women's Premier Cricket first grade games have been completed for this round. They have one more round before their semi-finals next in a couple of weeks' time.
Larkin again tries to go to leg side, punch it through the offside. Just finds Louis Shaw in his follow through. It's been a good over so far by the young left arm spinner. Comes in again. Getting through his overs quickly is, again, this one's pushed down the ground. It'll beat the bowler this time, but cut off by long off. They'll pick up another single. Larkin moves to 93. That's 5 for 178 here. That's 36 overs gone, 14 overs remaining. And that target of 263, it's in the distance, but I think they're going to need a lot from Butchart to support Larkin here.
If he can hold up an end and make a 20 or a 30, get to 10 overs to go 5 down. Larkin will, you would imagine, have his 100. I could see this being very, very interesting.
Randall continues for his 7th, and it's beautifully cut away by Larkin. Lowry there at backward point tried his best to cut it off, but it was just hit too nicely, too cleanly, and that just rockets along this carpet of an outfield for 4. Larkin moves to 97. I said if we see a few more shots like that from Larkin, I said only 80 now. 80 now required here from
13.5.
So as I said, they are keeping up with the run rate here. The students, you feel that they need wickets here now. The Rangers, as he comes in again now, and that's what Randall wants to bowl right on off stump. But Larkin still finds a gap in that offside where he can pick up a single, move along to 98.
Well, we already know the Northern Districts Campbelltown Camden first grade women's game. We can go to Drummoyne and tell you that the Sydney women have chased down successfully the total of Manly, which was 9 for 183. They've done it 4 for 186 with a 6-wicket win. We know Penrith have already beaten Universities. And Macca would be happy. Parramatta have chased down Gordon's 133, only losing 2 wickets.
Randall to Butchart, almost feathers through, just hangs the bat out there. Some luck going their way, no edge. I thought you meant we were going to be at Drummoyne because of the plane flying over.
Well, you could jump on the grab the tail of that and.
We feel like we're at Drummoyne every time now we go across these.
To be fair, there's nearly as many.
Not
here
as many as Drummoyne.
Drummoyne, it's every couple of minutes.
Yeah, because you're in the main flight
Very
path
much
there.
in the main flight path there,
But at the moment, for the women's, if you're looking at the semi-finals, you've got Sydney, Penrith, the Ghosts, and the Rangers. That's top 4.
Good to hear.
Randall again on off stump to Butchart. He plays it in the offside.
Been a lean season for Campbelltown Cricket, so to have the women's first grade in the hunt for finals, I won't say they're home yet, but to have them in the hunt, only 1 week to go, I know that they're home, I think they're home next weekend, I should double check
The only team that can knock either districts or the Ghosts out is Parramatta. They're currently in 5th, 2 points behind the Lady Rangers, where everyone else, if it's only top 4, can't make it.
Certainly his top 4 is another good delivery there from Randall, right on off stump. Butchart has to keep it out.
Just having a look at round 19 next week in the women. One-day matches at Drummoyne, at Sydney and Penrith. Parramatta host Unis at Maryland's Oval.
There's a win for... sorry, Georgia, I'm just being realistic.
Northern Districts host Manly at Asquith.
That'll be a big game.
That'll decide.
Bankstown and Gordon at Bankstown Oval, and the Ghosts are at home to St George Sutherland.
Another big game. As this one now again is played through the offside, but well fielded. So we're back at Kinder Gym. There's some more tumbles in the outfield, but another great over from Randall. 7 overs, 1 for 37 for him. 5 for 184 here. 13 overs to go. That target of 263 is in sight. 79 required off 13. It's certainly not out of the realms of possibilities here for the students, but...
And that run rate, they just keep sitting at around that 4.95, 5.1 mark. It's in that area. They don't need to go big. They just need to keep it going.
So 77 off 78.
The Shaw continues, and Larkin tries to again to punch it through the offside, but well fielded there at cover, no run.
And a runner ball equation with 5 in hand.
And it's now a plus minus of 0.
Yeah.
You're back to a runner ball where they had a 13 ball difference.
Larkin again tries to push it through the offside, but they'll take the single to Lowry. Ooh. He just had to move a couple of metres, which has been enough to allow them to get home.
You just get the feeling a runner ball equation these days, that's milk money, that is, especially for someone of the quality of Nick Larkin.
He just needs people to stay with him, though.
Yeah,
he
that's
needs
what I was saying.
Someone to hang, yeah.
If Butchart can make 20 or 30...
Well, he's batting well now, and he drives it down the ground. Shaw tried desperately in his follow-through to cut that one off, but...
I'm trying to work out, was it trying to stop or was it a catch? Because he seemed to have dived. He wasn't trying to put the hand on the ground. He had his hand probably about a foot up in the air.
I thought it was a stop myself. Looking at it live, I thought it was a stop, but it could have been...
Could have been either.
Yeah. But you just get the feeling a runner ball these days, that's nothing for this level of play.
It's not. And again, Larkin pushing down the ground. He beats the bowler, and that's his 100. You hear the student faithful. Much needed. 107 balls it has taken him to reach that. 4 fours, 9 fours, 2 sixes. He's looking like he's feeling it now, but as I said, that's a very important innings in the scope of this game.
If you can get them over the line this afternoon, it will be all the more worthwhile. But the job is not done yet for the students.
There's Butchart now back on strike to Shaw, and that's right up on off stump, and he just pushes out to cover, no run. But I said it has been an absolutely amazing innings. We said he needed to stand up. He needed to match Scott Roger. He has now. Now he needs to focus on these remaining runs to get them home. As Butchart tries to go back, and it just bounces a little bit more, that one. Goes through the keeper in Lockie Shaw. He finishes his 6th over there now. 2 for 28 is Louis Shaw, and it's 5 for 187. 12 overs to go as they chase that 263.
Going to second grade women's Premier Cricket all today. All bar one game has been finished. Out of Bankstown, Bankstown setting 146 against St George Sutherland. Unfortunately, St George Sutherland have chased that with 3 wickets in hand, scoring 7 for 150. Macca will be happy again out at Chatswood Oval. Parramatta batting first 7 for 200. Were able to restrict Gordon all out for 130, winning by 70 there. Manly Oval, Sydney batting first, 207 all out. Manly currently 7 for 125, chasing there. Well, looks like might be another win for the University Seconds women, possibly two in a row. setting 8 for 191. Penrith a 7 for 124. And in the last game of the day, Northern Districts Rangers setting a total of 205 against Campbelltown Camden. Campbelltown Camden end up being one batter short through injury. Finished up at 9 for 77.
Tough day for the Ghosts women, but round 19 back at headquarters at Raby next Sunday. First grade will be looking for a win to secure that finals berth.
Well, here's the big move. Pawson now to continue from the broadcast end to Larkin, and it's just pushed in the offside, no run. I think this is the spell here now. The skippers realise they need to break this partnership.
4 overs left for Ross Pawson. None for 23, his figures, but 4 overs here. Do you go 2 now and 2 at the death, or do you...
I think you see how
you
he's
go all
bowling.
out.
I just say you bowl him out now. Hope that you can jag 1 or 2. Hopefully one of them being Larkin. And then if it's not, then well done to Sydney Uni.
Then it's not too bad.
Well, this one's short outside off stump, and he flings this one away. Too good for the man at third man. He's very square there. This one's probably flown through second slip.
It was like he didn't pick it up.
No.
It was like the fielder down there did not pick up that ball. It just took a thick outside edge from Larkin, a well-timed shot, but it was like he just did not see that ball on the boundary down there, and by the time he saw it, it was far too late, and it crashed into the fence for 4.
Yeah, a much-needed 4 there from Larkin. You can tell that this innings has taken a lot out of him, but the job's not done yet. Can Pawson get this breakthrough for the Rangers? He comes into Larkin. That's much better. It's on off stump, but it's still pushed out to the cover sweeper on the boundary as he picks up a single. He moves to 105. 5 for 192 here, halfway through the 39th.
71 needed. 11 and a half overs. So 69, and they need 71.
Yeah, don't touch
It
that
is
dial.
really on a knife's edge. That prediction that something big was going to happen, I think we could be going to the 50th, and
Oh, wow.
a handful needed in the last over.
Super over.
Don't say that as Pawson comes in now to Butchart.
Oh,
the hands
how did
go
that
up.
miss?
The hands go up. It was short of a length. He pushed at it, but some more of that luck coming the students' way. We've only really seen that one from Tim Cummins take the edge, but there's been 5 or 6 where they've just hung the bat out, but they've not been good enough to get the edge.
Heading up to Queensland for the Marsh Cup game between New South Wales and Queensland. Queensland have just lost their 6th wicket. Max Bryan being caught by Daniel Sams. Liam Hatcher taking his 4th wicket. Once again, Queensland 6 for 220, coming up to the end of the 38th over.
Pawson comes in again, and that's on the money on off stump, and Butchart can just play it back down the wicket. I think another tactic as well here, if they can keep Butchart on strike and sort of keep Larkin at the non-striker's end, he may feel he has to do more when he is on strike. As I said, he is 6 off 19.
And the longer you keep Nick Larkin off strike, the better the equation is for Northern Districts. With Larkin on strike, probably an even money bet, but with Larkin off strike, certainly advantage Rangers.
Well, here comes Pawson, his final delivery of his 7th over, and again it takes the outside edge, and again that man at third man cannot get around in time. 4 more to the total. 2 boundaries off that. That's not what they'd be looking for from Ross Pawson. 5 for 196 now with 30 after 39. Butchart moves to 10. Larkin's on 105. And 7 overs, none for 32 for Pawson.
Would you almost be tempted to put in like a short third man type thing down there, sit him on the 30-yard circle to allow for that, because it's not an error the way they're hitting it. They're actually playing for that type of glide down through, knowing that he's sitting right on the fence while Lewis Shaw comes back in.
Yeah, he comes in for his 7th over, and Larkin again, he's moving towards that onside, trying to open up that short side to the offside, but he can only find the man at cover, no run. So Lewis sure he's trying to get through his overs quick here. Left arm around the wicket as Larkin just bunts this one into the offside. There was enough vacant territory for them to get through to the single. He moves on to 106. 5 for 197 here in the 40th over.
We can tell you over at the Basin, it is stumps on day 3. New Zealand are 3 for 202. They're only 24 runs behind with 7 wickets going into day 4.
Butchart comes down the ground and it looks like it's
chance.
dropped. Shaw's not happy about that one. He punches the ground. They'll make through for a single, but I think that's going to have to go down as a chance, boys.
Definite chance there for Louis Shaw. Couldn't hold on to it. It was well hit. That could have been the moment that decides the one-day final.
Well, Larkin again, he almost does the same thing going back down. But I think they'll be happy with that sort of shot from Larkin. Definite bump ball, but he's creating chances here as Louis Shaw. 2 for 30 here in his 7th over. As again Larkin tries to go inside out through that offside, but can only find cover.
We can tell you in the Marsh Cup game down in Tasmania, play looks like they're going to be restarting at 4:50 local time, which is
About
just on
3
3 minutes from now.
As Shaw comes in for his
Ooh,
final
got him.
delivery.
Yes.
He's been given big wicket here at Cricket Central. He's just tried to guide it out off the outside edge down to third man, but he's only got the tickle through to the keeper. The big wicket here for the Rangers. Nick Larkin is gone for 106 off 115 deliveries. A beautiful innings it has been, but boy, 6 for 198. Shane, Mike, is that the turning point of this game?
The best person I think we should be asking is sitting just on your right shoulder
About
at the
4 meters
moment.
to our right.
He's probably not happy about me going up for that wicket, but it is a big wicket in the context of this game.
That is a massive
It
wicket
is.
in the context of the game. Doing the sums at 65 off 61. University are still in this, but
So
now
it's plus 5 now to districts.
Northern Districts with their nose in front.
You-
65 off 61, 4 wickets in hand.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You said something major will happen around the 40th
So
over.
you're the one going out
something
the window.
major. So for any of the Sydney University
Yeah,
players,
thanks.
staff, parents,
We want to
I've
get out
already
of
been
here.
Mike-
alive.
Mike Sheen's up here if you want to come and get him for,
I've already been
for predicting something's been wrong.
Well, no, I just said something would happen.
Yeah, something major, yeah.
I didn't say which way.
Yeah, no, but you said something
I didn't
major,
s-
and that's what can be taken
well,
as major.
I didn't
Well,
say which
that
way
is
it was
the-
going.
That is the huge wicket there. Louis Shaw, he's now 7 overs, 3 for 30. Caught Shaw, bowled Shaw. Devlin Malone coming in at number 8. We've seen him do the job in the T20s. Can he do it here with Don Butchart? And I think for the next few overs, Mike, I'll get you to take over.
Yep, no worries. I'll take it from here. Into the happy hour of the grand final. 6 for 198. Pawson runs away from us. Bowling to Butchart, who just defends to mid-wicket. In close, no run. 59 balls to go. And 65 to get. 4 wickets in hand. And this is really delicately balanced. Losing Nick Larkin, you would say advantage Rangers. But
This is going to be a really silly question.
You
Oh,
silly now.
sorry, more statement. More statement here. If Rangers win, I'm putting Louis Shaw up for man of the match.
not a bad call. Pawson in. Driven down the ground by Butchart. They'll take the single. Throw to the bowler's end was wide. 6 for 199.
I know that won't happen because obviously you're going to be looking.
Well, you would
You're
imagine.
looking at Rodgie or Lowry or Nick Larkin getting
Yeah.
it because they've scored some significant runs.
Yes.
But the wickets that Louis Shaw has taken, including Nick Larkin's, could turn the game. If the Rangers win, if
He
I'm
would
Louis
probably-
Shaw, Louis Shaw, and he doesn't get player of the final, I'd be disappointed.
Probably gets the 2 votes if you ask me. Pawson runs in, bowls to Malone, the new man who cuts wide of the man at third man, but they'll take a single and that's all they get. That takes them to 200, 6 for 200 in the 41st over. Butchart 12 Malone 1. They need 63 off 57.
Quickly going back up to Queensland for the Marsh Cup. We can tell you now Queensland just lost their 7th wicket. Liam Hatcher has just taken his 5th, bowling young Tom Whitney, one of the under-19 Australian players who's been called into the Queensland squad. Queensland 7 for 226. Rain has stopped play again in Hobart.
Pawson in here, bowls, Butchart pushes into the
Ooh,
offside. They wanted a quick single. Malone took about 2 paces. The fielder at wide extra cover came in, had a shot at the stumps, missed by not very far at all.
Whisker.
They stayed put 6 for 200.
Yeah, this game's just got a little bit of extra spice now, doesn't it?
Hasn't
the
it?
Rangers have got their tail up now with that huge wicket.
They've got a sniff.
I'm trying to wonder, because from where we're sitting, we can see there's 2 young gentlemen at the other end of the ground just past the side screen. When the run out attempt happened, both reactions was hands on head thinking, ooh.
That was very, very close. Pawson charges in. Butchart gets a thick outside edge. That's 4 runs for the students. They needed that. Butchart to 16. Can he lift them over the line? 6 for 204.
I said it doesn't tell you in the scorebook. It only goes down as 4 where they go. And they said there are a lot of pockets in this field, particularly past the keeper. You would have thought with how they've been going through that section, a slip might not be the worst option at the moment.
Do you bring your third man very fine, almost
with their field, it's a bit hard to.
Leave him where he is, but put a short fine leggers ball and stick him on that 30-yard disc about 10 metres to the side of Lockie Shaw.
Pawson in. Butchart defends into the covers. No run. 41 overs down. 6 for 204. Butchart 16. Malone won the big wicket in that over. Nick Larkin was dismissed for a brilliant 100. Now it's down to the lower order to bring this home for the students. Or can the Rangers claim the silverware? We'll know in 9 overs or less.
I know this sounds really silly, but I would also, when you're bowling from this end, have your third man, but I would almost get rid of fine leg and bring him across, because if you're going to bowl down leg side, you deserve to get belted. But move them across onto the offside and make them actually have to step across and bring that LB shout into appeal if they want to try and hit down that leg side where the opportunity is. At the moment, he's fielding down there and he's not doing it. He hasn't touched the ball in the last 12 overs.
You're just looking on the scoreboard. The pass score is 206. Shaw in. Butchart plays and misses outside off. Through to the keeper. The pass score 206. They're on 204. So at this rate, we're going down to the wire in this one, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Stay with us for the next 9 overs here at Cricket Central in Silverwater. Louis Shaw comes in. That one just steered very fine. They'll take 1. Malone just gets the single. He goes to 2, 6 for 205.
Yeah, Rogie, he's feeling it a bit down there. Bowled some overs, got that 100 earlier. You could see him not want to have to make the dive, and then at the last second going, I got to go to ground here.
I have to. Louis Shaw around the wicket. Butchart squeezes it wide mid-wicket into the gap near the scoreboard. The fielder will get there inside the fence. They'll come back for 2. He wanted a third, Butchart.
Nice arm.
Malone was not interested. They stay on 2, 6 for 207.
That's a very smart choice when we just saw that arm coming down from the fielder in front of the two rollers there. A third was absolute suicide.
Shaw in. He ramps it over the top of the keeper. Easy runs to be had there. They'll take 1. They'll come back for a second. That's all they're interested in is an easy 2. 209 now. 6 down. Butchart 18. Make that 20.
Going back up to Queensland at the Marsh Cup again. Liam Hatcher's just taking his 6th wicket.
Jeez, they're going
Bowling Liam Guthrie a second ball duck. 8 for 227 against New South Wales.
Shaw in. Butchart drives, doesn't beat extra cover, no run. It remains 6 for 209 here, 41.5 overs.
I know our live listeners will be leaving us shortly, but I said if you do want to keep listening, sports.triplehfm.com.au or Triple H 100.1 FM, you can keep listening to the call or the frog box here through the Cricket New South Wales YouTube page.
Shaw in, last ball of the over. That one squeezed into the gully region. They'll
Well
take a single
stopped.
on the shot. Butchart to 21. He'll keep the strike. Devlin Maloney's 2. It's 6 for 210 after 42. They need 53 more to win.
53 off, what's that, 48. So plus still that,
Plus 5.
still plus 5 if you're the Ranger side, as we welcome DMAC back to the house.
The mischievous Dave McDonald is back on deck.
Thanks very much.
Did you enjoy your lunch across the road?
I did, thank you.
You did.
Now, I just need to chime in, guys, because it is almost time for the Alive 90.5 FM listeners to
You do what you need to
tune
do, mate.
out. So, thank you for listening today. And just on a personal note, to all the Alive 90.5 listeners that have wished me well for my 400th match for my club, thank you very much. It means a lot to me. And everyone, it's just great. It's great to be part of this radio station. So, of course, we'll be back next week with another bumper edition of Sunday Sports Roundup. And special thanks from Alive to our great friends at Triple H 100.1. And my other good mate here, the Mayor of Macarthur, Mike Sheen.
Nothing like a good stitch-up online, Dave McDonald. You will keep for that one. Pawson in. Butchart plays and misses outside off through to the keeper. No run.
Guys, I just want to go back to just the comment Shane made before. I think very fair call of him about that that third man fine leg. Again, I'm thinking that third man needs to be finer.
Do you bring your fine leg?
I would
Do you
actually
bring them both finer?
I'd drop fine leg and move him across. He hasn't touched the ball for 10 overs that end.
Pawson in. Butchart steers it wide of that man at third man. They'll take one. Do they want a second? No. 6 for 211. The pass score was 214.
It's really
43 overs. No threat of rain yet.
Really keeping them in the game here, Butchart.
Yeah. But literally every single, like for the last 5 overs, whilst bowling from this end, that player has had the most comfortable position sitting in the shade under the tree, has not made her move since that last ball that Max Hope hit for 6 down there.
52 runs required for the victory. They won't get one there. Single not taken. It was a dot ball behind the stumps. No chance of a run, so it remains 6 for 211. 43rd over, 52 required. 7.5 overs. If my maths is right, that'd be 45. So 52 off 45 required. Ross Pawson, can he strike? Devlin Malone waits for him. He defends that one and drops it at his feet.
Also, guys, I think that might be Scott Rodgie too.
Apologies.
Just having a look at the change of jersey number. I think like, hang on a minute, it's a bit too short to be Ross.
Yeah, that one slipped through. So yes, you're right. It is Scott Rodgie back on in his 7th over. Has the figures of none for 29. The veteran all-rounder wheels away from us at the top of his mark. Runs into Devlin Malone now. That's a full toss.
And no ball
no
called
ball.
And it was off the edge, straight into the keeper's gloves.
Devlin Malone dodges a bullet there. 6 for 212.
Probably a good thing that he is as short as he is.
Because if it wasn't, that's out.
Well, that's exactly right. All jokes aside.
Devlin, but his short stature has helped him and his team then.
Good things come in small packages, fellas.
I was about to say, it's not always a bad thing to be vertically challenged, is it? Scott Rodgie runs away from us, bowling to Devlin Malone. That one gets clubbed to mid-wicket. They wanted a single, but it wasn't there. Malone slaps his pads with his bat. Knows he missed an opportunity for runs there. One ball left in the 43rd, 6 for 212.
That's where it's funny. We've had 3 no-ball free hits today. What have the scores been for the free hit? 0, 0, 0. Normally you expect lots of runs being hit off them.
Rodgie in, Malone advances, drives down the pitch.
Good
Rodgie
stop.
sticks out a hand to stop it in his follow-through. That's the end of 43. 6 for 212. 51 off 42 to win the one-day cup final.
We can tell you that they actually have gone back on down at Hobart in the Marsh Cup one-day game, working on the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. West Australia need 181 off 131 deliveries.
I know
That's-
WA's guaranteed a spot in the final, but... Oh, hang on. What have we got here?
It's not. The scoreboard's showing over,
Yes.
but they mustn't have taken the no ball into account because Rogie...
hasn't gone away from his mark.
Well,
No, I know.
No, they have to call.
No,
They've called over.
They do have comms, so they can talk directly to the scorers and to Darren Goodger, who is the match referee, who's sitting in with the scorers, and that's why they just took their time very quickly and just double checked
It is the
to
end of
ask
the
the
over.
question, and it's like, yep,
51 off 42 required.
which means it is 7.29 per over.
Thank you, Dave.
and it's now a +9.
And they're going at 4.93 here. The students.
That's actually not too bad for the Rangers. The fact that they started that over as a +5, and to gain 4 on that over is not too bad. And we can see that Louis Shaw is about to come in and bowl over 9 of his spell at the moment, 3 for 36.
3 vital wickets too.
I still think if he gets another wicket,
Oh.
he picks up MOM.
He's a mom contender.
In he comes, start of the final over. That one lofted over the umpire's hat. Has it got enough? No. They'll come back for a second on the throw to the bowler's end. They'll make it easily. 6 for 2, 14. 44th over, Butchart 24. He's going to have to be the man to lift them over the line here for University.
No question.
Shaw in, Butchart. Mistimes that one, finds wide mid on, no run.
Good ball there from Lockie Shaw. Be able to get that ball back that they lost the extra run to.
Shaw in, Butchart cuts, can't beat extra cover.
Oh,
They'll take a single
fumble.
anyway. Bit of a misfield. They took a single on the arm, on the shot. 6 for 2, 15. Butchart 25. Malone 2 from 8. He needs to produce something here. There's a big gap. Just having a look between deep extra cover and the man at long on the fence. If they can pick that gap, there are runs to be had. Shaw in, bowls to him. He goes down the ground. Lovely shot. 2 bounces to the fielder. Do they want a second? No. Malone wanted it. Butchart said no way. Not a chance.
And that was the right call too, because it was good work from the fieldsman in the deep.
The question is, which end would have been run out? And my answer is both.
Well, it would have gone to the bowler's end, you would think. Malone in. Butchart tries to drive and beat mid on. He does beat mid on. They'll only take the single though. 6 for 2, 17.
To be honest, at the moment, I don't think Lockie Shaw's really fussed about conceding a single.
No.
It's the doubles and the
The
threes that you're
multiples.
trying to stop.
And the
And the
boundary-
boundaries. If you go for 2 or 3 singles, mate,
Well,
I'd be doing happy dance if I'm the Rangers.
I'd be
players and
happy
stuff.
with 2s. I'd be even okay with 2s.
Yeah.
The boundaries are what you don't want to give up. If you can prevent the boundaries, that's the key.
Well, they need over 7 and over. They're happy to give a single a ball.
Next ball, Malone drives in the direction of long on. It'll pitch on the second bounce. He takes a single, goes to 4. He'll keep the strike. That's the end of 44. 6 for 2, 17. 6 overs left in the one-day final. In fact, it's 6 for 2, 1-8 after 44.
To be safe, that's actually not a bad idea. Normally we're sitting there and we'll berate a fielder for not trying to take the catch, but he's doing it on the smarter side. Is okay, what are my 2 options? Do I go for the catch, possibly miss it, it goes past me, I concede 3 more? Or do I just give up the 1, control the ball into my hands, throw it back, I give up 1?
You give up maybe 1 run at most.
Yeah, at worst, maybe a fumble, we get 2.
Yeah.
You're still 2 runs safe, where we can see you got Scott Rogers about to come back in and bowl again.
He has the figures of 7 overs, none for 30.
Now, Uni needs 7.5 and over.
Going at 4.95. Roger into Malone. First ball of the 45th. That's been sent to deep square leg. They'll take an easy single. 6 for 2, 19.
Once again, singles are not going to help. They've got to, as Maggie said, they need 7 and over.
They're happy to give the ones.
Yeah, you need at least 1 boundary and over, which then puts the pressure back onto the Rangers, knowing that, okay, you can only look at conceding 3 singles. Where if you give up 6 singles, Hey, you're happy because
that's fine.
you're +1 every over.
And even if you're giving up, like I said, even if you're giving up 2 and over, or 2 a ball,
yeah.
you'll wear the 1s and the 2s. If you prevent the boundaries, that's the key.
And
1s and 2s and over, you can do that all day long because they're in such a margin behind. They need boundaries. Rogie in. That one driven down the ground to long on.
Straight
take
to
a
Ross
single.
Paulson. You're not taking his arm on.
They were only interested in 1 and they got it.
You
Good chart to 27, 6 for 220.
You could see that throw from Ross Paulson there, about probably 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Nice little bounce pass to the keeper, about 2 or 3 foot short of the striker's end. You're not taking that arm on.
Well, they only intended 1 run and they got it. Malone on 5, waits for Rogie, who's in now. That one squeezed through the covers. They won't get a run, a misfield, but they decide to stay. 6 for 220, 43 required.
That's another good ball there by Scott Rogie, also well fielded.
43 off 33, the equation.
There you go, +10. The difference is building up.
They need 223 for the pass score. Not much threat of rain this afternoon, so I think we'll get through the 50, but we'll see what happens. Rogie in. Malone drives. Beats the cover fielder. There's a sweeper in the deep. Do they want a second? No. Again, smart play, keeping the 1. Malone 6 for 221.
Of course, don't forget, Tim Bailey reminded us earlier, there's a 1% chance of rain here before 7:30.
No, boy, you do look at the clouds starting to come over.
But it's not going to hit us. It's not going to be a concern.
It won't be here in time, but it will hit later.
Rogie away from us, bowls to Butchart, who goes big, doesn't beat mid-off. They'll take a single. The throw doesn't come in. Happy to concede the 1 as we talked about. He goes to 28, 6 for 222. 1 ball remaining in the 45th. 51 off 31.
41.
41 off 31.
Yeah.
I didn't think that sounded right. As soon as I said, I thought, no, that's wrong. Rogie, last ball of the over to Malone, who goes hard, doesn't beat mid-off. They'll take a single to the bowler's end. It would have hit. He was out. If he'd hit, he was out.
Devlin gave up. He knew if it hit,
he was
cold.
Gone. He was cold. 6 for 223 after 45. 40 off 30.
Well, that's still your +10 for the Rangers. They didn't change. +10 is good for them. For the uni boys, it's a -10, which isn't good. But they now need an over of at least 11 or 12 just to get it back to a run of ball.
Yeah.
But the problem there is obviously that means an element of risks.
Yes.
Now, 4 wickets in hand, but there is the likelihood that Hugo Cater will not bat.
I'll almost put money on it. Cater will not bat. They'll only use him.
He didn't look well downstairs.
They will only use him if it's absolutely desperate.
9 down and
if it's 9 down and they need like 5 or 6.
4 in the last over or something like that.
Basically, like, hold the ball,
hold the bat,
block it, and run.
We're now, sorry guys, we're now up to 8 per over, so 40 or 5 required.
They need they're going at 4.95. 40 off 30 the equation. Sincotta back into the attack, 2 for 31 off 8 his figures. Bowling to Devlin Malone. In he comes now, Sincotta, first ball. Driven down the ground stylishly to long on.
You're not getting 2 on that.
No, they get 1.
That's a nice throw.
It was wide of the stumps, wide of the pitch, but there was only ever 1 in that. 6 for 224.
But you've also noticed they're not, your long on and long off aren't as wide now. They're pushing in where before they were like 3 or 4 panel colours over, where they're now in like on 3. So that's extra 20 metres they're saving.
Sincotta to Butchart. Wrapped on the pad.
Down leg.
Strangled appeal. Not a lot of interest from the Rangers. No run. 6 for 224. 49 off 28.
I think the appeals
39 off 28 rather.
I think the appeals were more for the non-playing players and supporters outside below us.
Yes, it wasn't much of a shout. The keeper was applauding the delivery. He certainly wasn't too interested in the shout. Sincotta back at the top of his mark into Butchart, who gets hold of that. 1 bounce to the man at long off. They'll take the single. 6 for 225. He goes to 29. I said he needed a 20 or 30. Now we need Malone to make it 20 or 30. to make this interesting.
You need one of these guys to say, bugger this,
I'm going.
I'm going to swing. Hey, if I get out, I get out.
So
But if I can go like 4-4-4, get 12 quickly and get out, then
For a chance.
yeah.
Sincotta in, Malone drives down the ground towards long on. They'll take one. Do they want a second? No.
Yeah.
Again, that throw wide of the stumps. But it keeps them to one only. 6 for 226. Malone to 9.
I think that throw is actually, that's planned.
No,
Because
it
you have
is.
to remember, you've got Butchard, who is the taller one. Malone being shorter. Malone will then be running back to the danger end, ping it to the keeper's end because they're not going to try and run him out.
Sincotta in. Butchard gets hold of that. Has he got enough? He's picked the gap. It'll bounce once. It'll bounce twice. It's just inside the rope.
Nah, it's gone.
It's gone for 4. They needed that, the students. 6 for 230. A big boundary in the context of this final. Butchard to 33.
Oh, they needed that, and they needed that then. But just going back to your point, Shane, there's a deliberate ploy from the Northern District's outfielders to get that ball to the keeper's end, knowing...
Or whichever end that Malone is running to. Knowing the fact that he won't be able to turn that quick second because of the short stature issue.
33 off 25, the equation.
It's still +8.
Sincotta, last ball of the over, into Butchard, who goes long. Has he got enough?
No.
Oh, he's had 2 bites. It's gone down.
And it's
They'll
still
take 2.
Oh, it's only 1.
Is it 1?
He's only taken 1, and he stopped it for going for 4 or 6.
That is a massive play. 6 for 231 after 46. Butchard 34, Malone 9.
Wow.
32 off 24.
I actually think that's not a bad ploy because he's first tried to take it, and he's looked to see where his feet is, and I'm going like, I can't control this and
He
stay
knew he
in the
was
field
going.
of play. He knows I'm going over, so because it hadn't landed originally, he goes over. That's 6. So he's trying to parry it forward enough that he could get back to it, but unfortunately he's parried it too far forward instead of just trying to push it up gently. But in the end, it's only a single.
It's only a single. That's the net result.
He has just saved his team 5 runs. If you want to look at it from a uni perspective,
32 from 4 overs required.
this is what I'm looking forward to seeing.
But it's still
Ross
on,
Pawson coming back into.
Pawson, I did wonder whether they'd save him for a final push. It looks like they will. I think he's got 2 overs to go. None for 38 off 8, Ross Pawson.
well, they do need to strike now.
So time for the big guns to come out. Sincotta's got 1 to go, Pawson 2. We've got 4 overs remaining. Roger's got 2, Randall 3, Shaw 1. Pawson in. That one
Wide.
down the leg side. It's a wide. A wide. Not what Northern Districts needed. 6 for 232. 31 off 24.
If you're Roger, you're getting into Pawson's ear. You just say, mate, don't worry about where the batter goes. Just
Straight.
aim to hit the McDonald's logos on those 3 stumps.
Yep.
So I don't care if he moves 6 foot outside leg. I'm going to
Don't
move
care
6
what
foot
he
outside
does.
off.
Aim
Just
straight.
hit the stumps.
Yep. Just put it
If he
straight.
hits the ball and gets a 4 of it, mate,
Good luck.
and you've done it straight. Hey, he's
I'll-
good. He's got a great eye.
Okay, in comes Pawson bowling to Butchard.
Like
that's
that.
That's him on the pad. Big
No.
appeal. No,
Oh
not out.
no!
Pawson can't believe that's not given out.
Oh
the
my
umpire will
God.
signal leg by. 6 for 233. To steal a famous line, it's all happening here.
Wow!
I think maybe
What
just
is he-
outside off stump.
What is
If
it
anything.
missing?
Off stump.
Sorry, Umberto. That is, I cannot see what you are seeing. Tell me that it's missing a stump. It's hit him flush on the foot, middle and off. It's not missing. And being flush on the foot, you can't take any swing or bounce into account. You've got to look at going straight.
Pawson in. Bowling to Malone. Gets an edge on that. Over the top of Ross Pawson. Full stretch. Throw to the bowler's end. Almost hit. They take a single. 6 for 234. Buckle up. This is going to be wild.
That's unlucky there, Ross. You got that ball just to bite into the surface just enough that Devlin was able to pop it up, and you just needed to almost goalkeeper, just that split second later, because you just went up and it's just touched the fingertips going through. A split second later, you probably got it and it's sitting in your hand and you're putting yourself for almost man of the match.
29
That's
off
huge.
22, 4 in hand. Butchart 34, Malone 10. Pawson none for 40 in his ninth. They're the figures in a brief. Pawson away from us. Bowling to Butchart. Swing and a miss. Through to the keeper. Dot ball vital. 6 for 2, 3, 4.
That helps. 29 off
21.
21. Said you're still plus
Plus
8. Still plus 8 if you're Rangers. That's the way you're thinking about it. You're not thinking about how, if I give up 1 or 2, is it going to be a bad thing? No, it's not. You want to try and keep that plus 8, 9 to like a plus 4 or 5. So you know that you've got at least two boundary shots difference in the run to ball.
Pawson in. Butchart didn't
done.
get on it.
Smart
Through
bowling.
to the keeper. Dot ball.
Smart, full, wide. And 2 dots in a row.
In the context of this final, they are massive plays and nothing happened.
And the thing is, that wasn't really wide either. If you're looking at, like, obviously for our listeners that are watching it on the frog box, you see the little blue lines which the umpires are using as your offside wide guide. It's probably a good 1 to 2 ball widths inside that, but you still have to step across to chase it.
Pawson charges in. Bowls to Butchart, who gets hold of this one over the top of gully. Is it? No! The catch is taken.
And guess
Butchart
who?
departs. 7 for 234.
Oh, the
And I'm
skipper.
assuming that's Larry that's
Oh, it
taken it.
is. And that is a crucial moment in this match. I've got to say, that was a pretty handy knock there from Butchart.
34 of 46 for Don Butchart. 7 for 234 is the scoreline. Do Northern Districts have one hand on the cup?
At the moment, I'm going to still say no. I know Kiwi's floating around here somewhere.
Yeah, we're due for
or he
a
was.
Mick Viz.
I know he is here. But in a couple of minutes, when I head downstairs to look at getting some post-game interviews from the winning team, Kiwi's first job is to give a Kiwi Viz updates. I know that you had the Rangers early as I think it was a 60-40.
Yeah.
Or was that just taking the mickey and thinking it was the other way around?
So it's Kalen Maladay, the new man in. 7 for 234.
This is the interesting one. We've seen Maladay also be able to score some decent runs, despitely, in T20 games when we've called them at Uni Oval, coming in late and be able to get a quick 10, 12 off 4 balls.
That's exactly what they need. That is exactly what University are looking for. A quick fire dozen, 15, 20 in even time or even less.
It's 29 off 19 balls the equation.
They need Maladay to go big and go quick.
And if you're the Rangers, you're wanting Ross Pawson to sit in there and watching one of those 3 stumps
Go
cartwheeling back towards Lockie Shaw.
Let's see what he can do. Shaw waits. Pawson in. Maladay drops it into the gully region, takes the single. He'll remain 1 from 1. 7 for 235 after 47. I think we're going to have a mini commentary change. Shane Evans out, Kiwi Mick in for the final 3 overs.
Yeah, Kiwi Viz, you want to hear it?
Yeah, what have you got?
I'm going to go with these 2 batters there. Northern District 75, Sydney University 25.
I think that wicket has changed things a little bit. If it wasn't for that wicket, I would have said Sydney Uni would have been a little bit closer than that. But again, that was a crucial wicket of Butchart, who did a good job under the circumstances.
So they need 28 off 18 here. University, 3 in hand. Sincotta in his final over, 2 for 39. Maladay only faced the 1 delivery, waits for Sincotta now, who's on his way in. That one squeezed to mid-off, they'll take a single. Malone is on strike now, he's 10 from 17. Maladay 2 from 2, 7 for 236.
It's now 27 from 17 balls required for victory.
Still plus 10 that equation. They need a boundary or two or three in quick succession. Sincotta bowls now to Malone, who's clean bowled him. Off stump goes back. 8 for 236.
Great Yorker. There's not much Malone could do with that.
Yeah, great bowling, wasn't it? I mean, Malone's not really renowned for his boundary hitting, and they had to really hit a boundary, not leave it to too late, and he's tried, but that Yorker's just got him. And very good spell by Sincotta today. That's his 3rd wicket, but yeah, this is good stuff by Northern Districts. I always sort of thought 250, if they got at least 250, it would be enough. They got 263. They should really hang on here.
You never know.
You never know. Cricket's a funny game.
27 from 16.
Yep.
And unfortunately, I don't have many in the shed.
No, they've only got 2 left. Well, there's only 1 more to go after this.
And that's obviously the injured player too.
That's right.
Yes.
We've got
So
Tate.
Kieran Tate's coming in now, and then the last man's
Is
gonna
Akeda.
and he'll only come out if it's extremely
obviously
desperate,
we're not.
so
We can't. We're blocked to see whether he's padded up or not, but he may be required.
Can he go out with a runner? How does that work?
No runners.
No.
It's been the rule for many years now.
Well, especially not for a bung shoulder.
Yeah. Maybe just walk out and don't carry a bat. That's just stupid.
27 off 16
That's
the
the
equation.
fatigue of the heat. It's kicking in.
Sincotta 3 for 40 in his final over. Kieran Tate waits for him now. He's in. Swing and a miss. Through to Shaw, the keeper. No run. Another dot. 27 off 15.
Well, whatever the result here, gents, it's been a great game of cricket.
Oh, cracking game. We've had, 499 runs scored. We haven't had 18 wickets. We've had 14 wickets. And this is going to go down to the final couple of overs. Sincotta in.
Oh, well
Tate playing a miss outside off. Through to the keeper.
3 great innings by opening batters as well. You know,
27 off 14.
If you love your opening batting, there's been 3 great innings today.
Yep.
Of course, Lowry 96, Rogie 107, and then a brilliant 100 there as well by
Nick Larkin.
Yep. So it's been good batting and some good bowling, some good fielding, a mixture.
Sincotta in. Tate gets onto that one, drives it into the covers. They'll take 1. He wanted the second. Maladay did not want to know about it. 8 for 237. 26 off 13, the equation.
I think when we look back at this, depending on the result, if Sydney University do go down, they'll probably regret the fact that no one could stick with Larkin the way that the 2 openers stuck together for NDs.
Sincotta in. Maladay, swing and a miss. That's 48 overs down. 8 for 237.
What a spell by Sincotta, 3 for 41 off his 10 overs, sensational. So him and Pawson have been very strong, especially Sincotta bowling from 2 different ends today.
That's right. But he also, some of the early wickets that he took were key to the way that this innings has gone.
Now, question. Ross Pawson will bowl from this broadcast in the 49th over. Sincotta is out. Who bowls over number 50?
Well, who has overs left is the question.
Everybody. Rogie's got 2. Randall 3. Shaw 1. Gray
Scott Rogie,
5.
I reckon. If it comes down to the last over, Scott Rogie, I think. I'm not sure if it will.
So it's 26 off 12. That's the equation. The rest of it really doesn't matter. It's 26 off 12. Tate will wait for Pawson, who runs away from us now. Start of the 49th over. That one down the leg side. He's bowled him! He's bowled him! Northern Districts 1 wicket away from the one-day cup title.
And is Akeda going to come out to bat? Yes, he is.
Hugo Akeda comes out, number 11 bat.
I tell you what, if you ever want to write a legend and a legendary story in a club, and he could win it from here for them, That would go down as one of the greats, wouldn't it?
So 26
Went off
off
injured
11.
when he was bowling, comes back and has a chance here. Even if he just taps and runs, it gives the other guy the strike.
Well, surely that would be your plan. Just
Yep.
take a single, get Maladay on strike and hope that he can do the job from the other end. So 26 off 11, we're down to the final pair. What have University got left in that bag of tricks? Can Ross Pawson find one more ball? Has he got one left in him? What's Hugo Akeda got? We know he's got a
Sore shoulder.
a shoulder injury. Can he produce something to lift University over the line late on a Sunday afternoon? Akeda sums up the field, takes guard. Pawson just outside the 30-metre circle, readies himself, runs away from us. Bowling to Akeda. He's in now. He swings. They'll take a run. It'll be a leg by.
There was bat.
There was
first.
bat on it first. Wait for the umpire's signal. Yes, there was bat. So Akeda's off the mark. He's won.
He did well.
9 for 238.
Wasn't far from sneaking through there either. But did the job that was required.
25 off 10.
Kiwi Viz, Northern Districts, 98, Sydney University 2.
So you're telling me there's still a chance?
Mate, there's 1% chance of rain. Good leaves. There's a good leave and a bad leave.
That's
Let's
it.
pull out the sayings.
Ross Pawson just attending to the boots here. Feels like he's obviously slipping a little bit. So 28. What have we got at that? 25 off 10. I think that's right. 25 off 10.
Yep, that's right.
Maladay 2, Akeda 1. They're the not out batters. Maladay on strike. Ross Pawson 2 for 42 in his final over.
He's been good today again.
If they can get it to somewhere around the 20 mark, I'll think they're a chance. Pawson into Maladay, who advances, gets an inside edge, beats the man at short fine leg. They'll come back for a second. 9 for 240. 23 off 9. Not bad for Northern Districts. They'll be happy with that. University want to keep that scoreboard ticking over. Maladay would know he needs to face just about every one of these 9 balls remaining.
He's definitely got the height and the size to whack a 4 or 6, Maladay, hasn't he? He's got a big frame. So
He'll need several.
yeah, if he can get hold of it, you never know.
Pawson runs away from us. Bowling to Kalen Maladay, who swings hard, doesn't beat mid-off. They'll take a single. 9 for 241.
22 off 8.
Thank you, Dave. 22 off 8, the equation. If they can get it, as I said, around 20, they will feel they're a chance. But it will take some big hitting in these final 8 balls to get them over the line. Maladay watches on. Ross Pawson, the top of his mark. Second last delivery of his spell. Comes into Hugo Akeda now, who has a swing and a miss down leg side. Pawson can't believe that missed leg stump. Score remains 9 for 241. 22 off 7. Maladay and Akeda having a chat mid-pitch.
Can Akeda maybe even edge a 4 or something here? Just get
Well, I'm
something
just
on
thinking, do you concede the ball, leave it for Maladay?
Yeah. And here just was the last wicket as well, isn't it?
That's right.
Just
So
an edgy 4 or something, just to get it to 18 to 1.
yeah,
Can he squeeze something out?
let's find out. Pawson runs in, bowls to Akeda, who swings hard. They'll take 1. Do they want 2? They're going for 2. Throw to the keeper's end. It'll be wide. He'll make it. Good running there from Sydney University. 20 off 6. 9 for 243. 1 over to go in the One Day Cup final.
Did we expect this to go down to the wire, Kiwi Mick? I think it's a pretty apt finish for this game.
Oh, yeah.
Again, it's been a good effort from Sydney University in the run chase. It was always going to be a tough chase.
How do you fashion 20 in the final over?
Oh, there needs to be no ball.
They're going to need a 6 or 2 and some 4s, obviously.
So, guys, as Scott Rodgie will be the man.
Yeah, I thought Scott
Rodgie
Rodgie
is the man.
I think that was highly predicted.
And not a great surprise to anybody here at Cricket Central. The veteran will bowl the 50th over and the final one of the day. His equation is simple. No boundaries, we win. Boundaries, it gets interesting.
Look at all the men speaking of boundaries, look at all the men right on the fence. They just want to, any big attempts at a 6 here, get them caught on the rope.
So if we have a look, we've got deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep cover.
Yeah.
Now, third man was on the fence. He's come up into the circle.
Fine legs on the circle. We've got a man at, what's that, like a whitish mid-off, and a man at gully. So no close catching men. Fine leg and third man on the circle. Rodgie in, final over. That one's lofted down the ground. Has he got enough of it? Yes, he has!
He has.
6 of the best for University. They're still alive.
14 from 5, game on.
Wow.
14 off 5, the equation 9 for 249.
I was saying Maladay has that height and the levers and the long arms, and he's just planted one. I think he's done this every now and then. We've had a few games on Triple H where he's done this, hitting some 6s at the end. So, Rodgie in again.
Rodgie in, bowling to Maladay. 5 balls left. He's gone again, nearly decapitated. Scott Rodgie, did he get enough? It's gone through for 4.
Well,
10 off 2. It's down to 10 off 4 needed in the final.
Well.
Kiwi Viz, Northern Districts, 88. Sydney University 12. They're still favourites, but
10 off 4 the equation.
Well,
I gave them 2%. I said there's always a chance, like the 1% of rain.
That's it. University were nervous to our right.
At least it's cooled down a little bit, slightly.
Well, temperature might have, but the intensity in the middle of Cricket Central has been ratcheted up 5 notches. 10 from 4. University, a boundary here makes it very interesting. Rodgie in. Maladay tickles round the corner.
Trouble.
Yes, no, wait, oh dear. They get home. They get a single. 9 from 3. A leg by signalled.
but probably more importantly for Northern Districts, Maladay's off strike.
Can Akita be the hero here, coming in with the injury? A lot of people thought he wouldn't bat.
Do
He
you
could
take-
be an absolute legend of the club if he gets some home
Right,
here.
does he just play for the single here and get Maladay on strike?
That's what I was
You'd
about
think
to
so.
say. Do you take the single and get Maladay back?
He is 3 off 3, so he's got the singles he's needed.
Rodgie at the top of his mark. In he comes. Bowling to Hugo Akeda. Swing and a miss. They're going to run. Throw to the bowler's end. The keeper's end. He's out. He's out. Northern Districts are premiers of the one-day cup competition. A dramatic finish. They get home in the final over.
Yeah, what a great final that was. Sydney University showing guts to get so close, but Northern Districts set up by their brilliant batting with Lowry and Rodgie, and some very good bowling as well, obviously, by Pawson and Coase and Cotter. The run out in the end, Sydney University devastated. What a great final here at Cricket Central.
Oh, the hard thing about sporting contests like these is there can only be one winner. That's the old adage, isn't it? But what a fantastic game of cricket we've seen here this afternoon, guys. I think quality all around. Beautiful conditions, great batting wicket, 2 centuries, and wow, all the way to the death. But
2 balls remaining. They win by 9 runs. Northern Districts claim the one-day cup premiership for 2022-23. Sydney University shattered, but it was a mighty fight back from the students.
Well,
254 all out, 49.4 overs is what the scoreboard reads. We'll give you the call of the card shortly. I can see Shane Evans down on ground level. We'll see if we can get an interview or two. We'll send it down to Shane as soon as he's got somebody for a chat.
but while we're waiting for him, again, probably it would be best of us to sincere thanks to Sydney University
Yes.
Cricket Club for the frog box set up today, which has allowed everybody to watch this match and us to commentate it. Thank you very much to you guys. What a wonderful afternoon.
What a finish.
Mate, all I can say is I jump back in here after all the hard work's done. What a finish it's been. What an amazing game. I think a lot of people picked it was either going to go a couple of ways, and that was certainly one of it, going down to the wire. And I'm as happy as the Rangers will be. They said Sydney Uni, they fought very, very hard here. As I think we'll go down to Shane Evans now. He has someone.
Very happy captain.
Yeah, g'day guys. I thought, might as well start with the one and only captain here in young David Lowry here, mate. First of all, congratulations. Huge innings, obviously, to start the day and to get that game with the win very close in the end. I reckon you must have been having your heart in your mouth when you saw Maladay hitting those first couple of bombs straight into the back of the ground here. Thoughts?
Yeah, it was a good game in the end, wasn't it? It got pretty tight there. I think I've got a sore neck from looking at the balls and runs for the last 5 overs. But yeah, he gave us a bit of a scare at the end there, so it was nice to finish that off before he got back on strike.
Yeah, definitely the same thought for all of us guys up there. Also, seeing young Shaw getting the 3 wickets there, especially the main one there of Larkin at the end there. That must have been a huge relief, but still knowing that you had to get more in order to get this win.
It obviously felt like a pretty important period in the game when Nick got out. He's a fantastic player. What a knock it was. I think he looked a class above all day as usual. So yeah, massive wicket and obviously a great 100 from him. But yeah, that was a big moment in the game, and from there it felt like we could squeeze things nicely, and it turned out that way, which was good.
Well, go in there, celebrate with the boys. Congratulations, Northern Districts, the 2022-23 limited overs one-day champions. Congratulations.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shane. He's the man down on the ground. He'll also be in there covering the presentation as Uncle Roy gets set up for that.
Uncle Roy. Now, guys, just quickly, obviously we're about to witness the presentation, but your predictions for man of the match for today's game?
Well, I think it has to be one of the 3 names that was mentioned earlier. Either Nick Larkin or the others who escaped me, David Lowry or Scott Rodgers. I think it has to be one of those 3 for man of the match, surely. But I did like the shout of Louis Shaw taking 3, Lachlan Shaw rather.
Yep.
No, Louis, I was right the first time. Louis Shaw taking 3 wickets. Shane?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, as I said, I thought Louis Shaw, after his 3 wickets, especially getting Nick Larkins, was going to be the difference, but we do know that the umpires are just having a break at the moment. They will come out and hand Mr. Formica a copy of who they think is the award winner, and then they'll announce it officially. But once Mr. Mears drops some stuff down to me that I desperately need, I'll try and get an interview with Tim Cummins. I know he may reject one, but he's usually been pretty polite with us this year in wins or defeats for it. So
yeah, well, Kiwi Mix on his way, so don't worry, you're still coming through loud and clear now, Shane. But as we do wait, we'll go through the tail of the tape here. It was that man Nick Larkin that was the anchor of the innings, 106 off 115, 10 fours, 2 sixes before he was caught behind by Lockie Shaw off the bowling of Louis Shaw. Jordan Gauchi, he came and went early, 11 off 23 with 1-4, caught Louis Shaw off the bowling of King Cotter. Mortimer, he was out early as well, 2 off 13 deliveries. He was caught by Lowry there. He was a menace in that offside field, also off the bowling of King Cotter. Tim Cummins, he had a nice little partnership, but not big enough with Larkin. He was caught again behind by Lockie Shaw off the bowling of Randall, 32 off 38, 2 fours, 2 sixes. McEldriff, he was bowled off Louis Shaw, 6 off 13 deliveries. Max Hope, he wanted to change the game, 22 off 19, 3 fours, 1 6 before he was caught by Daniel Anderson off the bowling of Louis Shaw. Don Butchart caught Lowry, bowled Pawson, 34 off 48 with 3 boundaries. Devlin Miller.
That was a big wicket, Don Butchart, in the context of the game.
Absolutely.
That was a massive wicket.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think he did a great job down the order.
He certainly
gave him every hope.
Yeah.
When we thought there was not much hope left.
He certainly did. Devil Malone, he was bowled by Big King Cotter as he came back at the end there, 10 off 18 deliveries. Maladay, he wanted to keep him in there before he was run out off Lockie Shaw trying to come for that bye. 15 off 8, 1 and 1. Kieran Tate, he was bowled by Ross Pawson for 1 off 4. Hugo Akeda, he finished 3 not out off 4 deliveries. I think Shane's still having a chat, but we'll...
he might have the skipper.
Might have
we
Tim
will just
Cummins
do
down there.
We'll go to Shane before we go to the bowling figures.
G'day, mate. I thought I'd get Tim here. I know he's a little bit upset at the moment, obviously losing, but he's been polite enough to give Triple H a quick chat. First of all, Tim, commiserations on that, mate. I know how well this season has been for you in all forms of competition. Just your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, just disappointing. We've lost a couple of grand finals the last few years now. It's becoming a bit of a bad habit. So, but yeah, good game of cricket. I mean, we haven't had a 250 game for a while. So they sort of did well playing here, and bit gutsy playing first sort of real game of cricket here by the sounds of it. And good game of cricket, but unfortunately, yeah, not our day.
All I can say is Nick Larkin walks back into this side, and Nick Larkin does what Nick Larkin does, scores lots of runs. Almost got you there with that nice big ton just to match up Scott Rogers. In the end, I think you just needed 1 or 2 players to hang around with him. I know you tried, but a couple of the lower batters couldn't hang around with him at the time. Is that what you're thinking as well?
A bit. I mean, it's always tricky. You sort of lose 2 in the first 10, and you sort of compare that to them, and they were sort of none through the 40th over or so. So always would be nice getting off and having a few more wickets in hand where you can back end it. But yeah, not today. They lost a few too many wickets all throughout, really.
One last question. Obviously, you fielded all day yesterday in the Belvedere Cup game against Eastern Suburbs. At the toss, with hindsight now, would you have stuck with your decision, or would you reversed it and wanted to bat first?
I think we would have done the same, actually. There was probably the most in it in the morning, and it got really nice to bat on this afternoon. It was I would have done the same, actually. And it's kind of weird because no one played a real game of cricket on that, so you sort of don't know how it would play. But it was definitely better to bat second. We had the best of the conditions.
But once again, Tim, commiserations. Good luck in day 2 of the Belvedere Cup game against Eastern Suburbs next week back at home. And hopefully we'll see you in the finals.
Beautiful, thank you.
Thanks very much, Shane, there. We'll go through those Northern District bowling figures as they just finished setting up for the presentation. Ross Pawson, 10 overs, 2 for 47. King Cotter, one of the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 41 off his 10. Toby Gray, he was expensive early, 5 overs, none for 39. Scott Roger, he was bowling there at the end, 8.4 overs, none for 45. Ben Randall, I thought he was very impressive, 1 for 37 off 7. And Louis Shaw with his left arm spinners, 3 for 42 off 9. So
The umpires are out there. They've made their decision for the man of the match.
But obviously we've got to wait for NDs.
Yes,
they're making their way out.
They are. So obviously we'll give a chance for Kiwi Mick to get in. So I might just again take the opportunity to thank you for having me on the call today. What a great game. What a great facility. And we hope we can come back here for many more matches.
Well, hopefully on the 19th, we're looking back to be here for the women's final. Everybody on the present call team invited, of course. So hopefully we will see you then.
I hopefully will be playing a grand final that day, but if not, I'll be here.
It's not a bad number 2. Well, it's not a bad second option, but no, thank you, mate. Thank you very much to Macca for his contribution today. Thank you very much for getting us on a live 90.5 as well for this afternoon session. As we apologise for the audio as the microphones
doing a little
passed
dance
around.
My man of the match would be Scott Roger.
Oh, it'd be hard to go past him with that 100. He really did set up the game.
As I said, I think it's got to be Roger or Lowry or Nick Larkin, one of the 3.
Well, I said hopefully Shane will get in position and he can pick up the audio for us.
Hey guys, just listen for the shout out when they do the speeches.
Well, we can't hear the audio. I don't know where the... I think they don't have the... They need to set up the microphone, I think. They don't have the... I don't think they have the speaker on, which is the issue.
That can be a minor problem.
First world problems, eh?
Yes.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Cricket Central. This is a great occasion for us, for the Sydney Cricket Association, being our first final that we've ever hosted here, and I think you could say that this was a fantastic game of cricket, and please put your hands together for both teams. There are some thank yous I have to make, and certainly for those here at Cricket Central, for all those persons that have made this possible. First and foremost to Greg Mail for being a great supporter of Premier Grade cricket to make sure that games such as this can be hosted here. So Greg, thank you. To other Cricket New South Wales staff, of course, to our great Premier Cricket manager, Roy Formica. Roy, thank you. To our ground staff who are out there now putting the covers on, fellas, thank you so much for your help. Fantastic. As you can see, this surface is impeccable, and we'll play many more games here in the future. So it's been really magnificent that we could host this final here today. To both sides, congratulations to Sydney Uni as runners-up. Fantastic effort. You really pushed the envelope towards the end there, and to NDs, well, you certainly set the pace earlier on with that mammoth run total, which was a bit tricky. And of course, playing out here, obviously, the first time it's very difficult to determine what's a good score. But I think these are two great sides. They've met before. They met in the season 2014-15 when NDs were successful. Sydney Uni have won the Limited Cup 3 times. NDs, it's your 3rd time today, so it's 3-all. So I think that's a fantastic effort on the great way that these guys play the game, and to their professionalism. To a lot of other people that have made this game possible, to the scorers, thank you so much. I'm waving to Robin and her cohort over there. Thank you immensely for what you do for Premier Grade cricket. To Frogbox up there, we're all waving, we're all live. Thank you so much. And to Triple H Sport, thank you for your coverage today of the game, and I'm sure it went out to many, many people to listen to the broadcast, and obviously are always on the edge of their seat towards the end. Again, this is a magnificent venue, and if you haven't had an opportunity, I'm sure, Roy, they could go in if they haven't to have a look. Is that okay? Not at this hour, he says, but as you can see, it's a great facility, but certainly we can take it all in. Of course, we need to thank our great umpires, to Daniel and Roberto. Thank you so much for what you've done today. Very lucky to have their expertise, and as we all know, they're very experienced first-grade umpires, and I'm sure they loved it out there today in that heat. But they've survived, and they've done a great job. We'll now start the presentations, and if I could probably call upon Roberto to announce the winner of the player of the match, and we call it the Michael Bevan Medal. Roberto.
Thanks, everyone. Just a few thank yous on behalf of Daniel, myself, to Roy and the SCA for putting on today and running the competition all season. Thank you for that. The Cricket New South Wales and the ground staff for putting up such a facility for us to use today. I'm sure both teams would take this ground every week. To the scorers, Robin and John, thank you for your time today, but also the season. And the volunteers and supporters of both teams who are here today, thank you for making it such an event. Thank you to Darren Goodger, who's sitting up there as the match referee looking over us today. Big congratulations to both teams on obviously making it this far. It was a very tough decision between Daniel and myself. Multiple players could have been awarded the Michael Bevan Medal, but we've decided that Scott Rodgey from Northern District is going to get the Michael Bevan Medal.
Very well deserved there, 107. He really set up that total of 262 for the Rangers in their first innings. We have our official photographer down there Ian Bird.
Congratulations, Scott. Well done. Great knock. And I'm remiss if I don't thank our match umpire, Darren Goodger. Goodger's up there somewhere. But Goodge, thank you so much for what you do for Premier Grade Cricket. It's greatly appreciated. Now, if I could call upon Tim Cummins from Sydney Uni to say a few words.
Thanks for getting a bit over these commiseration speeches, unfortunately. But first of all, well done to NDs. Well done, Dave, Freddie, and the whole team. You've been all class. Played some good cricket and well deserved. So you're too good for us today, and really like the way you play about your cricket as well. So well done. Outside that, I'd like to echo everyone else's sentiments. Thanks to Dan and Roberto for umpiring, Robert and Johnny for scoring, and for Roy and the FCA for everything you do. Gutsy Core putting it on today, and delivered a really good game. So well done. Thanks for Sydney Uni, Uni Army over there as well. Unfortunately, couldn't get the chocolates today, but thanks for your support. Very much so, and the rest of the club as well. And lastly, to all the boys, losing sucks, winning's much better, but playing some good cricket. We look forward to the next 5 weeks. So, thank you.
Thank you, Tim. And I should also reach out and thank the coaches of both sides that presented their sides here today in impeccable order, and to each of those coaches, to Murray, he's around, there he is, to Brendan Lyon. Brendan, I think he's there somewhere, and Mark McGuinness on behalf of NDs. Thank you so much for getting the sides to the standard that we've seen here today. Now, if I could call upon the winning captain from NDs, Dave Lowry, to say a few words.
Firstly, to the SA and Cricket New South Wales, we all are very lucky to be part of what's a really good competition every year, so we're very grateful for that, and thanks for putting on a great day for us. To Roberto and Dan, congratulations on your appointment. I know it's something that you worked towards through the year, so well done. To Sydney Uni, another finals appearance. It's a credit to you guys. You keep turning up your quality every year. You're a great group to play against, and you should be proud of another good campaign. Good luck for the next 5 weeks, and I'm sure we'll see you in plenty more finals. Well done. To our group, look, a great achievement. We should be really proud of what we've done. Hasn't been the smoothest season always, but that's not what it's about. We've kept turning up, we've kept trying to get better, and here we are, so enjoy it. Freddie, thanks for your efforts, mate. To Jerry and the committee, we're very lucky to be part of a great club. And to Robin and Moy, you've been with us for a long time, so I hope you enjoy this one tonight. We'll have some fun tonight and enjoy the win. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, David. I'm sure you'll sleep well tonight. You had a great knock, and obviously out there in the field chasing all of those balls. If I could ask you to come forward, and I'll present you with a player's medal. And I'll get David to take over the microphone, and he could call out each player as they come forward, and we'll present them with a medal. Thank you.
As we say that, as the rain just starts falling,
Randall.
Mac is doing his rain dance that he predicted it.
There's 1% chance
I
of rain.
don't know why you're
happened.
looking at me, Kiwi Mick.
There's 1% chance of rain, and it happened.
Couldn't save university though, unfortunately.
After the game,
Shane,
which is good.
Shane, keep
Toby Gray,
eye of our equipment down there. But we should be quiet and respect the ND players as they receive their medals.
Jack Sincotta, Josh, Ross Pawson, Michael Bevan medalist Scott Rodgie, well done. Mitchell Crane, Daniel Anderson, Louis Shaw,
Lockie Shaw. Cameron Tunks. You got one more over there, guys? And last but not least, Dan Friedrich.
Dave, if you can stay here for one moment in the rain, we're going to do this very quickly. If you'd like to come over, I'll present you with the Limited Over Cup for season 2022-23 and a wet banner. Well done, congratulations. Everyone enjoy the evening. Safe trip.
No, great finish there. Congratulations to the ND Rangers there, taking out the Limited Overs Cup here for season 22-23. It'll be a game I'm sure everybody here will remember as we look at Ian Bird down there trying to take the official photos. So we've only got a couple of minutes left here on Triple H 100.1 FM. Plus, we're on Cricket New South Wales YouTube channel through Frogbox. We've been on a live 90.5 this afternoon as well. Plus, a plethora of other places, I'm sure, that are taking our coverage. We do thank you very much for tuning in today. It's been a great honour to be able to call this game. If you are on Triple H 100.1 FM, stay tuned after 6 o'clock. Callum will be with you for a special 3-hour edition of his Sunday night's program with lots of tunes, obviously due to the big Mardi Gras weekend it has been. He has his dedication to that coming up after 6 o'clock. So that will be one to keep yourselves tuned into here on Triple H 100.1 FM. But it's been a great day here. The ND Rangers, they get the job done. 8 runs in what has been a very close game. Kiwi Mick, it's been an honour to have you here. We get you out of mothballs a little bit. We thought we'd keep you fresh for the league season, but I'm glad we've got you out here for one more cricket game before we move into winter codes.
Yeah, it's been a great day, hasn't it? When you text me Tuesday, as I said, at 10 o'clock, I was really looking forward to this. First time I've actually called a one-day match in full, like contributing in different parts. So long day, but very enjoyable day. Good final. Northern Districts, I just thought would always get home. They did it in the end with that big score. So that's it, pretty much. It's spring on the league now.
Mike Sheen, an absolute pleasure. Our first time working together. I hope it's the first of many. I said that enthusiasm that came through the last 10 overs. I said it was a close game. It helps, but thank you very much for joining us. I'm sure you won't forget this one for a little while.
Certainly not. Absolute pleasure to work with Matt, Mick, Shane, my old buddy Davey Mack. Thank you for having me, boys. An absolute pleasure today to be on Triple H, Alive, 90.5 and everywhere else. MacArthur Sports Radio. Happy to be involved. Fingers crossed the Ghosts women will be up here in a couple of weeks for the one day, for the women's first grade final. But a pleasure to be with you guys. And likewise, I'm looking forward to the winter of football coming up in the southwest of Sydney.